Chapter 151, Wang Bo's resentment. Nishi, this damn big exterior, it is too much to face, and Sheng Company has been busy for a long time. This goods actually, and Donggus Hong Liang Yuofu goes out to fish. Wang Bo, I heard that Luo Sheng went out to fish and played. It was hopped in the office. When May, the first time that the company is the most busy, Dong Zigo must be responsible for the things of fighting fish, but also responsible for the management of selling fish and money, but also to work with the technical staff of the Agricultural Research Institute. The construction, from 5 o'clock in the morning, I have been busy getting busy to 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Fangxian is not just to manage Good Faithful Food and surrounding supermarkets, but also responsible for the wholesale business of Loyalty Company. After the 7th months of the 7 or 8 months of the supermarket, the loyalty of the 7th months has begun to go to the right track, and the sales volume of daily has reached the highest peak of the 8th year. Although Hongbin is responsible for the delivery of goods in Wuhan Hanxing Street, many of them need Zhao Fangxian to handle, especially those who contact goods and return goods, and there are a lot of things. Zhao Fangxian is basically the same as Mose, who is busy with the brain spoon. Many times, I can't eat 2 meals a day, and Wang Bo is more busy with it. There are a lot of people in the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, every day, that thing, although there are 2 deputy director to help him deal with, but things are too much. Even if he took a call in the office, coordinating all aspects, he had made him a kind of busy feel. The Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory requires him to be busy, and the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets need him often through the past, that is, the fish and mountain vegetable purchase points. Many times, you need him to run past coordination, especially the Loyalty Comics studio. I need this thing today, I need that thing tomorrow. I can't hate all the things you need. As long as there is an urgent item, Zhao Yuanyun will give him calls for his suggestions and let him contact the things you need to buy a loyal studio. Wang Bo knows that Luo Sheng is in these trading. The Loyalty Comics studio is the most profitable. There are some items that need to be used, and he must give priority to help solve. It is precisely because of the things here, his complaints, the salary of Luo Yonggo and Wang Rui's 2 people each month. Even some of the small things of some chicken fry garlic can be solved. Give them so high salary. This is a good hand, and there is no matter what it is, so it's easy to catch up. Actually ran out of fishing. Ugh. This Nima is a life. But the wild vegetables produced by the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant sold the RB, almost for short supply, so that Wang Yuxin has some comfort. At least he is busy in the mountainous vegetable processing plant. Almost every day, the company's finance department gives him a financial statement. Although Wang Bo does not understand some things in it, it is very clear that the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant has benefited a burst in the recent time. Wang Bo has never thought that the RB human brain on the ocean is not a problem. How can these pigs don't eat? How can I be popular in RB, especially the kind of price that makes him feel unacceptable? Loyalty Company acquired Mountain Wild Vegetables around the towns and villages around Jiangqing. The most expensive bracken and stabbed buds do not have a catty of a pound, and the mountains such as ash dishes are just 2 cents a pound. Even if they have been cleaned by their mountainous vegetable processing plants, the amount of money from the mountains of every kilogram is super cost, and the shipping cost of the Dalian port is not clear, but Wang Bo knows. From the factory until the ship to RB, the price of wild vegetables per kilogram will never exceed the 5 corners. When he listened to the financial room, he reported to him, and said that the price of the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant and the company settle the company, the price of each kilogram of the mountains reached 2 yuan, and his whole person is stupid. Drop. Strict. What is profiteering? This is, each 1,000 grams of dollars, each ton is 2,000 yuan, producing 10 tons per day, that is, a series of things such as 20,000 yuan, planing costs. which can have more than 10,000 yuan in pure income. God, how is my big brain? Make a mountainous vegetable processing plant, which will profit more than 10,000 yuan a day. At this time, it is a 1980s, and the salary of the 8-level workers is nothing more than a few unity, 10,000 yuan. That is definitely an unimaginable thing. Wang Bo has not heard of Jiangqing. There is a large-scale state-owned enterprise, every day, can create a wealth of thousands of RMB. Because the mountain wild vegetable processing plant makes money, Wang Bo does not dare to have any slacks. If you can't let the mountainous vegetable processing plant constantly connect around 24 hours a day, put more mountain wild vegetables and sell it to RB. It is this reason that Wang Bo hates Luo Sheng to Ichi. Just when I curse Luo Sheng in Wang Yuxin, the office phone bell rang. Do you belong, manager? I am. Do you ask? Wang Bo has not returned to God, and he heard Luo Sheng's cheerful laughter inside. 3. Now this factory is quite strong. I will arrange anything for a while. I will let Feng Xia pick you. Let's go to the Jiangqing coal factory to Fuzixing Hotel. I invite everyone to eat. Okay. It is a very busy person. Luo Sheng did not wait for Wang Bo to say other things, and did not hang up the phone directly. After the fishing back from Yingtan Sand Road, Luo Sheng wondered, and recently, things were very smooth, and there was no matter to say. Call him, eat together, one to eat. One is contact emotions, the other is some things. Feng Xia has been practicing a car in the past few times, and the number of 212 Jeep, who is over there, and Luo Sheng also went to Jiangqing. Original Luo Sheng wants to let Feng Xia in the supermarket or the mountainous vegetable processing plant as a leader, but Feng Xia has been inseparable. Luo Sheng wants to go, and finally decided to let Feng Xia learn to drive, and will be responsible for some centers. Contact business. One piece of iron, it is true the meaning of the exclusive guest. This time, the driver's status is particularly high, as long as there is someone who will drive. Where someone please eat, after all, most people don't have the car. I want to find it when I use the car in the future. Feng Xiao's interest in the officials. It is a unique moment to drive this. Luo Sheng can only be with Feng Xiao. For recent days, Luo Sheng's stalls are very large, and many places need people to run back to run. The most important thing is that Feng Xiao and home are familiar. After 212 Jeep, the family supper and lower get off work, he doesn't have to make it. You need to use something in your home, Feng Xiao can quickly help buy back. As for the work of the family, Luo Sheng decided to keep working in accordance with Feng Xiao, as a job. During this time, there are a lot of things, and the things of Dongzigo have to engage in the things of the Wuda phases, often need to use the car. Zhao Fangshan has to go out to do things. In short, the Toyota car on the Sanjing Yadi did not fall to the formal road, and Feng Xiao's work was a lot. The brand fell, and the seals they took over the driver, and Feng Xiao was also idle. Whether it is a technical personnel of a fish cultivation base, or a researcher of the study of the fishing bait, these people need Feng Xiao. Carry out. Luo Sheng opened 2 big tables, Wang Bo, Dong Yuoshong, Liang Guofeng, Zhao Fangshan, and Feng Xiao, and they were a big table. Luo Yonggo, Wang Rui, Luo Xiol, Y Jianfen, etc. is a big table. Luo Sheng called these people without too much ideas. One is that everyone will join together and lively. After all, the communications company has a total of such managers, and several people support and help great people. Gather everyone together, contact your relationship, and these people are the top pillars of the faith company. If they don't know each other, then they are not intended. The most important thing is that after Luo Sheng and his parents show up, it should also let everyone know that some faithed companies will plan for future development. Chapter 152. A yard, a lounge chair, a small flower grass, rain sunshine. Looking at the book in the hand, I watched the tea on the table. Luo Zong inverted question mark. He can't help but sigh. This is life. Luo Sheng felt that he may not become the idea of the big character, but he is willing to use his own hands, and give yourself a precious profit. Let your family can have a long-lasting life every day. Let your family happily. In recent time, he found that the spirit of the two people of Tao and Tao was obviously rising, as if he was a few years old in the time of this year. The changes in the two people of father and mother are quite large, and when they can see the rays of their two people after rebirth, Luo Sheng's most wanted thing is to make people in the home happily. Now he basically did it. If you want people around you get rich together, now in progress. If you don't have much variable, this wish can be reached. I have to eat one day, and the days will pass a day. After the previous wishes, he has a bigger wish. That is, China is fast and strong, becoming a world's super big country. I haven't waited for Luo Sheng's feeling. He saw Wang Bo into the outside anger, and a butt was sitting opposite him. Wang Bo looked at Luo Sheng on the lounge chair. He said, "This factory has not been able to do it." It actually stopped twice, saying that it is a line maintenance, and other places are good, and our factory there is no problem on the line. One call is the old pool of the Power Supply Bureau. It is obviously in the perfunctory. The transformation of our parties hints me, the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, as long as it gives the leadership the thick gift. The electricity will be on time. I am anxious to fire. I still don't give electricity there. This is forced to engage in the Power Supply Bureau. Wang Bo is very angry. From entering into the yard, there is no dissipation in his face. Since the deputy mayor of the water, I lead the Jiangqing Electric Power Company Suburban Power Supply Bureau's Wai He Ming, a party to the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, saying that all aspects must ensure the operation of the factory. But just after 2 days, this power the supply has a problem. Even if it is, I can understand what it is. The relationship between the guy named Wai He Ming and the mountainous vegetable processing plant did not have. Now there is such a kind of moth, really let Wang Bo are very angry. 3. Are you angry? Do you forget what I said to you? Is it bad for your body? It will be fast and aging. Gas big hurt. Luo Sheng said not to say, for Wang Bo's angry. He feels not worth it. Luo Sheng disdainfully thought of how big a little thing. It is not that some people in the city make it bad, want to engage in loyal to the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory, want the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory to free from this financial disaster. Last year, Luo's eye did his two people estimated that someone didn't have a long memory. Luo Sheng flashed in the image of the water, and the spin was scattered. He said slightly, 3. Your habits are not good. There is a problem. We solve the problem is not just come first point water eliminate. When Luo Sheng said, while giving Wang Bo poured a cup of tea, even if it was here, it was in the heart. You. How big is your experience? Do you not know how much will the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant will lose 2 days? Wang Bo saw Luo Sheng's light look. His gas did not fight one. This is all the things that the fire is eyebrow, and how much is it to make a lot of things? Wang Bo has always felt that such a thing appeared. The leadership of the Power Supply Bureau here, the Power Supply Bureau naturally won't use such a thing to take them. However, Luo Sheng said, and he said that the Faith Company is absolutely not to bribery officers. No matter when it is, don't bring the kind of sorrowful evil to the company. However, this year, if you don't communicate with the relevant unit or leadership, they will really feel able to do anything. How much is lost in 2 days? Sanxi, the attitude must be flattened. This is stopped today. Electricity, you can't stand it, then you have to stop 10.5 months. Then you can't die? Question mark. After Luo Sheng said unfamed, his words turned, smiled. 3. Do you not feel too tired in recent time? Just, this side of the Power Supply Bureau, Mountain Wild Vegetables Factory can't produce, you have a good rest, and keep it on the side of the Power Supply Bureau. What? Respond to the Power Supply Bureau to supply it? Wang Bo looked at Luo Sheng with his head and looked at Luo Sheng. He revealed a confusion. Look at you, it is very strange. Do you have a short period of time? Again, the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant is only responsible for managing and producing other things. We don't have to go to the tube. Now some people want to reach the Black Hand to us. We don't give those people who have been peeking with our people. They really don't know anyone can't provoke. After you go back, let all employees have holiday. The Mountain Wild Vegetables are also stopped. You will go to Loyalty Fish. It can be found on the museum to eat. Wait for me to see. Arrange your travel to travel these 2 days. Save someone to find you. It is not good to talk. Luo Sheng's voice is not big, but a few words behind it have been murdered. For those who don't know the dead, Luo Sheng is really speechless. Is these officials really not have a big brain? Before the Black Hand, not to listen to the shades of shadows in it, the province's joint venture, and these people just will be else. What is the power inspection now? Don't you want the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant unable to start production? Well, the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant we shut down. 1 pounds of mountains are not processed. When I look at how these people will take place for such a thing, Luo Sheng does not want to find the relationship of the province, and it is not looking for it. As long as it is shut down the factory, the province will naturally give the statement. Last Solder district leader, this time I can't tell anyone unlucky. Loyalty. The mountain's daily profits are more than 10,000 yuan. If this stop, even if it is stopped 10 days 8 days, it is also 100,000 yuan. Wang Bo listened to Luo after faith. He obviously has a feeling of abitish. It is unclear that there is tens of thousands of profits, and there is absolutely over 10,000 profits of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. Now only 8 or 3 years. The 10,000 yuan in Jiangqing will also be 2 or 3 kittens. Every time there is a million yuan, it will be concerned about countless double eyes, and will be envied by countless people. His big fell, it is like a lot of money, and the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant has stopped for 10 days. That loss can be big. Money, words. Our loyalty company is now not bad. Stop for a while, will not have too much loss. We must completely cut off the Black Hand of our company. This kind of corruption is absolutely can't help. As long as you have a mouth, the future is more. After you go back, you will directly announce the holiday indefinitely. Don't say the reason. The deputy head of the province is sent to you or financial asking you. That is said that the Faith Company is ready to sell the equipment to Liao Province or Giki, not in Jiangqing, and even the electricity is not guaranteed. It's just too embarrassed. After Wang Bo listened to Luo Sheng, he could not help but hit a chill. This big exterior is really fierce. This is going to die. This is not to kill the enemy. 1,000. This is 800. This is self-detailed 100,000. Hurts 1. Wang Bo is clearly related to the emphasis on the Fatus Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. When I have just put it into production, the Provincial Department of Industry and the city will come to this side to inspect, and the extent of the importance of the factory is not as large as Jiangqing state-owned enterprises. As long as it is a Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory, it is not possible to go to other provinces to invest and build a factory. This time the card's next Power Supply Bureau, even if it is looking for a sheep. The loss of 10,000 yuan per day, for the city or in the province, although it is not what, after the faith is started, the income is foreign exchange. The 1980s has just reform and opening up, and companies who can get foreign exchange are grandfather. And this foreign exchange makes people very comfortable. Turn it into foreign exchange. It is a treasure. Who is moving this cake? It will never have a good end. Do you really decide to do this? Wang Bo is still somewhat uncertain about Luo Sheng, and if he does not change his words, he will never use such a policy. Just take some money to send. In the past, the power supply was naturally launched. Why bother to delay such a kung fu? A big turnover. Of course, I just let 3, you have a rest. I have been a lot in a lot of time. Luo Sheng sighed in a slight sigh, turned his face. Come, drink tea. Ms. Ho things. I don't say it, let's talk about it. Yesterday, I got 2 squid on the side of Ziggo. I called me 2 grand as I am going to the fish house. I listen. Zizzy said that there are about 25 pounds of the river, and the fish is catching up with the tiger gold. We eat good fish at night. Seeing Wang Bo's face serious, Liu Sheng shook his head slightly, said, hey, now the 3 cows are forced to be. Even the fish is not interested. Hey, loyalty. You don't have a strong heart. Can you change it? You can get so much things. You can get better, like people who are nothing. Call me. Wang Bo has always been speechless for Liu Sheng's heart. His big exterior is in this time. I can always have a heart. The mountainous vegetable processing plant, that is, Liu Sheng's industry, is not his Wang Bo's industry. He is able to fuck so big. Why is this big? Chapter 153 Imagination Leading. Leaders, out. Big things. Bai Hao rushed to the gate of Wai Shengming office, and there were some biscuits between speech. Wai Himing is laughing at the top-level Junli, who spends a lot of money in the office. Looking at the office director Bai Zhou's sentence, rushing into his office, and suddenly got a mouthful of the leaf of Junzilan. His face smashed the ground. Bai Hao, what do you do in a panic? The recent power supply system is not a little. Can you still have big things? Slowly say, look at you. What is going on now? Why Himing blackface? I will ask the work desk and ask Bai Hao very dissatisfied. Leaders, really big things, loyal to the mountain wild vegetable processing factories. There is no time to stop production because of our powered power. There is no time to stop production. Bai Hao is not lighter to why it is said that the heart is also a kind of feeling. Bai Hao's heart is very clear. He can be the director of the office of the Power Supply Bureau. It is definitely the arrangement of Wai Shengming. If there is no Wending, he is absolutely nothing. The faithful thing has happened so much. He must inform Wai Himing with the fastest speed. The loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant is power out of the power. It is also a hand of Wai Himing. He also knows some inside. Nothing more than the old general seeing the loyalty of the mountain catering factory. I want to give some funds from this, give private get some good things. Bai Hao is also do not understand that the loyalty of the wild vegetable processing plant is so big, even a thing will not. Don't you know that people give to the power sector of a gift? Do you open this factory? Long head. Send a gift to the leader, and give the following people to win the benefits, where there will be a problem of power outages. What? Communications company announced the deadline due to power outages? Exclamation mark. You didn't listen to it. Wai Himing fiercely stiff, and the pair of green jumps tightly pinned the teacup on the table. After listening to Bai Haoyan's conclusive answer, Wai Himing's eyebrows appeared a darkness, and the brow did not consciously got together. He can't believe that a large factory in the faithful mountain wild vegetable processing plant actually said that it is suspended. When Wai Himing accompanied the water to the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant, he heard that the water asked the factory price and sales price. He crookedly calculated, and the Sheng Mountain Ceremony Factory was able to get a net profit for thousands of yuan. Every day, thousands of money. Pure profit is a concept. Playing more, $2,000 can buy a very good big bungalow at this time. Thousands of money can make a large household for a few years. The profits of this mountain cuisine are so high, and he is high to why Shengming feels red. Under normal circumstances, such a large-scale factory, the factory manager must go to his place to worship the mountain. It means to give him such a real rights leader to give gifts. But the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable factories have not taken care of him. Meaning, from opening, until he went to the factory, always a hair loss. Although the mayor's water said that although the mouth sounds, the communications mountain ceremony factory is a joint venture in the company and the province. However, there is also a discrepancy of the loyal curse factory. Wai Himing wants to deliver the mayor for the water, and consolidate his position in the Jiangqing Power Supply Bureau. Second, I want to use electric card big neck. Let the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable factory gave him up, but also let the mountainous vegetable processing factory have a blood, and some of the employees of the Suburban Power Supply Bureau. After arranging the power of the power supply to the loyalty to the company, Wai Heming also thought of it. And Lozi is a famous electric tiger in the suburbs. What he's going to say? If you have a good gift, give him a thick gift, then take out what you are satisfied with the staff. He will supply power to the Communications Mountain Wild Brien Processing Factory. If you don't know, then he will often stop the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. No matter which level leader can't say anything. There is a problem with the circuit here, and our power supply sector is maintained. No matter what person, no matter what people come. However, now the faithful Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant suddenly has a discontinuation, but it is great to be more than the imagination of Wai Shengming. The loyalty of the Wild Vegetable Processing Plant is quite large, and the supply is in short. The daily profit is thousands of dollars, and can even go to 10,000. Wai Heming did not understand anyway. Such a factory, how can it be discontinued? Wai Shengming wiped the cold sweats that came out on the head with the cuffs of the shirt, and the face walked in the office. Wai Heming's eyes were slammed, and I told Bai Hao, you hurry to call, let the shower of the shift of the powered power, put the electricity of the Loyalty Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory, and immediately give the mountains the processing factory called. Said that the problem of the line has been found. It will not happen in the future. Then let him go to the loyalty company to go again, and the factory director there will communicate well. In any case, it has to make the mountainous vegetable processing plant to work. Arranged Bai Hao to call. Wai Heming feels that the rest of the problem is to think about it. The faith company has fierce this time. He has already felt some bad, many years of experience. Let Wai Shengming feel the mountain rain to cover the building. The Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant actually chose to stop production to deal with the maintenance of the electricity department. This is a broken tank to break. This processing plant itself is the joint venture in the province. Because such a thing has alarmed the leadership in the province. Even if he puts out the nephew Wai Meng, even if he is the provincial unit, it is not visible. This matter is flat. No. I have to go to the city to find the mayor of the water, or if I gave him some hints, he will not have such a fast hand in the fate as Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. Wai Heming is now anxious. He thinks that if the situation can't get control, he can't escape. Dividing line. I don't know what you think, but I decided to go to the government to petition, and I also want to ask the government there. The loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant is so good. How can I see it in the city? Yeah, our loyalty, the Wild Vegetable Factory has always been a good. Suddenly announced that we must find the leadership of the city to talk about it. If the factory is turned off, we can find such a lot of money in the future. Factory. The reason why our people have today's happy life is a loyal letter to give us. If there is no loyalty company, we have to feed chicken in the house every day, and you have to bear the kind of food every day. Life. Now we are not only full of warm and rich, and even the money we earn is far more than the people in the house. The status of the family also came up. I never want to see the mountainous vegetable processing plant shut down. Yeah, we are looking for the government, and do it on the factory to stop our factory. Is there any way that is not reasonable this world? Although the workers of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant are both bamboo plate and women in Fulong Village, but they have a long working hours in the faith, and their courage is a lot. Qian's Wang is gallbladder. Even if there is no culture in these rural women, even if these women have not seen anything, they have also begun to protect their interests. Most of the women in the mountainous vegetable processing plant are in 8 seconds. They entered the faith company. According to the conditions of the wages of loyalty company, they have risen to a 2 cents at this time. The salary is not much, even if the salary of other factories in the city is similar, but welfare is far more than other plants. The salary of more than 30 yuan for more than 30 yuan, that plant is almost much more money. But the bonus and welfare treatment of loyalty companies are unmatched by other plants. In the last month, the Faith Company issued the bonus of these mountainous vegetable processing plants, because of the good class leader and the labor model inside the factory. These people's bonus is the monthly bonus of 240 yuan per month, is 3 times that of ordinary employees. The monthly bonus given by Sheng Mountain Wild Cuisine Processing is already the least 80 yuan per month. When the season bonus, take high prize, these people can even reach 1,000 yuan. Different from faith companies and other factories, understand the people of loyalty companies clearly. The strongest welfare of loyalty is the quarter bonus and year-end bonus. In 8 seconds, the faith company has not yet now good. The year-end bonus, there is a person get 100 big unity. Now, the faith has set up such a mountainous vegetable processing plant. It is nothing more than a few mountain vegetables that do not have people, and there is almost no difference between the fish in the Songhua River. Basically, there is no money. The workers in the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable processing plants are more clear. How high the price of the mountain drag to RB is produced. Initially, many people in the mountainous vegetable processing plant have some contradictory emotions to the loyalty of the senior, and they don't want to see the country where they are exported to the country. However, they have heard that the mountains who have no one must be sold in Jiangqing, selling it to RB. And the enthusiasm of their work has increased a lot. Now the factory is red and fire suddenly comes out of a suburban power supply bureau to power off, do not want the factory to open. They can never tolerate such things. The current world is the world of the Communist Party, but also the world of these labor, and they will definitely strive for the power they should have. These women from the mountainous vegetable processing plant originated to the municipal government petition, and those who faithfuled the company's acquisitions, then left a sign that was suspended after the acquisition, disappeared. Nearby people in each country, gave the mountain wild vegetables can't be sold out. I am in listening everything. One to listen, actually said that the city has lost power to the faith company, and the faith is unable to produce. If they have to shut down the factory, they have heard that the female workers of the loyal people's wild vegetable processing plant will go to the government. These county the mountains people also got up to the government. Chapter 154 Moving Brain Yang Fair. Now the power repair work on the side of the substation has all completed. The problem of power outage from the faithful mountain wild vegetable processing plant has been solved. You can see it. Can you restore the factory production? Wai Meng gave the deputy director of the main Tankinian processing plant, Yang Sensen, who was gave up, and said to the front, I can't find the big factory. Wang Bo, Wai Meng tosses got the relationship between Yang Shusen, the provincial city, and found Yang Sensen, deputy head of the supervisor production. Now electricity has been restored. As long as the deputy head of Yang Sensen nodded, let the mountainous vegetable processing plant resume production, then this time he is lucky enough to pass. When Uncle Wai He Ming, the Bai Hao called him, letting this matter and tell him, a bad uncle will sacrifice him, now it is about his future, he must put this matter done. Yang Shusen took a smoke and saw Wai Meng, who was full of urgent colors, and he smiled slightly. Restore production. Do you tell me a joke? When I saw Wai Meng's stunned, Yang Shusen's smeared face slightly slowly, and slowly said, this kind of thing not my deputy header can decide. The province sent us to come down. We said, we only responsible for production supervision. It is definitely not a hand painting for factory operations. He saw the expression that Wai Meng did not believe. He said with depressed, it's not that I don't give you a face. It is really that you have done it. If you can't get it, I will follow it. Since you pass my family find me, uncle tells you to tell you, want to restore production, you must find Wangbo factory. Anyone inside this plant is not counted. When I saw Wai Meng's face, he took the shot on Wai Meng's shoulder and continued, if you want to put this thing, now you must find people in the city to the city. But also the most I found the leader of the king, as long as the Wang factory agreed, this thing did not have a big deal. You must know that every day, the loyalty is less than 10,000 yuan, and there will be less income in the province. The foreign exchange of the dollars, you are very good to think about the uncle. After Yang Sensen said, he left stupid in Wai Meng, directly back to the factory, and Wai Meng, who was dragging his son's relationship. He is really impression. What do you talk about what they do? Things. A good end of the factory that makes money is almost glows yellow by this kind of person. If he is not his leadership report, the superior leader said that this thing has nothing to do with him. The Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant still produces the same as before. This time he will not take Wai Meng. Just when Wai Xiaming and Wai Meng's uncle were looking for Wang Bo, Zhao Yulong, director of the Jiangqing government office, opened the door to the deputy mayor. He slowly went to the site of the water sitting on the boss chair and said, "You mayor, hello, report a thing. The government door has come to dozens of rural women, and people cross them or they are in front of the government, asking the government to solve problems." Solve the problem? What is the problem? When the waterhead did not lift it, they hope that the suburbs will be able to resume power supply to their factories, allowing them to have the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory. Zhao Yulong heard the head of the mayor, and he immediately said the appeal of those women immediately. His heart is even more dissatisfied. Is the security person at the door to grow up? This kind of thing, find some police, directly disaffect them. The factory has not started. The workers do not find the factory manager. What is the use of the municipal government? Is there such a thing that needs to be solved by the government? Stop a few times. It is definitely a very normal thing. Take this kind of thing. It is just a joke. According to Zhao Yulong's thoughts, Jiangqing's power supply is tight, and it is not normal to stop a few times. These rural women are definitely the factory manager of the mountainous vegetable processing plant to deceive them from the city government. It is to let the people of the municipal government help them solve the problem. What? You said that those workers from the Loyal Hill Wild Vegetable Processing Plant will be asked to ask for the municipal government, and more people are about the problem of work around by Wild Vegetable Factory? After listening to Zhao Yulong, the black face is gloomy. It is as if it can drip water. He is very dissatisfied to the office director Zhao Yulong. What can I eat below? How can I still have such a thing? It is simply a monkey. I want to have to find their factory manager, find the city. It is also impossible to solve this problem in the city. Also, you tell them that electric power has been resumed by the power of the Loyalty Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, allowing them to come home. After the side of the water, the sound was obliquely, and the voice was sure to say, "You let the people do people, now call the factory manager of the Loyal Letter, let him lead people back. If I don't want to go back, then his factory man will not do it. And then let people go back, let the factory of the factory to come here, I want to talk to him. The government trust him, hand that a large factory is in his hand, I can happen such a thing, I don't want to be serious." Earlier, Wai Himing just visited him because of this thing, even expressing the meaning of the station team. He must give Wai Ming. Yu Gaze and Wai Himing also said that this time made him very passive, although he is the deputy mayor of the competent industry. But the loyalty of the Wild Vegetable Processing Plant is not home management. If possible, Wai Himing came to an abandoned car to protect the car, sell the head of the shift below, and took the director as a sheep. He then knocked on the people on the loyalty company, and at the time, small things, causing past even. The road is still growing in the future. Especially the loyalty company does not only have a business, some things, and autumn, and will be able to find it back, whether it is water, or Wai Himing, although there is no challenging between them, but they are all right. Can't find someone? You Gazing Zion is angry. The people do what to eat. Find a big living person, can't find it. Can't find the factory manager. Looking for loyalty then there. Last Water is angry at this time, Nima. These people in the government office. How is this kind of thing? Don't you find the factory manager there? I can't find someone over there. The phone in the headquarters of the communications company is open. People directly say that the old is not there. Go out. I said to find Wang Bo's factory long. People said, Wang Bo is the company's old. They can't contact. As for Mountain Wild Vegetables Processing Factory, There is no relationship with them. You look, is it called the police to come back here? Zhao Yulong saw that the face of the water, immediately said the idea of the heart immediately. You say this, you have no brain. If you find the police, you will persuade people. What kind of behavior? What kind of behavior is wrong? Is them what happened to the government? Yu Gai is very dissatisfied with Zhao Yulong's statement. Do this is now a poll. Although the women are all the peasants are born, they are the female workers of the Phaetus Mountain wild vegetable processing plant, but they have not made mistakes. The power supply company has no power to make people's factory. The factory cannot start, and people will ask the government to make a request. It is a very normal thing. Really want to use force, will leave a great illness. Outside the rural women are Bamboo Plate and Fulong village. Now calling the Chengqing Township government, letting the village of the village to come to receive. Tell the township government on the side, which one of these two villages can't complete the task. Just wait to go home. Chapter 155. Who? Uncle's phone? Exclamation mark. Luo Sheng heard the old man Wang Yeji said that Dong Yuosheng called him. He thought about it, slowly went to the front desk of the Faithful Fish House, grabbed the phone on the front desk. After Luo Sheng grabbed the phone, he said very naturally, Uncle, hello, I am Luo Sheng. Loyalty. I am your loyalty. You look, do you let Wang Bo to go to the city? Get back the factory workers from the municipal government. I have received many calls in the city. It is the two people who are rich in the country, and now they must have rushed away. Dong Yuosheng said, the words that I want to say, only one. The purpose of the phone, that is, Wang Bo. He is very uncomfortable in the city to let him and Liang Guofu to save the fire there. When it is useless, I can't afford to two people, and now I have trouble. I think two people. However, two of them can't go. After all, the few leaders in the city and the township have called, and even sent people to pick them. There are people that have told them that if they can't persuade people to go back to the village, just waiting to go back to the family. They sent people to find Wang Bo, but did not find it. Dong Yuosheng did not have a way, and hit the phone to Luo Sheng. According to the prestige of their two people in the Bamboo Plate and Fulong village, these women call back to the village from the government, but the problem of loyalty, the problem is not resolved, and these women go back to the village. They can't solve their requirements. This time I got back these women. Next time they still have to get it. It is not a way. A ring must be a bell. This matter, it has to be Wang Bo's ubiquitous horse is the most appropriate. You said I am. He is not in Jiangqing, now on Dalian. Luo Sheng's head slammed, and the voice was a big way to say, he went to Liao China to investigate, if possible if the faith of the loyalty, the wild vegetable processing plant will move to Dalian. Luo Sheng said that the mouth is even more unfortunate to form a smile. In recent time, although the loyalty of the mountains sold in RB is very hot, the canned fish is also accompanied by the train to the warehouse here on the side of Wuhan and Jiangqing. But Luo Sheng has some troubles, things sold to Dalian. On the side, there is no way to bring a lot of seafood. He gave Wang Bo for a few days. Luo Sheng thoughtfully, let 3 watches to Dalian stroll. Long-term knowledge is on the one hand, on the other hand, he wants Wang Bo to find 2 seafood on Dalian. Wholesalers, let the seafood wholesale have some seafood to Jiangqing. In recent time, Baishi is starting to collect hills. The mountain goods are faithful companies. He hired 2 large cars to transport it over Dalian port. When these 2 big cars come back, they don't have something to come back. It is definitely a loss. Now it is not like later generations. There is information on the national networking, and there will be no vacation. At this time, the car was shipped to the Dalian port. When he came back, it was basically empty, from the side of the things to return to Jiangqing, which reduced the issue of the air journey, and opened up a new market. Although there are seafood at this time, it is a fast frozen seafood. There is no eating head at all. Jiangqing Sheng Food and Ye Chain Supermarket is not only the flagship store to expand the store, that is, Those chain supermarkets have also expanded a lot. In the place of expanding, although it is soon being covered by some items, Luo Sheng feels that there is still no problem in the area that opens up a rapid seafood. If you put in the later life, Jiangqing has a lot of plains on Dalian. You want to eat seafood, but now, I want to eat beautiful seafood now. There is no place to eat. Even if you have money, you can't eat it. When Luo Sheng, he opened a holiday mountain, and there were some experiences for transporting and supporting seafood, and transporting those cars in the mountains. They can carry out seafood transportation. Don't say that it is Jiangqing. It is the seafood that is very rare. Although people who say this serum may choose to buy expensive seafood, there are few people to eat those seafood already. It can consume it. Luo Yonggo and Luo Xiaolan, the people on the loyalty of the animation studio, but many times, Jiangqing is better. There is no seafood, let them feel uncomfortable. If there is a seafood sold, they have to eat happy. Seafood transported back from Dalian, in the flagship store of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, the seafood counter, if the best, they can consume it inside. Luo Sheng told Dong Yuosheng, who wants to pass Dong Yuosheng's mouth, and pass the loyalty to the local government to change the land to the township government and the municipal government. What? Wang Bo went to Dalian? Dong Yuosheng heard that Luo Sheng said Wang Woha to Dalian's news. He felt very unexpectedly. Sheng Mountain Cafe plant announced the suspension of production. Wang Bo is the factory manager. At this time, it should be in the factory, but cannot be unfamed to Dalian. However, Luo Sheng's latter sentence, but the Dong Yuosheng listened. This faithful mountain wild vegetable factory wants to move to the idea of Liao province. Wang Bo is in the exam. Loyalty. You don't really want to drive the factory to the side of Liao Liao. Dong Yuosheng's voice suddenly had 8 degrees, but also said that the voice said, the mountain wild vegetable factory is what should I do with the people here? Don't do it. Cool. The factory is well, but some people can't see the factory, always want to engage in things, change a place to engage in the factory, and will not produce the situation. Luo Sheng's words again one turn, I don't stay here, I have my stay. Where to produce mountain wild vegetables is not producing, there is still a lot of Liao province. I am loyal to. You have to ponder well, you can get the factory to get the factory, try not to get the factory out of the province. I will discuss the people in Guoxi and the people in Guoxi to see if we are. It is not to talk to the people in the city. For Luo Sheng, Dong Yuosheng generally chooses to believe. At this time, he doesn't believe it. Luo Sheng said that Wang Bo went to Liao Yao, it must be to Liao Yumi, that is. The faithful mountain wild vegetable processing plant is very likely to move from Jiangqing to Liao China. Don't look at the faithful. The wild vegetable processing plant is the joint venture of Loyalty and Black Province, but in the back, Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guofeng know that this mountainous vegetable processing plant is substantially home to Luo Sheng, and the province is nothing more than a venue, out of the factory. If you don't do anything faithful because of the power and reasons, what can't be said in the province? Dong Guo's face revealed a kind of alright, but also said, loyalty. I will receive people with Gofu to the municipal government, first put those women workers to the municipal government, then I will be in the city leadership talks about this issue. I think the city will definitely give a loyalty company a most satisfactory answer. Chapter 156 Follow and expect. What do you say? The joint venture in Jiangqing has been discontinued. Why? Chen Wokenly looked at the secret Kaoru, and the eyebrows were turned together. Chen woke up recently, he particularly paid special attention to several projects in the 3 wells, and the sanitary napkin factory and the electric fan will not be said to the startup stage, that is. Jiangqing also came to the news. Chen woke up for the fact that he is a foundation of the faith of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant. He knows that there is not much, but the following industrial hall will supervise. But after investing in the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable factory, he will increase the attention. Most companies in the Black Province did not export at this time, and then a small wild food processing plant can bring a lot of foreign exchange to the province every day. If you say a single profit or a scale, such a small business is really not necessarily to look at the eyes. However, this mountainous vegetable processing plant is processed. It is a mountainous dish, which is no one to eat, basically no cost. Moreover, it is a rural woman who is directly found. Such a kind of manufacturer is worthy of attention and thinking. If he works in a last time, he has a relatively busy. He has the same idea to visit the Fatos Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. The following people report that the Jiangqing Suburban Power Supply Bureau has no reason to make the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, so that the mountainous vegetable processing plant cannot produce normally. The factory director has a holiday in the unlimited place of employees. It is said that this plant is said. The factory manager came to visit the Liaozhou, and the investment environment on the side of Jiangqing is really bad. It is necessary to move to Liao province. Cao Rui simply summed up the things reported by him. According to the general situation, I will showcase the specific situation. Communications Company is the company that was acquired last year. Chen woke up slightly. Yes, it is the company that you sent a working group last year. This time, it is forced to be discontinued. The factory manager has now arrived at Liao province, and there is no need to get in contact with Liao province. Clear. But I feel that the Faith Company does not go to the idea of developing over Liao province. Otherwise, it will never promote this matter so much. If this time you can give a satisfactory manner on the loyalty company, I think this is so fast. After all, the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Factory is put there every day. Do not cost the business. Now this time is investing in Liao Liao. This year cannot be produced this year. They don't do this kind of thing. I feel, they just want to borrow this matter to make the province support the loyalty company. The name of the loyalty, he can say that he has heard many times from the three wells. According to Sanjing Yadi, now there is a shadow of all the projects in the Black Province. That is, this Faith Company. Far away there is only one supermarket that I heard before him. According to it, last year, a deputy director was taken, and the Faith Company should not suffer in normal circumstances, but the guys who have so many unknown have come out. What I let Chen, I am angry, it is. And I will have a disappointment of the loyalty to the company, and I can't say that I can't say anyway. The big secret Cao Ruan list is similar to his idea. This Faith Company and the Black Province cooperate with a lot of projects, and it is the province's sole growing enterprise. If there is no necessary words, it will not easily go to other provinces to build a company. Just Chen, I still don't think it. The leaders on Jiangqing is the kind of person who is not a long brain. This kind of thing can happen. Is it possible to give them a deep lesson last year? A good business that complies with the law is really because such a thing is tossing. Chen Wuling will absolutely disagree. He said slightly and said, Cao Rui, you look at it. The person who is handled, it is absolutely impossible to influence the overall situation of investment promoters in the province. Chen woke up this way. Now there is reasonable. Now there is a child, but although it is just a small mountain vegetable processing plant, but behind the abundance is definitely not a loyalty company. It will even be involved. Sanitary napkins and electric fan factories produced. In recent time, Sanjing Yadiazi is striking because of some of the three wells. It is impossible to come to the Black Province. As a representative of Mixi Company, the representative of the Mixi Company, who has been to withdraw the company last year, really, if it is faithful the company is not good. It will definitely affect the great situation of investment promotion. The big financial valve like the Mitsui Group must be retained, even if there are some things in some things, they are not. What's more, the loyalty company on Jiangqing, originally a good company that obey the law, he absolutely can't sit down again. Jiangqing, this side is a mess, even the senior officials are alarmed. And Wang Bo is enjoying a beautiful life in Dalian. Nima. Dalian's seafood is really delicious. There is no sputum to eat the goods. You have to let me see it here. You can't get some seafood to Jiangqing. For seafood, It is not possible to sell in Jiangqing faithful food and surrounding supermarkets. Qin Wangbo did not consider it because of the way it was in this side. He only wants to enjoy this unpleasant quiet. After the Dalian here, Wangbo led the newly born bodyguards that were young and half-oasted. But it was a sheik. Qian Hao is a person in Liao province. It has been in Dalian for a few years. It is very familiar with Dalian, especially for those who have a good thing in Dalian's delicious places that are unable to understand. At the first stop after Dalian, he led Wangbo directly to TJ Street. Wangbo likes to eat roast chicken. Qian Hao first stops him to choose Dalian's most famous TJ Street's 4-cloud building. After finding a senior hotel nearby, Qian Hao collected Wangbo directly to the hotel. The characteristics of the roast chicken in the 4 clouds are baked after burned, and to plug in the belly, a piece of green ginger has several mushrooms, and the roast chicken that is baked is both a barbecue crispy, and it is not inflatable. Delicate. Buying a roast chicken in the 4-cloud building, you need to wait patiently, and after eating chicken, you will take a chicken rack to do soup. Wangbo is now rich in his hands. There is a national food ticket, there is a heart of a food, a roast chicken, and some of the 4-cloud building specialties. The two people are not happy. Drinking soup is naturally less than white wine, and white wine is a mountain jujube, and Qian Hao is talking to Wangbo. In the past 7 years, an old factory manager of the original Wafangdian fruit winery was decentralized. At that time, the food is scarce. The raw materials of the wine are very small. However, the mountain jujube in Qingxing Island is all over place, so the old factory manager has set a group to study how to do alcohol with mountain jujube. After more than 2 years of repeated trials, mountain jujube honey is finally successful, and it is warmly sought after by everyone. They use the mountains of Dalian real estate. After soaking over long Gangquan, Chengku, add sugar fermentation. When the fermentation, the mountain jujian is retained, so that the honey milk can be no better in the town. The gods, appetizing and spleen, softening blood. And the most important thing is that this wine is not high, just right for them to drink. Beer. 2 of them drink together Dalian's Battle Island beer. Wangbo's wine is very good. Drink a pound of liquor, and then come up with 2 or 3 bottles of beer. There is no problem. And Qian Hao is from the Scout. The physical quality is extremely strong, and the 2 people who drink, I can drink it half a catty, especially 2. The number of individuals is almost the same. There is a lot of common languages. Inland cities are slower in coastal cities. Whether it is fresh, or shipping speed, it will be slow, but Luo Sheng ran out the seafood transportation method, which is possible to sell very fresh seafood in Jiangqing. I want to put the seafood to the market on the Jiangqing. In fact, it is not difficult, as long as Wangbo is talking about several big business. Leave contact information. Jiangqing needs a lot of seafood, let this side directly yes. The seafood is not much. And there is not much skill, because the price of seafood has a big change, or even the price of seafood within a week will happen. Luo Sheng told Wangbo to go to Dalian's largest seafood market, find that big business is negotiating, except for winter freezing goods, engage in various sea fish, the rest, seafood follows the normal wholesale price can. The loyalty company is a long-term cooperation with the wholesalers of seafood, as long as wholesalers can guarantee the seafood loading service. Such a merchant, Wangbo wants to find 3 or more cooperation, if the merchants will know that the faith company is not in a car, if the price of seafood is always higher than other merchants in wholesale price, it is afraid that it will cancel it. Corresponding relationship. The loyalty company is a big house, wants the opportunity to lose cooperation, when they have fewer channels that they make money. In the morning, Qian Hao collected Wangbo to the seafood market in Dalian, talking about business, looking for a long-term cooperation with Kenan Communications. At noon, after 2 people took a while, I went to the various scenic spots on Dalian. In the evening, 2 people found a large-scale hotel in Dalian, and drunk 2 people. In a few days, I will not only talk about the seafood wholesalers, but I have to eat. Wang Bo and Qian Hao have a large level of intimacy, and he is getting more and more satisfied with Liu Sheng gave him a bodyguard. During this time, Wang Bo saw the gap between the city and Dalian, but also saw some days of new moon. There is a difference between Jiangqing and Dalian. It is not a high point. Think of the big exquisite. The development of Jiangqing will not be inferior in the city of Dalian, and Wang Bo has an expectation. Chapter 157 The loyalty company sent a canned. Seeing that the workman's mouth is flying around the faith, Wang Peng, who has just returned to the wood factory, and I can't help but ask again, this is a what's the situation? Don't you hear this thing? This is the biggest new thing in Jiangqing since the last 2 days. Communications company fish in the city. Each student is free to give 2 bottles of fish. Each teacher gives 5 bottles of fish can. Of course, I am talking free. Luo Tiger's poor fan's big hand made a few more than a few more, for fear of Wang Peng couldn't see his number. What? Free can you send canned? Really fake? Wang Peng did not help but asked. He was so big, and he did not heard which company was free to send this tight item free of charge. This can have a fake. My son gets home today. The cans of the can have a thief. Delicious. Luo Dab said, while using the tongue to exaggerate the mouth of the mouth. It seems that it is still unfinished. What is this loyalty company? Is it so rich? Wang Peng swallowed the water and continued to ask Luo Tiger. Communications company, you don't know? You should know if you have a loyalty. The Loyal Food and Surrounding Supermarket is the Faith Company. This Faith Company is active, and most people from Jiangqing benefit. Say that your home is not. Does the child go to school? Why, your child didn't take a can. Luo Tiger said a few words, and said that Wang Peng also had a child at home. He couldn't know this thing. Is this not going to go to the factory? I haven't gone home yet. I will know if I returned home, but I want to ask, how many students do we have? Every student sends 2 bottles of fish. Can you come over? Wang Peng has a suspicious attitude towards the people of the city's school, or have a suspicion. After all, this thing is best to see. You don't know this. The loyalty company has got a few big liberations. The Alin law of the liberation truck is the canned fish. When my son came home, he told me when he came home. He looked at it. Luo Tiger took out the big production in the pocket, after using his mouth. It was very excited to say, the company I entered last year is now rich, and I asked for some time. I don't want to go to work around. I don't think it is reliable. I didn't promise him. Now it seems that there will be. I have to go. The company is too rich. Dividing line. The loyalty of the company gives the people every household, and each person sends a bottle of fish. Really fake. That can also have a few people. There are a few people in your home, and you can lead a few bottles of fish in the warehouse on the side of the loyalty company. The village director is dedicated there. Also, your home is not unfaithful. Does the company go to work? Then your home is a blessing. I heard that all the employees of the faith have issued a box of fish. Send a box of fish. How is it possible? A box of fish can do a dozen bottles. How much is it? How much bottle? I don't know. How much? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it. The family members of the faith have now moved into the box. You don't know. I have to regret it now. When the national loyalty and I said, when I went to work to the company, I didn't agree. Now I have the heart of the wall. Then I have to hurry to the loyalty of the company's warehouse. Don't go late. I can't get a can. I can't get a can. That is impossible. You have not seen it. There is a loyalty company's warehouse. The fish is piled into the mountain. Dividing line. Wang Fair. What are you talking about? We can get the free fish of the faith in the factory when all employees are at get off work. Since I tell you, it is true that you will notify the factory now, after get off work. Get the free fish in our soybean oil plant in the factory gate. Wang Fair, a few bottles of fish everyone. I will tell them to accurate numbers, saving there. Everyone is a tin of fish, 2 boxes of carders above the department, and the old high. The situation is very high. The situation is more special. Give the 2 boxes of fish. This is the loyalty company, who is mentioned. If you have any opinions, you can come to the office here. Dividing line. Ginger. What do you say? All the welfare of agricultural research is sent, everyone is one box of fish. I have not heard it. There is no mistake, it is a canned can, and has been a good time for comrades in a recent time. The welfare of our company will give us a well-being. Also, you let the people below metrically, give me the fungus. I have gone, the loyalty company said, as long as our agricultural research is doing well. If there is welfare in the future, we will think about us, old grandchildren. I am Jiang Yuojun. It's okay in Honkli. There is such a thing, and the loyalty company gave you some fishing benefits, and put it on our agricultural research. If you talk to the two technicians of the aquatic company, they also have a copy, and they can go directly to the Agricultural Research Institute in the evening. Dividing line. I am Gao Bing. You call all the police stations below, inform them to get the free canned can bureaus after get off work, and the cans of the bylaws can let others behave. Remember, all police officers have one series, each is a canned fish. What? All police officers of the bureaus sent 5 bottles of fish, and the people of the bureau arrived at all bureaus. Yes, this is the case. Remember to send the notice to me. We have studied 2 people. When you get off work, our bureau is a few people to do this can. After the call was on the phone, the face revealed an excitement. This time he didn't just light his face, but also was named throughout the police system. Don't say anything else, just say that the whole people of the Jiangqing police system, all the fish, that is his high ice. This year, the police officers send 5 bottles of fish, and they have to bear these police officers. It has to be a loyalty campaigner's hand. Not only the 5 bottles of fish per police personnel, not only the leading cadres of the police station, but the people per person, but the troops stationed in Jiangqing, and everyone sent 5 bottles. The army is the tradition of Jiangqing. But there is no company like a big hand in the faith company. Loyalty? I don't understand. Why do you do this? You have a phone right on your left phone. Send those cans for free. How much is it? Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu were opposite Liu Sheng. They looked at Liu Sheng and a call of a phone call. They were free to send cans, and 2 people have a feeling of distress. From yesterday, I started the students of all schools in Jiangqing, and I sent 2 bottles of fish. I have been now at this time. Liu Sheng is still sitting there, and saves the fish. Dong Yuosheng is the clarification of Liu Sheng. This time I scattered the people of fish. The warehouse of the loyalty company here, has always been taken by the village director of the bamboo plate. The can of the big car is another big car. In just a long time, at least it was shipped out of 5,000 boxes, and each box was counted according to the 12 bottles. He took more than 100,000 bottles of fish in one day. If these fish can sell money, Dong Yuosheng will not say anything, but those fish can be sent out by Liu Sheng. Loss money? What is the money? Liu Sheng looked at Dong Yuosheng, and asked some doubts. Don't you send so many cans? Don't lose money. Is it a big wind? Is it a big wind? Is it a big sky? Dong Yuosheng was dissatisfied with Liu Sheng. It is very dissatisfied with Liu Sheng to talk to him. It is a matter of paying money, and this Liu Sheng asked him if he lost money. Oh, you are talking about it. The reason why loyal letter is so good is that the Jiangqing people give a loyalty company. Now the faith has made such a result in the processing of mountain wild vegetables, and all the citizens of Jiangqing are not open. Now make money, give back to the father and old folks of our loyalty company. How can this be said to be lost? Communications company is in the brand, advertising. Now you can listen to the inquiry. Jiangqing. The second school students know Jiangqing. There is a faith company here. Liu Sheng quickly said a lot of truth, and smiled. He asked, Uncle, you and the country's uncle said, the can do it delicious. Don't say it. Don't say, the cans of those who are small are bees, delicious, even more delicious than those who manufacturers in China. Dong Yuosheng said to Liu Sheng, suddenly asked the fish. He is good. I feel that I don't twist, I am a child. the rhythm of talking, and even there is a feeling of can't keep up. Liang Yuofu listened to Dong Yuosheng to say good food. He said, Lao Dong, there is a free fish, you have to eat, and ask what you don't have nutritious things now. Communications now is not bad money, to say. The happiest is the villagers of our 2 villages. Every household can basically reach a box. I have to have time to go out to talk about it, saying that the old people send free. Can you have opinions? Do you see? Liang Yuofu, you're bad guy, is it so shame? I am not a loyalty company. Do you have a fast hair to get rich? What is it? Rely or loyalty company. Your station. I did think of the backache. Dongo lost a hygienic eye against Liang Yuofeng, showing a look of the gods of Liang Yuofeng. Luo Sheng looked at Dong Yuo's deputy expression. After 2 people quickly slammed, he smiled and went to the middle of the 2 people. In the evening, there is no matter what you have, I invite 2 leaders to the loyalty fish house. How do you come to the seafood? Seeing Dong Yuo's mouth, Luo Sheng continued, the mountain wild vegetable factory sounds, although it is not a golden thousands of gold, but the money has already earned more enough. Safe can send it back from RB, free distribution sum, it is also equivalent to playing advertisements to cans. You don't worry about this matter. Let's take a look. Call the Linksea dating of bamboo board, called the director of the village, and have worked hard for a long time. Let together. Chapter 158 did not form. Luo Sheng and Dong Yuosheng have come to the faithful fish house, and it is naturally divided into 2 tables. Dong Yuosheng, Liang Yuofu, Dongzi County, Wangbo, Zhao Fangshan and Luo Sheng. A few people, Linksea and Lao Wang, and Baishi, Ginboda and other companies sitting on a table. There are 2 reasons why this is. One is that these people are in, those who have no bones of the company can't let go. Second, Dong Yuosheng, these few people are a big alcohol, and there is no status of drinking. If you say, those people will feel uncomfortable. Eating seafood is also very else. These 7 people sitting on a table, must be better than those who have the company's backbone. You must open some small stoves. After eating seafood, drinking white wine, 1 person, a bottle of 2 pots, and everyone started to crap up the Northland of Nani. On the wine table, Luo Sheng told everyone to the persistence of the fish in the whole river. The wild vegetables produced from the mountain wild vegetable processing plant sold to the RB, and they purchased so many fish cans from RB, whether it is Jiangqing, or Wuhan Hanjiang Street, now there is no market. Most people do not agree with this can. In particular, those people in various city business bureaus, they are more frank, and the prices of loyal fish can be priced by them, or if they do, this kind of fish, the commercial system will never receive. The cans of the state-owned factory sell 2 yuan a bottle, and the non-faith company takes the price of fish only sells 1 yuan for 2 corners. How can it be possible? That is not only a bad competition, and it also involves the benefit of the state-owned factory. And it is absolutely impossible to sell this can. In particular, Jiangqing, the commercial system has always been a boss, but suddenly comes out of a loyal food and surrounding supermarket, so that the commercial system of the whole Jiangqing has different degrees of benefits. Because the 2 years of faithful food and surrounding supermarkets, they did not find the trouble of loyalty company, but they absolutely reluctant to see that the faith company is so big. Do not want to let the loyalty to break the monopoly of their cans, tobacco, sugar, tea. These are the highlights in the commercial system, and they cannot let the faith have entered it. In recent time, can pull to Jiangqing, and Luo Sheng feels that this is not a good way. Distribute a lot of fish head to the people of Jiangqing, to shake the market with the power of a reputation. The people have a good faith in fish, but also know that the people's fish can head wholesale price is $1. And the retail price only sells 1 yuan for 2 corners. So, as long as the people around Jiangqing want to buy canned, then consider loyalty fish canned. The wholesale and retail markets have opened, and the cans of these fish will use Yudu, and then, these fish can head. Luo Sheng has almost no money, selling some mountain wild vegetables on the RB, take out the 0 head in the 0, can get it returning countless fish. The current profitability of Faith is very high. The company is not bad, giving benefits to the people, more beneficial to open the popularity of the Faith. In the future, Faith is a big event, giving the masses, is definitely a normal thing. At this time, if it is not a faithful supermarket, there is a store in Jiangqing. Luo Sheng even wants to send cans in the province. After the curved and Luo Sheng's thoughts, Dong Yuosheng has always turned to Zhao Fangshan, who gave people in this way and turned to Bent. Send some fish. It is better to sell fish in the future, as long as the sales of the cans go up, and the money of the cans of the fish that go out will naturally earn it. Now the Faith Company is the market. It is of the brand and reputation, earning some small money or paying some small money, and now it is nothing more important. Luo Sheng talked about the things of the fish. Wang Bo said that last time he went to Dalian, and he franked, that a few days, it was going to be beautiful. For the evaluation of Dalian, Wang Bo gave a high affirmation. At 83 years, Dalian is definitely one of China's better city. Not only because Dalian is the port, the geographical location is good, and Dalian has always been the top priority of the development of the East Third Province. In the 1980s, the three provinces of Northeast as a national key industrial base, which is richer than most provinces in the South, and the materials produced are almost supplied to China. Most provinces need to support Northeast China. It can be said that it is relative to money. Dalian is the largest port in the East, naturally the weight of investment. Wang Bo has reached Dalian once. He thinks that Jiangqing is a big squat that has not been developed, and there is no way to ratio at all. All kinds of high-rise buildings, all kinds of dazzling fullied goods simply swayed his eyes. Wang Bo felt that there was no white walking this time. It was once again seen. He even felt that it is not Dalian, which is the city of the city. Bustic. After the Dalian tour, Wang Bo was in the case of Dong Yuosheng, and he talked about the sad reminder of Wai He Ming. Wang Bozen did not expect that because of the event of Sheng Mountain Wild Cuisine Processing Plant, Wai He Ming said a Suburban Power Supply Bureau, was dismissed, and was arrested because of a number of crimes such as corruption and acceptance. Not fixed yet, but the sentence is already a nail on the plate. Not only the Suburban Power Supply Bureau on Jiangqing, basically a big cleaning. The director of the two power supply bureaus, the director of the three shots, all of which were replaced by new people in the province. Wang Bo is not true that Wai He Ming, the corruption of officials will affect the development of the enterprise, is because such a crispy, allowing private office companies that have been greatly disturbed. It's just that Wang Bo has felt not worth it. These goods are so dying. I don't live my loyalty. Wai He Ming fell down, but he did not remember his appearance of Wang Bo and why. For this matter, Mose is also very emotional. Yang Donglai, director of the power supply of Bamboo Plate, and his relationship, because the electricity of the vegetable warm shed, he and Yang Dong came a few times. He always thinks that this person is a very passionate person. It is impossible to be implicated by Wai He Ming's goods. But, although I feel emotional, after a sigh, everyone talked happily. Dongo looked at Luo Sheng, who was eating tea and drink, and looked at Wang Bo that was also full of effort. After he played a drunk, he asked Wang Bo, this faithful mountain wild vegetable processing plant resumes production. Wang Bo, your kid is there is an idea, the small splint set is on, the bitter is coming again. Nima. The mountain cuisine is not completely shut down this time. Wang Bo took the conch, and he replied on him. Hey, don't you shut down? Do you want the factory to shut down? Dong Gizhong said that Wang Bo's answer is very speechless. He really didn't think that Wang Bo actually made such an answer. Although there are some wine at this time, it shouldn't say this. Not waiting for Dong Yuosheng to say anything, Luo Sheng was opened while opening. Tell it. Hey, 3 are you want to make anti? Still get out of a small splint and give you up, bitter. If you don't want to do this factory, you will say I feel that when the factory is uncomfortable, You can pick the fish on the side of the bamboo plate. Is this wine to drink an animal belly? Luo Sheng threw the empty crab shell in his hand. After the full belly, Wang Bo is directly ridiculous. Luo Sheng is very clear. This time Wang Bo led the bodyguard and alien, but it is easy to play. At this time, don't give Wang Bo to count a few words. This goods also refer to what is said. The loyalty of the wild vegetable processing plant basically went to the right track at this time, and all the best did not use Wang Bo's heart. Now I still get it out. I don't turn it off. This kind of discourse is really unhappy. Although there is no outsiders on this table, but as a factory manager, as his, in such a place, you shouldn't say this. Wang Bo first turned over to Luo Sheng, and looked at it again. He looked at the jokes. His mouth is once very domineering. Hey, I want to let me go back to pick the fish. I have no opinion, to when the big goldens of the processing plant are looking for you, then I can just. During this storm, the women who stopped production, those women in Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village were very domineering, and Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu were all up. The first time I advised the village. The next day, they actually organized hundreds of people to the city government, and even more, even took the baggage roll, ready to sleep at the door of the municipal government. Now Wang Bo and Dong Yuosheng Liang Yuofu, when they chatted, I was less learned by two people. Wang Bo made this killer, and I told them two people directly. If they teach him, he can open the factory door to open the factory. 3. See your interest. Your trick is frightened to scare the uncle, and the country's rich uncle is still almost. Take those big oldens to scare me. Are you in the brain? You are me. 3. No, I am you. 3. Hey, if people want to come up with my head and say, you want them to stop production, I said they're in the province, let the factory to work. It is estimated that you have disappeared. No one pays attention to you. Luo Sheng saw Wang Bo's face. He couldn't help but twist his head. You really want to pick the fish? I support you to go to work tomorrow. If you don't like fish, you can Yang Hua's kid as a small worker, see if you are still found in the future. Let's take a look. I am not reliable. I haven't worry about it. I started to unload the killing. Wang Bo made a innocent look, both hands and a stall, expression showed there are more grievances, which seem to be a little daughter-in-law that has been affected by the mother-in-law. Unloading killing? I am more than stupid. I said that I can have some interesting. You look at you. Where is the factory manager's look? And there is nothing to do. Luo Sheng did not look good. Speaking of Wang Bo, the screams and rogue seems to be almost the same. Originally our brother is no way. You said that it is, Zizi. Wang Yuxi is blurred to look at the full face red. Wang Bo, you are now too unlikely. You are the land, you are acknowledge. But don't pull me, I am a great young man under the new era. Dong Ziguo's eyes turned Wang Bo, for his iron buddies are really speechless. Now they have become the boss of the Faith Company. I actually put themselves as a place. I have to say that this is too much. I said, but he is not right. Chapter 159. What is the situation? It is very quiet at the end of June. It is quite a little bit of the taste, and there is no sound, and the glass window is filled with water. Luo Sheng sat quietly in the classroom, looked at Mr. Jiang waiting for the final exam on the championship, and his thoughts did not know how to drift to the distance. He has studied the follow-up of Detective Kain, Detective Connorta, and the animation studio, and Luo Sheng felt that the future development of the faithful animation studio, the potential is getting bigger and bigger. Luo Yongguo's Detective Kain and Wang Rui, Impressive Master, is basically there is no problem, and even Luo Sheng has a feeling. Now he and Luo Yongguo, Wang Rui, Detective Conan and Grunge, the level of these two comics has exceeded the original author of the later generation. Luo Xiao and Yuan Fed, the football king of Xia King. This time, there is already an eyebrow, whether it is the storyline, or the freshness of the characters, basically reached the standards required by Luo Sheng. But now Detective Kain and Pundunk have two comics that have been full. The Japanese version of the Football King only needs to create it at this time. After the two comics, Luo Sheng is only will consider the release of Football King. If it starts at this time, whether it is a heat, or the impact on the two comics will be large. At this time, when the deposit is retained, the Football King is released, the release is fast, and it can improve the reputation. The Chinese version of the Football King is a lot slower, although there is no problem in the production of Chinese version Football King Painter, but it is still not satisfied with Liu Sheng, especially the Chinese version of the Football King. According to Liu Sheng's ideas, in the future, it will also make cartoon and animated movies, absolutely impost. The cartoon and animated movie of Loyalty Company absolutely strive for excellence and reaches the top level in China. Only in this way, it can highlight the strength of the faithful animation base to better develop. The people in the two studios now are all fighting, and they are ready to do one, not just to create something, but also for a better future. Liu Sheng had assured them at this time, before the end of 8 or 3, the anime base will start building, and the Loyalty anime base will become the largest anime base in China. I board the school. Liu Sheng just returned to the Faithful Fish House, just ate a bowl of fish and noodles. I received a call from Zhao Yuanyuan. Zhao Yuanyuan said to Liu Sheng, Sanjing Yazi has played 2 long-distance calls, let Liu Sheng immediately return there. Liu Sheng did not know what the 3 wells became due, but he understood that there is an important thing to find him. Otherwise, it will definitely can't play 2 days long distances. He immediately called, and he immediately called half the mountain, so that the sea flood opened the new brand of Toyota sedan, and took him to the male officer at the door of the Faithful Fish House. After sitting a large black Toyota sedan, Liu Sheng said that he went to the post office, and his eyes were slightly. He guessed him in his heart, and the 3 Yazi called him. It should be about Nintendo's stock. During this time, Nintendo stock may rise up, and the 3 Wells and Yadi want to persuade Liu Sheng to sell stocks. Since Nintendo's share price reached more than 1,000 yen, the small village Huixiang and Sanjing Yadian's phone did not hit him, and he was afraid that his stock did not sell. If it is not about stocks, Liu Sheng guesses about the situation of the mountainous vegetables in the Tokyo market. Otherwise, there is no other thing in the last time. There is no other thing to make the 3 wells. For the technology of sealing the half-mountain driving, Liu Sheng is very satisfied. It is a bit of a Toyota Crown in the 1980s. In the later generation, even if it is a domestic cheap car, the performance is much better than this Toyota Crown. Sanjing Yazi gave Liu Sheng to the pure black Toyota cars that the official procedure will be declared, which is the new year of 8 or 3 years, which belongs to Toyota Crown. When Sanjing Yadon called Liu Sheng, it was very boasting a car who gave Liu Sheng. She told Liu Sheng, she gave a car that was transported from Jiangqing, which is the crown of the 83122 platforms. This kind of car is the most modern model, design idea and the previous generation of Crown in the Crown family since 1955, but the contour is more positive, and the corners are more clear. On some details, the RB superb crafts and light body models have perfectly combined, especially the plexiglass panels on the C column, reflecting the delicate and unique Eastern features of RB. Mitsui Yadi said very proud to tell Liu Sheng. She gave Liu Sheng's Toyota car is a luxury Crown. In addition to an electric window, a central lock, stereo sound and tape player, there is an electric rear view mirror, which is afraid that both RB is very advanced. However, Liu Sheng, which is accustomed to the kind of car in the future, has no sense of this Toyota. In addition to the car tape player can listen to some good old songs, the configuration inside is almost a slag. In the later generation, a domestic car, the configuration inside is more than one grade in this old Toyota car. Liu Sheng has an idea for the production of cars, but now China's national conditions are there. If you want to engage in car production, at least you will be over the same year. Now China, whether it is a car engine, or a car parts, almost no shape. The most important thing is that the country has not started to engage in car production at this time. If he is engaged in this time, it has to be a joint venture between Toyota, although there is a 3 well-off AIS's relationship. There is no possibility. How big is it? He faintly remembered that at this time, the Chinese government should start to discuss the joint venture production in several countries. It seems that the US car company says that China produces some auto parts, and then provides the rest of the parts in China, incorporating their world production system. RB Auto Company is selling only goods, do not sell technology. These obviously, it is not talking about, in the end, Shanghai, the world. The only German Volkswagen company who is willing to provide the latest technology and willing to invest in funds. Luo Sheng felt that at least he did not have the conditions of car production at this time, and it also needed to wait for the time to mature. Luo Sheng unclear, but it is clear that the sales of China's Chinese cars is a variety of horrible things. It seems that China's production and sales volume has reached 2.8 million. In this industry, Luo Sheng is absolutely going to do. After all, this industry is a chain yang industry, will continue to evolve. When I was thinking about the development of the car career, the car has arrived at the post office. After Luo Sheng got off, he told the half mountain, moved down from the trunk. The 2 boxes of fish can send Shen Chunhua to the office. He directly went to the international long-distance call, and he was stunned at the charger. The deposit of 100 yuan began to play international long distance to the 3 wells. Yazant, hello, do you have anything to find? Luo Sheng foggy, he didn't know what he had to find this time. Nothing is awkward, you can't find you? You don't know 2 calls to Aunt and King Tsai. What are you busy with a day? Sanjing Yada is slightly finished, it is very angry. Half a month ago, the sanitary napkin has already produced offline. In these 2 days, the senior officials in the Black Province have given me a call, and ask how to sell it. I also serve your people over there. After the production of production, I can't sell it out. You said that the gas is not angry? After Luo Sheng heard the words of the 3 wells, it was a very greasy expression on his face. Dizzy. What can this happen? Chapter 160. Listening to the words of the 3 wells, Luo Sheng slammed the masters of the factory responsible for the production and sales of the Black Province. Nima. So big a joint venture factory, the production line has, the workers are all configured, and the things are also produced, and the factory is actually reported to the province. This thing has been issued, and the sanitary napkin actually sells. Stay home. His heart is depressed. What is the use of the factory director and the sales department? For those who sell sanitary napkins, although Luo Sheng is very spectile, Luo Sheng has never thought of this sales in the past. After all, he and the Sanjing Yazi shares accounted for 49%, rather than 15%. Production and operation should be responsible for this side. It is like Sanjing Yadi always wondered, Luo Sheng, why is the sanitary napkin factory to work together with the Black Province? If things are all they have, then, what is the use of 50% of the Black Province? Luo Sheng's thoughts are the thoughts of future generations. Many people in the later generation say that the relationship between the primitive societies and people is exchange. The relationship between the slave society, people and people is slavery. The relationship between the feudal society and people is exploitation. The relationship between the capitalist sockets and people is employment, and the relationship between the future social people and people is collaborative. This is the path of social development. Like Luo Sheng's relationship with this collaboration is very thorough, he and the relationship between the 3 wells and Daisy, very friendship, and kindness. But, in detail, it is nothing more than the relationship between collaboration between the 2 people. Now is the initial reform and opening up. It is guided by the government. Many times, power will play an extremely significant role. Establish a family of sanitary napkins that make money, if not linked with the government. The future is constantly connected. The benefits of letting give the government, always better than the small ghosts. So we will not touch Luo Sheng's bottom line of the official people. Yazi auntie, recently is not the end of the exam. Plus how much I have recently, I didn't call you, you see that I will receive your instructions here. Just take the rocket to call you. Didn't Luo Sheng responded to the ridicule of the 3 wells. asked in the color, "What is Yazi auntie? What do you say?" Although Liu Sheng is slightly depressed, it will go straight. I haven't listened too much. After all, it is the translation of your province to communicate with me. Probably this is such a thing. After the sanitary napkin production, the factory manager of the sanitary napkin production plant, the sanitary napkin in Black Province, the commercial system is promoted, but the sanitary napkins are placed in major shopping malls. It is basically unmanned, basically no one to buy. Sanjing Yadiazi is very speechless for Chinese women who do not know the sanitary napkin. She feels at this time, China is really too backward. What is going on behind to sanitary napkins, and women are unclear. Also, Faith. I told you the people I want to sell it. Well, I have to find this little enchanting. The high official said, these 2 days have to take time. See you. Talk to some of the sanitary napkins and electric fan devices. You say that the high officials of the Black Province pay for the economy. You want to see me, want to talk to me about sanitary napkins and electric fan sales? Liu Sheng heard the words of the three wells. He felt very surprised. The mind quickly turned countless circles. Although Liu Sheng is so surprised, there is no big thing to make this matter. Liu Sheng has long been prepared by some senior officials. After all, there are a large amount of foreign exchange, and 30% of these foreign exchanges are only a large amount of foreign exchange. However, Liu Sheng has always believed that he should be a leader in the river city. After all, the roots of the loyalty company in Jiangqing, and the leaders of Jiangqing should be the most concerned about this. He really didn't expect that there is no action over there. The high officials of the Black Province will come out to see him. He wanted to be the loyalty to the loyalty of the faith in Fuxing village, is the province's leading, and the city directly wrapped around the city. The foreign exchange after sales will also enter the Black Province government. The account and the river city really does not have much a relationship. Instead, it is the leadership of Jiangqing to shrink his foot on this matter. After all, they don't know the bend around this, and I will leave a bad impression on the leadership of the superior. Especially in the end of the 8th year, Liu Tuan, deputy director of the Xi district, because his son had suspected of maliciously acquiring loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and was directly removed from the spot, and even sent it into the cell. That Liu Gang is also a haired person in Jiangqing's politics. There is also a support of the big, so that this is also a loyal letter to jail. It is the son. For a few more, the Faith Company made a mountainous vegetable processing plant, and made the electric tiger Y Shengming that belonged to O. At this time, it is afraid to be a hedgehog in the eyes of the senior leadership of Jiangqing. They just want to hit the idea to the loyalty company, but also to make the loyalty company. Liu Sheng did not know, in the Jiangqing government, some people have used the power of Jiangqing National Security Bureau to thoroughly investigate the faith. But the Security Bureau did not understand it. How did the faith have been established without a sign, and a big company has become a big company? They only investigated. Liu Sheng is the actual controller of loyalty. Wang Bo just helping Liu Sheng managed Liu Sheng's overseas relationship. They also have very accurate, the only overseas relationship, the three wells of the Jiangqing to find a relative, and the Monsieur Dai is a representative of Zhongzhai friendly, and is in the Black Province a large amount of investment. The results of their investigations are generally this: look, there is no actual meaning. It can't see it. Liu Sheng's loyalty company has something like, what is the power of protecting? It is also these reasons. If there are several people from the Jiangqing government, although there is nothing to do with the loyalty company, they have not made too much contact. They are waiting for the great forces behind the faith or the big people to surface. For the Black provincial government, the loyalty company is a domestic factory. At least at this time, there is no moment to develop abroad. In other words, there is no use of so many yen in China. For the Black province government that urgently needs foreign exchange reserves, the remaining 70% foreign exchange, They absolutely want to acquire with appropriate prices to they in their hands. The success of the faithful mountain wild vegetable processing plant is even more than those of the people in the Black Province. The mountainous vegetables can be said to be everywhere. If Luosheng, if you can inform them, then they build more factory. You can turn waste into treasure, and you can see the mountains. Wild vegetables are sold to RB. In this way, the Black Province can obtain a large amount of foreign exchange, and can purchase the items they need to purchase with foreign exchange. Loyalty Company's mountainous vegetable processing plant. The daily output is about 10 tons, that is, if there is another mode in other places, the daily product will be a very horrible number. For this matter, Luosheng has his own idea. The mountains, how much time does not use, there will be more factory participation. After all, this kind of thing is not too high. But Luosheng did not want to immediately put these technologies. Now he sold a ton of mountain wild vegetables every sale. He can probably profit $1,500. This is to put all the costs all. At this time, the number of the mountainous vegetables is almost more than 10 tons, that is. These companies' mountainous vegetable processing plants, the daily net profit can at least reach more than 15,000 yuan, even if it is handed over to the Black Province 30. Daily accounts will also reach more than 10,000 yuan. This is Luosheng. In accordance with the renminbi, if you replace it as foreign exchange, then the value will be even more. In the early 1980s, there were more than a dozen million yuan in a small city. It was already very uncomfortable, and Luosheng's daily profit can reach 10,000 yuan. It is simply a non-copy miracle. Only the wild vegetable processing is a seasonal life. Only the mountainous vegetables are long from the ground, to 7, and the time in the month in August can be processed. The best month is nothing more than 5 or 6 or 3 months. Luosheng has been a bill, even if it is a loyal to the mountain wild vegetable processing plant a day oversight, 1 year, nothing more than earning 1-2 million yuan. There is no way to compare with his loyalty comics studio. But such a money, for the Black Province, is quite a huge foray. In the 1980s, China's products are lagging behind foreign countries. Most exports are all rough processing products of the country, or some resource classes. However, that is, the exchange of foreign exchange is quite small. In the dark, in the inland city of China, in addition to several oversized plants, there is no factory to invest in the creation of the mountainous vegetable processing factories like Luosheng. Only spend the venue and some local women. Every day you can create more than 800,000 yen pure profits. The RMB of the RMB at 83 is close to 1:80. Yazi auntie. In fact, this thing Chen Gao official asked the wrong person. He should consult the beauty and wisdom coexist, and I believe that Miss Yadong, who is unable to enter the business, should give him the best answer. Luosheng after the mind. I wanted to understand the probabilistic life of things, but also ridiculed 3 wells in the phone. Your little rabbit scorpion, actually take a good time. But, the beautiful and wisdom coexist and ordinary people can tend to the business mind. I still feel very satisfied. However, with you a kind of demon like you said, these will always make me a touch of feelings. Sanjing Yazi listened to Luosheng to praise her language. She felt a happy and awkward feeling. She had already put Luosheng in the position of her right, and took Luosheng as a business partner. Especially the beautiful and wisdom coexist. I said the Sanjing Yadi's heart. The most proud of Mitsui, the most proud is her beauty and mind. From Luo Zongsun, he heard the sincere praise. Her mood was beautiful. What is the little enchanting? Yazi auntie, can we continue? After the interpretation, Luosheng asked, Yazi auntie, you have time. There is free to go to the Black Province. Come to be a guest. I want to die at you here. I miss me. Can you miss me? But, look at you sincerely invite my share. If I can take the time in 2 months, I will take the Sunny to Jiangqing to see you. See the daughter King Tsai pushing the door into the room. Yadi ridiculously asked, loyalty. Now you want my home's fine bonus? Do you want to put a summer vacation right away? to RB. Chapter 161. Leaders want to call. The phone chat with Sanjing Yadea has been very pleasant. From the high officials of the Black Province to see him, they have been to the sales of sanitary napkins, and they are very happy to live in Tokyo. Two people are very happy. Even if they are three wells. Yazi once again mentioned his sale. Luo Sheng did not think there was anything wrong. However, the three wells of Jiaji said that he didn't want to be fine, and he almost did not pull Luo Sheng. This three well is what it means. Can you make it a word? If Luo Sheng is inserted to open the topic to the topic of the topic, he really doesn't know how to answer the three wells. As a born middle-aged man, he is nothing more than a little sister for the lively and lovely brightness. However, listening to the tone outside the three wells, there is a kind of gesture that wants him to be a son-in-law, and I still get out if I want to see it. Ugh. What is this three wells? In the phone, the three wells, and as also told Luo Sheng, if the Chengao official on the black, if he wants to see him, he will communicate with her on behalf of the Wave Pear Flower in China. After the fixed time, Polypair will contact Luo Sheng in advance, and as a representative of the Sanjing Real Estate Day, I will see the remarks with Luo Sheng. She told Luo Sheng. She has said to Chen, I have said that the joint venture factory, Luo Sheng is able to play the board directly, whether it is a sanitary napkin production plant, or electric fan production plant. Luo Sheng has a considerable proportion the shares. The Sanjing home is Luo Sheng to set up with her. If it is not, Luo Sheng insisted. She really didn't want to invest in the Black Province. The Black Province. I want to make bigger the two factories. I have to listen to Luo Sheng's suggestions. If possible, Luo Sheng can operate this thing. Don't look at Luo Sheng. It is a big financial god of huge funds. If the Black Province wants to expand to the sanitary napkin production plant or the electric fan factory, find Luo Sheng is right. Luo Sheng did not have too much dislike. After all, the Faith Company has entered the psychic eyes of the high officials, and many things are booted, and this is stronger than this. The national machine is very powerful, and if it is thoroughly investigated, the Faith Company, most things are unable to hung. It is like the three wells established by him and the three wells he did not deliberately concealed, and the shareholder or shareholder can be found directly that the three shafts are all co-established with him. After the cards with the family, Luo Sheng said with the three wells, if there is a right opportunity in the future, it can push the Faith Company to the front desk. Luo Sheng has always felt that after 8 or 2 years of rebirth, Luo Zong was accumulated in the year, and in 8 or 3 years, the Faith Company had money in his hand. It would need to do a big job. Instead of finding this information, it is better to show this information in the national machine. Many times, only the strength is displayed, so that the country can give a higher attention to Faith Companies. But this thing of his personal identity is limited to a few people. Know that he doesn't want too many people to know his current identity. Even if it is in the Faith Company, only the high-level cadres know how much Luo Sheng is. He will continue to keep this loc. After all, the 11-year-old child has so amazing. Luo Sheng also thought that the sales of sanitary napkins, the factory of the Black Province, was unproposed, and he did not have any problems. If this is really, if you let him operate, how much time does not use, the sanitary napkin under the Faithful brand will be popular in China. After the end of the call of the three wells, his left hand was extremely naturally in the forehead, and the whole person appeared confident. The long-distance calls of $140 have paid, and Luo Sheng took back 6 big unity. Luo Sheng is also clear. At this time, people who have a long-distance travel at this time are so pitiful. Don't say that 100 yuan for more than 100 yuan is the international long-distance. If it is the leader of the public, it is not such an expression of the head of the public. However, he is an 11-year-old child. Although it seems to be slightly large, it is also a child. In the post office, Luo Sheng has played countless international long-distance. Every time the payer's eyes are straight, Luo Sheng is quite depressed. Is it to let Shen Chunhua and the postal leadership to discuss this leadership? Give home install the call as soon as possible. If possible, The loyalty company can give a lot of spending premises to the post office, turn the phone of Luo Sheng and the loyalty company into the kind of international long distance. After Luo Sheng went out of 10 steps, he suddenly remembered the matter, and turned to the city's phone, and called the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant. He told the Three Kings Waves, "Let the Thursday to the side of the faithful fish hall. He has important things to say." "What do you say?" "See high officials, your kid has no fever." Wang Bo heard Luo Sheng's first sentence. It turned out to lead him to see high officials. After he stunned, his hands were naturally touched by Luo Sheng's head. After Luo Sheng, he said unhappy to his big hand, said very uncomfortably, "Hey, three, seeing senior officials and strange, don't you want to see the senior officials in our province?" For the expressions of the three Wang Bo, Luo Sheng did not feel unexpected. Originally, the Three King Waves is an ordinary peasant in Jiangqing bamboo plate, and even the secondary is born. Although I have read the night, but I have not mixed a diploma. If the exercise for nearly 1 year after 8 seconds, Wang Bo can easily contact the person in charge of the various manufacturers of Jiangqing and can dialogue equally and these people. However, those who are only the person in charge of the various manufacturers, there is no way to compare the high-level leadership with the senior official. At this time, the Three King Bones still retain the small farmers' thoughts of rural people, even if they see the police. His heart will feel the gallbladder, let alone suddenly have more over so many levels, directly see senior official. Luo Sheng decided to take Wang Bo to see Chen and woke up and thoughtfully, after all, everything on the official is Wang Bo, who is awakened. Even if it is only a short contact, Wang Bo will also walk into the eyes. As long as the Chen has paid attention to Wang Bo, then Wang Bo is doing something in the banner of loyalty, will reduce a lot of trouble. Now that the communication campaign's stall is the bigger, it is inevitable that there will be some unusual guys to play the autumn wind, or have been watching the loyalty company in the tiger, and these things can be avoided. Then this is to avoid. Then, these things will be avoided. From the malicious acquisition of the loyalty to the supermarket, we will go to the Wei Ming's electric tiger to power out the power of the loyalty of the Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Plant, and the matter of the Faith Company manager is not less. Now the size of the Faith Company is not big enough. It does not cause the real crocodile in the city. At this time, it is very necessary to find a province. For Wang Bo, I have some conflict. Luo Sheng does not say much. After all, Wang Bo has not experienced such a scene. He wants to exercise the Three King Waves, let the Three King Bo become a real entrepreneur, becoming a big man who is not awkward. Luo Sheng smashed and said, "In the last 2 days, you arrange the big things in the factory. After receiving my call, we will go to the provincial city. Also, when you go there, clothes should be wear official. It is best to wear a suit and tie." Luo Sheng felt, and Chen Wuling officially will face, Wang Bo wears it, and it can be respected over there. Wear suit, tie? Exclamation mark. Wang Bo listened. Luo Sheng actually let him wear a suit and tie it. His head shakes and rickets. Wang Bo, you beads, said that the mouth said, I said, big outside. How did you see that I wear a suit and tie? I have passed through the gathering, Appence. I said that he didn't say there. Let's not be official. I wore a golden shirt that I bought back from Dalian. I can wear trousers. Wang Bo is very disgusted on the things that wear a suit and tie. He always feels uncomfortable to wear in the suit, and he put on the suit and tie. Not only can't be classified, but the whole person is much rustic. People in the ground, no matter whether they are temperament or in the image, there is no adjustment. After Wang Bo leaving, Luo Sheng immediately sent home to the escort of the Half Mountain, and prepared to meet the final exam, and pondered how to explain his parents. He went to the provincial city to see the high official. Chapter 162. Chen woke up, the big name of the Ding Ding of the Black Province, the senior officials of the economy, in the economic aspect of the economy, has a strong ability to land in the US. People who are familiar with them know that this is an unmandated father, although his age is nearly 60 years old. but also a rich and rich. He is quite large in the influence of the Black Province, and some big campaigners, helm people or the government's senior officials visit to his family, and very few can see him to see the house. It is already a glory that can be able to enter his family in his family. Today, Chen Xiaonan wearing a blue-style shirt, the lower body is a trousers, very officially standing at the location. This kind of battle, let the Toyota car sitting in front of the Poto Bear, start suspected that the high official or provincial high officials almost there. Let the wave pair flowers are somewhat, if an senior official or a provincial government is coming, then Chen Wei should at least inform himself. She will not bring Luo Sheng to this potent pair, said he said in his words. This Chen Gao official is still here. Is there a person? Is it important guest? What? You said that Chen Xiu's father is actually at the door. Luo Sheng wanted to understand the reason. This time he came to the province to talk about cooperation. He was exaggerated by Sanjing Yadai. This old man is coming out to greet him. This big wealth, this kind of etiquette, he really can't afford it. The one in front of me is a senior official, that is already a big official in China. If he doesn't get off at this time, it is too rude. Although Polybear, although it is a trust of 3 wells, many things, Pufobi is not informed, and it will not know that this time, it is specially met with him. Let him come here to seek scratch. Luo Sheng said directly to Popole, Miss Bear, let the driver park, let's go. Let the old Ahu grew it out of the door, we can't afford it. Toyota car slowly stopped in Potophoba. Luo Sheng said, Miss Po Bear, it seems that our face is big enough. The provincial leaders actually to the door to welcome us. This situation, some of them are stunned. What? You said that Chen Gao official came out to the door to meet us. The face of the polypear flower revealed the color. Although Po Pizza knows some things about Luo Sheng, but she has not been able to think that Luo Sheng actually has such a big energy, which can let Chen, who will go to the door to meet him. Of course, I am not satisfied. Don't you come out. When you call Kaorui secretary did not say other things. Now I only greeted us. Not to meet us, but also. Seeing the unbelievable expression on the Pufobi face, Luo Sheng can't help but. This time, I woke up here to solve the problem of the sanitary napkin factory. In the way, there are some things to communicate. He will definitely be a relatively distinguished guest. But Luo Sheng did not expect that Chen Renxun actually pays attention to him. I actually greeted him at the door. This face is given to him. Chen suddenly stood at the door and looked at the 2 Japanese Toyota shut down. Potent parent Luo Zongsun quickly opened the door, and his face had some smile. The child named Luo Sheng also understood polite, at least knowing to respect the old man. This time, Chen Yu welcomed Luo Sheng. The main reason is that Chen Wei workfully be curious, can be taken by the 3 wells of the 3 wells on the side of RB, which will be a person who looks like. After Luo Sheng, Wang Bo, he was very surprisingly 4 times, and it was very awkward. Don't say that it is a high official residence, it is the district level residence Wang Bo. Cool is not secret to the residence. Wang Bo feels a fascination that has never been there. The environment where the leaders live can be so good. Chen Gao official, how do you come to the door? Shameful boy. Luo Sheng naturally woke up with a nearly 90-degree, and put the gesture to the lowest. Seeing Luo Sheng and Po Pear Flower in front of it, Wang Bo also bowed deeply, which also said that they respect the removal of Chen Yuak Xiaoshen, Luo Sheng. Recently, Monsieur Dang said in my ear, we can't engage in so many customs. You can cooperate with RB friends. It can drive the development of black provinces and can give the country to create a foreign exchange. I naturally go to the door. Chen woke up and smiled and said that Luo Sheng said again, I have heard that Jiangqing has a genius. Now, the little girl is really not you, Grandpa Chen said. For Chen Wei and this leader, Luo Sheng is very distinct, because Chen Wei woke up as a small high-level leader in this era. He can see that if you want to develop, then you need to introduce asset injection. Only assets have entered the Black Province, let the funds flow, and the Black Province will have a long development. Different from the provinces and other provinces, It belongs to the inland province. It has less competitive advantages. He can also do it, as long as there is money to enter the economy. Then the province must. It is necessary to support this. In this case, for a few years, the Black Province will keep up with the pace of national reform and opening up. Chen woke up from the head to the foot of the top. Luo Sheng, several times, slightly sighed, said, "Since ancient heroes, you don't know how your parents teach you. Loyal kid, in the future, your future. Grandpa, this is hired me, you can't use it for your future. If you don't have the high officials of the competent economy, you can do it again." Although Luo Sheng said very modest, but in the heart, it was happy. This is Chen Wuling, is a senior official of the guideline economy, and it is also a big brand in the advanced leaders in the future. It is a kind of glory that can be received, which is a big glory. This kind of evaluation is like a worker who is in the internet. It will praise the elite in Mayan. If you promote it, you will be famous immediately. Chen Wei woke up. Luo Sheng did not arrogantly, and he felt that Luo Sheng's enchantment. In the general child, I have been afraid of seeing the generals, and the district manager is already an official of the boss for a child. If such a big child can see the mayor, then they can say it is good. But Luo Sheng, the enchanting child, after seeing himself, there is no childhood feeling, as if this is Luo. The faith is a general man who is almost very large. It is full of wind. Chen woke up with the hands of Luo Sheng, saying, "Mr. Wangbo, Mr. Wangbo, Mr. Wangbo, and Mr. Wangbo." The place where Chen wakes up is that the provincial party committee is unified and allocated. It is the provincial party section, which means that Chen Wei wakes up in the Black Province should be 7th. Luo Sheng saw that the place where Chen woke up is very quiet, and other buildings are separated by a lush wood. When I walked and woke up, I saw Chen Xiren Yui, and simple to let Luo Sheng feel tongue. If it is not a smuggling home, Luo Sheng does not even feel this is a house living in a supervisor senior official. I saw Luo Sheng's horror and intake. Chen Xiren smiled and said, "The people of the province are not affluent. I am a senior official in the heart of the economy. I can live in such a house is already a kind of extravagant. If another flowers, it is not what the communists do." "Kaoru, guests have come, hurry to give the guests." Chen suddenly said to Luo Sheng. The middle-aged man who turned to the body, told the middle-aged man who had been standing, but also added a sentence. "Kaoru, the tea of the tea, the child will not like to drink strong tea." Before the time, Chen Zixin called Luo Sheng as a loyalty kid. Luo Sheng still felt that there was nothing, but I felt that he called him as a kind of kid wife, like a small genius, but he was a little responsibility. "Get up." Luo Sheng just sat down his butt. When he got it, he quickly waved, "Don't use it so much. If you trouble Kaoxiu, I can't afford it." Before you waken this, Luo Sheng also called the popole to listen to the people around the high officials. He knew that this middle-aged man called Kaoru is the first secret of Chen. He is really big, sitting there, waiting for Kaoru to pour the water to him. It is really a few gifts. And the reminder is not simple. When the later generation is also the whole-level official, this time, he maintains a good respect, only the benefits, there is no harm. Chen woke up and looked at Luo Sheng. He smiled and grabbed Luo Sheng, pulled Luo Sheng to his side. Some smiled and smiled, said to Kaoru, "Kaoru, see no, our loyalty, Kaiman, I am afraid of trouble, go. I will see how he can't afford to do." After Luo Sheng smiled, he woke up. He didn't make anything else. After Luo Sheng, he smiled and said, "Grandpa Chen, you will take us in this formal way today. I am grateful, but I am with me as a small mud leg, and the age is so small. You do this, but you are folded." Chen smiled and said, "Very happy, since ancient heroes, you have a small number of years. Anyone who is useful to the country and society. If I am in a person, even if I am in the door, even if I enter my house, I don't feel troubles. You can come to my home. I am happy." Too late. Chen Xiren is very satisfied with Luo Sheng. From Luo Sheng to the door to enter his living room, Luo Sheng seems to be excited. There is a little big man's taste. And when you talk, he and Wangbo are born. That is, Luo Sheng and Wang Bo are not forgive. The Mudlegs are. Who is the third generation of 3 generations is not a mud. Chapter 163 Introducing each other. I chatted some home. Chen Wuling. I drank a table of tea. After a slightly, he opened the door to say, loyalty. This time, Miss Yazian, you should say the reason. Now it is such a situation. The sanitary napkin factory produces a lot of sanitary napkins, and there is a problem when it is promoted in the blackened province. Although the department store of the commercial system will penetrate sanitary napkins I got on the counter, but this kind of thing is no one to ask. You gave you grandfather to see how this thing is broken. Chen Xiran quickly called Luo Sheng to meet at home. First, he wanted to see, and Monsieur Dang said something like a person. The second is that he really wants to hear the master to establish a production sanitary napkin factory Luo Sheng. He has any high level, which can sell the sanitary napkin produced. Generally speaking, people who want to produce what materials have strong speech for the prospects of the market. This is not related to the number of years. If Luo Sheng can make a solution to solve it, it is a big job. It is a big job. Nor he silently helped 2 faithful companies behind him. More far-reaching significance is, according to the statement on the 3 wells, Luo Sheng masters a lot of wealth, and he also wants to see that the faith company is worthwhile, not to focus on the province. Luo Sheng smiled slightly, first showed the first to Chen. He said slowly, Grandpa Chen, before this, Yazian has put the original committee and I briefly said this. I think the problem is not big. As long as you find a method, it is easy to solve. Sanitary napkins, this item, as long as it is a woman, it is only a person's concept and noble. I want to open the market. I think TV, the promotion of advertising and online is very important, and the promotion of steps are bigger. I will give you an example. For a few more time, Sheng Mountain Wild Pub Processing Factory sold the mountain dish to the side of RB. From RB, it comes back to many fish cans. These fish cans are quite good, and the price is quite cheap. The retail price I settled was 1-year-old money per bottle. However, because of various reasons, the reasons for protecting the national canned mill, there is also a reason for protecting sales channels. In some, they don't accept these fish, not allowing national shopping malls to sell this can. Luo Zongsun suddenly continued to say slowly, according to normal conditions, these cans only faithful supermarket can be sold, and the canned fish of millions of bottles, if single with the few small supermarkets of loyalty, it is necessary to sell it after the month of Mono. And the agreement reached on the loyalty company and RB is at least 10,000 tons of fish every month. When I saw Chen Ren and Wang Bo, they all listened to his told. Luo Sheng continued to say, however, the faith company has made a decision, free to Jiangqing City, the school, the police, all relations of the system, all the relationship between the army and the faith company, free fish. 3 days. The free fish in the company has reached 23,000 bottles. All Jiangqing and the people around, that is, 3 days' time, almost all know a thing. There is a lot of cheap and delicious fish tanks on the side of the supermarket, and you can do it. After a week, Jiangqing loyalty food and surrounding supermarkets, even wholesale, zero the foot is sold. And this number is increasing. This is still the effect of advertising the television station inside the province. Seeing a very complex eyes in the eyes of everyone, Luo Sheng continued to say, the sanitary napkin produces sales cannot go out, not the practicality of the item, nor is people's purchasing power, but people to this the degree of cognition is not aware. If you want to promote the sanitary napkin, you want to better protect the reproductive health of Chinese women, then you must first put some money in front to advertise. Advertisements will be broadcasted in CCTV. It is more necessary to play proper playback. The wellness must first be played out, the pre-vests of advertising and the next, how much time does not use, and the sanitary napkins will have a big sale. What is the online? After he heard Luo Sheng, he was naturally asked. Naturally, for Luo Sheng's god, Chen Wuling is very agreed. From the side, the faith company engages in the can table, which greatly enriches the people's table, and can make the people spend less money, it is definitely a good thing for the country. Single is the more than 20 million bottles of fish jar. It is necessary to need much strength. Don't say that it is him, that is, the government has to take so many fish hairs, and consider it for a long time. Chen woke up as an economy. He naturally knows the value of the cans of the cans of the cans of the fish, even if the cost of a bottle of fish is more than 20 million yuan. Now is 8 or 3 years. More than 20 million yuan is a big number. Chen waken natural and clear, and Luo Sheng is able to put the fish, and it is to explain that Luo Sheng has great ability. In addition, Luo Sheng is definitely another way to find a new selling mode. The loyalty company sold a canned 1 million bottles, which may even have the capital, but the fish can head in the river city, or the channel of the Black Province is completely opened. As long as the business system can't seal off the faith company, then people here should be able to eat cheap fish pot. For 2 words underline online, Luo Sheng did not think there was anything wrong. Many times, such a word can be more promoted earlier, and it can achieve the value of these 4 words. Luo Sheng stated the idea, the word underline is generally relative to the line. I said this line, mainly referring to the use of advertising and other media. There is no face-to-face conversation interaction. For example, what we are now seeing TV ads. Data, the world. This is the advertisement of the radar table, and the advertisement of the radar table has played a brand of the watch in CCTV. It has gradually become 2 brands of the market. This is the advertising brand. Power. Leap target world advanced level. Leap spirit everything is thinking about the user. This is the advertisement of Leaping TV, in China. Domestic TV people only know that the Panda and the 2 big name TV. In addition to TV advertising, there are also paper media advertising, such as stories or some magazines, and there are fewer existence of some advertising behavior, which can be collectively referred to as lines. Underline, it will be appreciated that there is a real occurrence, in place, people have a series of activities through limb dynamics, or the real thing is true, which is usually referred to as a line. Like all the students and teachers of Jiangqing on Jiangqing, as well as many people distribute them free of charge. This is a line of offline behavior. It is because there is such a line of offline behavior, and it has been recognized by people to the loyalty company. Therefore, it is a case where the fish can head is sold around Jiangqing. I think that after the production of sanitary napkins, the line is on the line and will be able to open the sales market of the sanitary napkin soon. Now the reform is open, a large situation in the commercial system will gradually be broken. I personally think that future development ideas is not what I have made, selling something, but the buyer market decides everything. For the simplest example, department store only sells Shanghai tables and plum blossoms, without selling radar tables. Then users who want to buy radar tables will be pushed to other places. Do not sell our loyalty company fish. So, people who want to buy fish can buy the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. Original users to buy a few things, but I can't buy something you want in the department store, but I can buy a full set of food and surrounding supermarkets, even if it is the same quality, equivalent price. In the future, this user will choose a loyal food and surrounding supermarket. Chapter 164 Actually dining rice free for students to distribute the fish in the canned fish. From the material, the 2 bottles of small fish can do not have anything. However, in 8 or 3 years, for many children who have a lot of fish, let them feel a warm, also give them encouragement and motivation. And more valuable is that in these children, in the heart, a warm seed was buried. The seed is buried in my heart. It is easy to break the soil. The practice of faith is, but also the double harvest. Not only the students thank the loyalty company, gave their delicious fish, but the parents of these students also thank the company. They also got a delicious fish as they borrowed by the children. Although the name of the faith company can't be said because the 2 bottles of small fish can be remembered in the heart. But as long as people will mention can, they will think of the canned faith. As long as people mention the name of the faith company, people will have a warmth of warmth. The fish of the company cannot help but feel delicious, and the price is cheap. It is more than half of the other cans. Now it is the lack of materials. Even if there is not much money, these people will also purchase some fish cans in home, as used in the future, guests or to improve life. Since ancient heroes, you will absolutely call the little prodigy. Listen to the monarch, win the 10 years, listen to you, I think Motum is open. Chen Xiaoruo shouted Luo Sheng's shoulder, which is very satisfied with nodding. I thought that Luo Sheng said in a long time, and the time is also at noon. Chen Xiaoruo immediately said to Kaoru, Kaoru, you have to prepare for me, today. Welcome Xiaosheng to visit home. Chen said after Kaoru turned to Luo Sheng, said, loyalty. When you come to Chen Grand, you will eat it at home at noon. Wait for a while, our grandfather a chat, I feel, is your opinion. Chen Wuling at this time, for him to see Luo Sheng's decision is particularly satisfied. He really didn't think that Luo Sheng in the Sanjing Yadin is really enchanting. At this time, it is already a July number 2. And Chen suddenly determined his idea in his heart. The promotion of the sanitary napkin is given to Luo Sheng. Be sure to open the sales market of the sanitary napkin. Eat! Exclamation mark. Do you want to eat in the leadership? Exclamation mark. Wang Bo's feeling is not good. As Luo Sheng said that when he came to the leadership home, Wang Bo has always felt that he came to lead, nothing more than the spending of the 3-5 minutes. Seeing it, the leaders said a few words, they directly gave a visit to the government. He is also imagined no matter what you think, leaders actually have to leave them at home for lunch. Luo Sheng said things, Wang Bo listened to it several times, did not think there is something big, he doesn't understand. This big exterior will give the leader to fool. Kaoru has always had an idea, that is, Chen leaders have done a lot. It is nothing more than that investors on the RB. The leaders actually go to the door to meet Luo Sheng. One child, he always feels some grassroots, more absurd. In this case, this child has more views. But Chen leaders asked Luo Sheng's sanitary napkin production plant products to sell ice-breaking. Luo Sheng said, even he, there is no such one. A concoction, even he has a kind of illusion. That is, he lives to the dog these ages. Kaoru has studied economics, but he never considers this level of Luo Sheng. In particular, the name under the line is simply the pen of God. Luo Sheng's promotion moved, but also made Kaoru's eyes fell. He never thought that a private small business can have such a big kind of courage, actually able to issue more than 200 million free one-time free bottle of fish. Now I have just entered the first summer of 8 or 3 years. Don't say that it is Jiangqing, it is the whole Black Province. The 10,000 yuan don't have many people, and Luo Sheng, this 11-year-old child, actually sent it to the canned head in one time. With 1 million yuan, this big hand is definitely let him look at. In particular, Luo Sheng summed up the seller market will tilt to the buyer's market. If you don't change your thoughts, then the way the seller's market will get more and more difficult. Chen woke up as the leader of the competent economic economy. He is naturally an economic expert. But Luo Sheng said this idea, Kaoru has never thought. Kaoru's heart thought that if there is time in the future, he should contact Luo Sheng, which will definitely have a strong help for his eyes wide. Although it is very simple, it is very simple and simple. 6 dishes, 2 for top, 1 bowl of white rice, but the taste of the dish is better than the taste of the loyalty fish. How many times Luo Sheng had a taste of Jinjin, but Wang Bo is very restrained there, eats things to be more like chew wax. Although the food is delicious, Wang Bo looked at the exquisite dishes, but he didn't eat it. On the weekdays, the big bowl, the big meat is habits, the vegetables on this table are really letting. It is estimated that he will be alone. Moreover, he is sitting opposite to the leadership. If he is dining according to the place in the next day, it is to throw someone home. Although Popeye, although it was a burst of the seat of the guest, but never arrived at the home, not used to eat Chinese. Seeing Chen, she put down the rice bowl, She and Wang Bo also put down the chopsticks in the rice bowl and hands. Only Luo Sheng held this exquisite rice bowl, and still brought her own bowl. For the restraint of Wang Bo and Wave Bear, Luo Sheng is very disdainful. If you come, you will be safe. Since Chen Wuling leader leaves them at home, if they are fake, then they don't give old people. Everything is naturally better. Luo Sheng saw that Chen Wei only smiled more, but also looked at his eyes. Cao Rui saw Wang Bo and Pu Feinhua put down the tableware. He immediately said, "Mr. Wang Bo, Miss Wang, let's drink tea." Talk together. After Cao Rui said, he got up and did a given gesture. Wang Bo and the Wave were drinking tea. Cao Rui is a remarkable secret, and the heart is even more understanding. For a while, Chen leaders have some words to talk to the actual helper people of the Faith Company. Luo Sheng saw Wang Bo and Po Bear. They left the meal. He quickly accelerated the speed of eating, clippeted a few mouthfuls, and quickly pulled a few dinners, and eliminated all the rice in the rice bowl. Chen suddenly saw that Luo Sheng had a bit anxious. He couldn't help but laugh. Loyalty. It is anxious. In Chen Yijia, slowly, did not eat. I let the following people give you a bowl. Luo Sheng was very exaggerated to touch the stomach, and he kept smiled and smiled. Grandpa Chen, your food is really delicious. Watch my belly. I am afraid to miss it. Chen woke up to see Luo Sheng's appearance, smiled lovingly. I want to eat the dishes. And Chen Grand, you can come to Master's home in the future. Grand, welcome to visit. Too good. There is a place in the future, but when you arrive at Master, you will not be bored. Luo Sheng smiled with a rod, as if this moment, two of them were ordinary neighborhoods. Luo Sheng took Chen as a kind grandfather. Chapter 165 is pleased. Chen smiled over his face. He had not seen children like Luo Sheng many years. He also likes Luo Sheng's casual nature, even if it is a grandson of his own. There is no such thing as Luo Sheng. Chen Xiruis is very happy to lead Luo Sheng into the study, and Luo Sheng is sitting in the coffee table. He first and Luo Sheng said a few families, asking about the situation in Luo Sheng, said directly into the topic, loyalty. The Mountain Wild Vegetable Processing Factory has recently created a lot of foreign exchange. If you don't have foreign exchange, I have such an idea. You see, if you can exchange foreign exchange to the government, the province is now foreign exchange. The gap is very big. After Luo Sheng nodded, Chen woke out. Also, the mountain vegetable sales is so good. Some comrades in the province want to expand the scale of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant. If possible, the province wants other places build a few such processing plants. You talk about your ideas and opinions. This is the exchange of private rooms. You can speak freely. Chen Wei wakes up for the exchange of foreign exchange. Exchanges with Luo Sheng did not have too many psychological burden. After all, the foreign exchange of the loyal people's wild vegetable processing plant did not move on the book. However, for some people in the province, some people want to invest in a few places in the Black Province. He said that he feels light on the face. Some people in the province are outside the work of this processing plant, and they don't understand the key. If the construction of the mountainous vegetable processing plant is so simple, the Black Province has not yet previously investing in investment. Is it possible to invest in a factory with a private company? Not only the type of automatic pipeline that can be packaged with the water is the preservative technology, and the country has not heard that there is any company. The leadership of the Black Provincial Light Industry Bureau, the leadership of the Equipment Office, in summary, the leaders of the Black Province, the leadership of the tube industry, and the Jiangnian Communications Mountain Ceremony Factory, but visited a 13, except that the advanced in addition to the pipeline, I saw the mountain wild vegetables. What they see is that the factory of the mountainous vegetable processing plant is too simple to do. It is nothing more than the acquisition of the mountain dishes that no one wants, find some people to clean, and then install the bag to export RB. These officials in the Black Province are very powerful, and after visiting, someone let the following things that work will be working on the mountains. The mountain wild vegetables are made out, but no matter how many mountain cows produced from the preservation or the same, all the mountains produced by the loyal banks, the production plant. They took the product and negotiated with the companies on the RB, and they want to sell the mountains to RB, and the results can be known after the effect. They gave the idea to the province, hoping that the province can come up and do this. This issue is very simple. The province needs foreign exchange, and the loyalty company can exchange all the foreign exchange to the province according to the normal exchange rate. This is a normal thing. Even what you don't mention, I will also mention it. And you report this work. Also, you said that you want to expand and build a mountainous cuisine in other places. This is also supported, but Liu Sheng slowly a word. Continue to say, this mountainous vegetable processing plant can build, water line, loyalty can find Ms. Yazi to help purchase. How much is the specific price? How much is it? I saw a relaxed color on the face. Liu Sheng paused slightly, continued, the technical aspects of the mountain wild vegetables packaging, the Faith Company can also transfer, just build other plants. Sanjing Industrial Company should take up shares. The mountains made from Sanjing Real Estate Company for a year. For the things of the mountainous vegetable processing plant, Liu Sheng is not very concerned. Shengao official wants to expand production, want to build a plant in other local, these are what he is expected. After all, the Black Province has a wealth of mountain vegetable resources, and exchanges these mountain wild vegetables to RB, and is the government leaders who want to see. Original Liu Sheng wants to give this technology to the province without compensation, but he thinks again, white to send this thing can't do, with this beginning, in the future, other places, that kind of partisan the wind will appear, he can't open such a head. Things to participate in the management, Liu Sheng does not want to do it, get some different stocks to make dividends. The premise of distribution, and Liu Sheng has made a decision made by some considerations. Although he knows that the stock of Nintendo is crazy, his funds have greatly improved, but the brand effect of Shengshan wild vegetables not completely opened. He must take the high-end market first, let people from Tokyo know that the mountains are the best of the ZX brand. The construction plant in Black Province takes a while, the production line will take a while to purchase back. That is, establish the second mountain wild vegetable processing plant, let the factory put into production, at least 8 or 4 times. Communications will take a year of distribution rights, that is, for 4 years. Shengshanwak is a unique, and there will be no embarrassment, which has reached his heart. These 2 years are the beginning of his funds, and there are more funds. It will help he launched later things in the future. After 2 years, the mountain wild vegetables were processed, and for him, it was a chicken ribs. Chen looked at Liu Sheng with a smile, and the smile on his face became more and more strong. With these words that Liu Sheng said at this time, he didn't want him to protect the Faith Company. Liu Sheng, this child is simply enchanting, just right. In the request, there is no excessive requirement, which is in line with the interests of the province. Let the people below say anything. After talking to Liu Sheng, he can let the Light Industry Bureau began to prepare, and negotiated with the loyalty company. In this way, there is a great help for exporting, which has great help to the economic development of the Black Province. Loyalty. Your opinion is very good. I am in principle agreed with your opinion. After the argument, if the following people feel suitable, naturally, some people will discuss this thing with you. After the Chen, after I finished, driven a broth, some teachings to teach, loyalty. What do you think and suggestion? After solving the problem of the Light Industry Bureau, Chen woke up and turned the topic on the electric fan that was about to go offline. Whether it is a sanitary napkin project, or the electric fan project, it is the promotion of him, and it is a great hope to give these 2 projects. There have been a big problem in sanitary napkins, and the electric fan is about to go offline. He wants to hear the view of Liu Sheng. The electric fan will be a large number of things. I don't have much suggestion here, but pricing, it must be low, because the production cost of our electric fan factory is put it there 3 wells before the electric fan production at the time of the cost. The cost is about 50 yuan to 60 yuan. At the same time, the price is not rich, and our individual believes that the retail price of the electric fan is in 79 yuan. The best. Luo Sheng's words made Chen weeded away. Is priced for 17 yuan? This price is not priced too high. But Luo Sheng said that the pricing is too low. The cost accounting of the electric fan produced by the electric fan factory has already come out, and the news is reported to be the cost of each electric fan is probably 40 yuan to 14 yuan. Counting workers' money saving costs, counting taxes and other miscellaneous fees, each electric fan cost is less than 55 yuan. The pricing mechanism of the sanitary napkin is the price of the common price in the Black Province and the 3 wells. The price of the electric fan also needs such a mechanism. After all, the electric fan factory and the 3 wells are partnerships, and the 3 wells is more investment. In terms of pricing, they have a lot of power. This new type of electric fan is exquisite and beautiful, and the noise is small, with the advantages of most fans. According to the current electric fan, each of the electric fans will have a shopping ticket for the business bureau to buy, and Chen has always thought that the pricing of this electric fan should be able to reach more than 100 yuan, but he did not think that Luo the Faith has given the pricing of 17 yuan. In particular, Luo Sheng's last sentence, our nationals are not rich, and there is a clear heart. China has just reform and opening up. Many Chinese people are still below the poverty line, and even many Chinese people have a little difficult thing at this time. The pursuit of businessmen, the establishment of the Black Province is the joint venture electric fan factory. The proportion of the shaft is 49%. According to the Chen Wake Up, Luo Sheng raises the price of the electric fan to reach 100 yuan or more. However, he didn't think that Luo Sheng gave a price that he could not imagine directly in the pricing of the electric fan. This price is simply a convenience. The electric fan manufacturer and the sanitary napkin production plant have a fundamental difference. The sanitary napkin production plant has produced sanitary napkins, and the commercial system does not want to sell, because this kind of thing cannot sell. The electric fan production plant is different, and there is no waiting for the first batch of electric fans. The commercial system has not been waiting to order the electric fan to sell. If the pricing said in Luo Sheng, Chen we woke up can foresee the order like a snow film, which is usually entering the fan factory. Chapter 166 is ready to expand. Chen woke up the things of electric fan production and sales of Luo Sheng, and it was naturally prepared to pay the whole power of the sanitary napkin to Luo Sheng. He even told Luo Sheng, whether it is the money of advertising, or the money to build a line, how much is needed, all in the province. The province only want to see the effect. Chen Wuling knows that Luo Sheng has created the most favorable conditions on the side of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant, and in the price of electric fan, it took a shocked price. If you want your child to be good, you don't give some compensation. It is not a matter of his high officials of the economy. Chen said, loyalty. Just said that there are some things, all the government asked you to do things there. Do you have any ideas or need, use the province to help you solve it. Luo Sheng wants to save a lot of things in the heart, but Luo Sheng does not want to come out at this time. If he comes out at this time, there is a kidnapping government or letting Chen woke up. The things in the sales of sanitary napkins, he is not a thing that is an uncomfortable thing. After all, he voted a lot of money in the sanitary napkin production plant. The things of the mountainous vegetable processing plant, the province can negotiate with him, and he also reached the effect he wanted. There is no need to say anything else. To talk about things that want to solve it in the province, at least wait until the stock of him Nintendo is sold. Or it is said that after the sanitary napkin and electric fan of the Black Province began to sell, this time and Chen suddenly talks about those, still premature. Luo Sheng first shook his head, and then revealed a carefully thought about thinking, if the province is now wanting to help me solve some difficulties, then I chose 5 million bank loans in the province. Loan! Chen woke up. I heard Luo Sheng that his loyalty company should engage in some loans in the bank. Let him feel a fog. Luo Sheng's loyalty company is particularly good at the momentum of Jiangqing, and suddenly, it is a matter of loan. After Luo Sheng saw Chen Xiren, he smiled slightly. Grandpa Chen, I mentioned something about 5 million yuan in bank loans, and countless, according to the current asset scale of loyalty company. Banks give loans, it is a very normal thing. And these loans the faith company has affordable. This time, the company has expanded quickly, and many places need money. The most important thing is that I intend to open the loyalty supermarket to the province. Among the important cities, if there is a loan supported in the province, all city faith companies in the province want to engage in supermarkets. Luo Sheng felt that at this time, he raised the expansion of loyalty and surrounding supermarkets. It is a more appropriate time to let the Chen have help the company's loans for 5 million yuan. As long as it is a loan, then he has opened the programs in the province, which will be fully available. Most importantly, at this time, the houses across the country were cheaper. He made these money, and in advance to acquire some properties in advance. It took a lot of money to buy. Let the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets all over the city. Chen woke up Luo Sheng's original words. His hand shot on the thigh. Loyalty. This idea is good. Give you strong support. Luo Sheng is very popular in the food chain supermarkets on the Jiangqing, and even more than a few department stores on Jiangqing. If it is not a loyal food and surrounding chain, some national controlled items can't go to their supermarket. They even will exceed the benefits of those old department stores. Chen woke up when summoning Luo Sheng to him, but also made a lot of investigations to loyalty companies, especially the fattest chain supermarket under the Faith Company. I heard the report of the people. Chen woke up has a great interest in loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. Why would you said this? Because Chen saw that the price of the items of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets and the price of the same type of diet ratio, it is a low feeling. According to the wholesale price of items inside the province, the items sold by the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have basically no profit, and even a lot of things will lose money. Chen woke up and knows that if you buy it, you don't sell the fine. There is no white lunch in the world, just how it is. This faithful food and surrounding supermarkets, at least looks good. It is a very good conscientious business. If you really have a loyal food and surrounding chains, then the people in the Black Province are blessed. The most important thing is that when the Sanjing Yadong is communicating with him, it is said that Japan, Luo Sheng accounts for 50% shares, which means that Luo Sheng has enough credit on banks. Chen Xiwen, after the opening, said, loyalty. What you said, I am in principle, I will let Cao Rui contact China Bank. I can give loyalty to Cao Rui. The loan of the mixed lock supermarket. You have come to the provincial city. I am afraid that I have to stay a few days. I have a look at these days, send a car to you, let you play in the provincial city. Luo Sheng laughed again. Grandpa, let's find a car. I have a car from Jiangqing. You have a car. Busy your progress. Wait for this loan. I will beginning to the sanitary napkin to Beijing. As for the sanitary napkin factory, I hope you told it, don't stop production, if possible, work overtime to make production, sanitary napkins, as long as the advertisement is made out, and the sales will definitely go up, and even the situation of the hair. You are so sure? Is it so good to sell the sanitary napkin? The length of Zhang's factory is broken. Chen woke up for Luo Sheng to let him tell the sanitary napkin factory to continue to produce and work overtime production. There is also a bit concern. After all, there are so many sanitary napkins. The entire sanitary napkin factory is in the factory, and he can't make it all because Luo Sheng is clearly written. You can rest assured, and say, the sanitary napkin factory also has the shares of Miss Yazi. or I have to give you a military order," Luo Sheng said with a relaxed manner. Luo Sheng is not guilty at the sales of sanitary napkins. When the later generation, the sales of sanitary napkins are hot. Luo Sheng can be a clear too, even if people don't agree with the sanitary napkins, as long as he is in CCTV. The advertisements are made out, and some of the large number of publicity will be conducted in the offline. As long as the big cities have opened the market, other cities will immediately follow. The country, more than 1 billion population, half is women, most women use this kind of thing. If this woman must not sell to the most okay, then Luo Sheng simply lives to people. When I saw the show, I still had a doubts on my face. Luo Sheng said once again, "You are still unclear here. I have communicated over, and if I don't have too big, after a few months, we will also add a few sanitary napkins on the side of the Black Province." Chen woke up. The heart is even more unknown, and now it is. Now the sanitary napkin is produced, and it is kept into the factory, continuing to invest in the production line. This move is not some of the probability, Luo Sheng said with a smile. Grandpa Chen said it is better to do it. Wait a few days, I will do the advertisement in Beijing. You see the sales of sanitary napkins, you will clear what I said. Chapter 167 Arrangement. After a peaceful conversation, Luo Sheng led Wang Bo and Po Bear, bid farewell to Chen Gao official. Luo Sheng felt that this harvest is very big. The most important thing is to bring this line in the province. The Faith Company is officially entered the high-level vision. At least 2 years, he does not have to be officially everything worried. As for the 5 million yuan of loans, it is not just Luo Sheng to open the footstone in cooperation between banks. Don't look at the early 1980s. The 5 million yuan loans are in astronomical figures that scare the dead people, but for Luo Sheng, it is a few months of comics fees. But with this 5 million yuan loans, the Faith Chain supermarket enters the province's schedule. Luo Sheng left the rest of the residence. After thinking about it, told the driver of the front of the Polypair Flower to find a phone to stop. He wants to play a few calls. When I arrived in the provincial capital, Luo Sheng naturally had to play more than a few days in the provincial city, and even more delicious things. The phone in the home must play. He must tell the home, he and the 3 Kingpa may stay in the province, so they don't worry. Zhao Fangchen and Hongbin's phone must also play. After all, loyal food and surrounding supermarkets must be expanded, and 2 people must know in advance, and how to expand. Even Luo Sheng also told Hongbin, if Wuhan is able to take off, find someone who can replace him, and come back to Jiangqing. It will come back. The supermarket expansion. This matter. Hongbin is not in Jiangqing, Zhao Fangchen is alone. Luo Sheng is really unnecessary. No matter from the order of supermarket, it is still recruitment, and all kinds of goods in the goods, or Hongbin is the best. Although Hongbin has been opposition to the expansion of the food chain supermarket, there is a premise, that is, there is not much flow fund in the hands of the faith. Now Sheng Mountain Castle factory has become a cash cow of loyalty. Almost every day's income is 10,000 yuan. And the fire sales of fish can have a lot of liquidity in his hands. Coupled with the province, it is possible to give the loan from the RMB. Don't say it is expanding in the province, that is. The chain store has opened the chain to major cities across the country, and Luo Sheng feels likely. But Luo Sheng felt that his current step could not be as big as a one-time, and he could not expose it too early. To expose the real strength of the faith. The bullness made a big money, and the big money is king. Luo Sheng's third phone is called Zhao Yuanyuan. For Zhao Yuanyuan, which has been coordinated with the Faith Company, Luo Sheng is very satisfied. This time the sanitary napkin is promoted. He decided to let Zhao Yuanyuan will be responsible. Among the people around him, even Feng Xia has something you like. And Zhao Yuanyuan has a high enthusiasm, and a certain ability girl. He also needs to consider her future. Moreover, Zhao Yuanyuan is a daughter of the bamboo plate, and Linxia is basically a mass management company of the faith. In addition to the loyalty of the mountain wild vegetable factory and the loyalty of the supermarket, there is a professional accounting, all the accounts of other faith companies. It can be managed by Linxia. It is also a satisfactory job for Zhao Yuanyuan. If possible, Luo Sheng will give Zhao Yuanyuan to the location of the sanitary napkin factory, and this recruiting person will be arranged by him to the sales department of the sanitary napkin factory. The sanitary napkin factory is a joint venture. The wage level or other aspects is much higher than the state-owned business. This is also a little welfare that Luo Sheng gives them. As for those who are recruited, can you come over? Going to work. It is not that Luo Sheng needs to consider. Luo Sheng told Zhao Yuanyuan, let Zhao Yuanyuan contact the local relationship unit of Jiangqing, telling these people, this is the person who can recruit at least 30 in the mouth, and can open the mouth outside. Let the families in these relationships apply. If they apply, listen to his phone in a few days. If there is no big accident, they will go to Beijing, and do sales promotion. All the responsibility of the loyalty company, daily subsidies and salary are the highest standards of Jiangqing enterprises. If the business is good, the bonus is less. Zhao Yuanyuan as this team leader, as long as Luo Sheng, they have to go to Beijing. After Luo Sheng finished the phone, I saw Wang Bo and Po Bear. Two people were going to fall asleep on the car. He couldn't help but smash. He was very depressed. He did a little longer. The phone is over, the arrangement has been arranged. Luo Sheng feels that it is time to find a hotel. Luo Sheng smiled and said, Miss Boto, you are the authentic China Tong, but also in Harbin. Can you tell me, where is we living in the evening? For Harbin, although Luo Sheng is very familiar, it is the first time. Luo Sheng is the first time to come to Harbin. It can't be clear. When he feels, he will not suggest it here. It can't be too enchanting. I haven't waited for Potion to talk. Wang Bo directly attacked Luo Sheng, said, which hotel is the most expensive, the service is the best, and where we can get rolled away, we will live. This time and Luo Sheng came out. Wang Bo's mentality was very good. The senior officials met. In terms of accommodation, they must live the best. Anyway, now there are money now, not bad, in the Black Province. On the day, you must eat the best stay. He must eat large households. Want to eat well, live well, and close to the central street in the street. The first choice is China Zongzi Friendship Palace. Wang Pair is hesitating, or there is a name. China Zongzi Friendship Palace is the Hip City National Guest House and HLJ Provincial International Convention Center, 4-star foreign-related tourist hotel. This hotel is within easy reach of tourist attractions along the center of Yue Road along with the center of Sun Island Scenic Area, San Sofia Cathedral, Centennial Street, Central Street, Pedestrian Street. Many leaders and social welcoming people have been held in Harbin Friendship Palace, and many important meeting activities are there. When Luo Sheng later, he only heard this hotel, and the name of China Zongzi Friendly Hotel has changed to Harbin Friendship Palace. He didn't go in, after all. The place is one of the most expensive hotels in Harbin. At this time, Potent Pair is actually suggested that Luo Sheng feels very unexpected. But now Luo Sheng is not bad in his hand, and the location of that place is indeed superior. You can go to Harbin's 100-year-old street, Central Street. Luo Sheng thought that, in the provincial city, you must have a good life. If you need to enjoy life, go there, and it is also to make up for the subsequent regret. After the completion of the handling, Luo Sheng, Wang Bo, and the driver of Potener and Po Bear, and they started to visit the Central Street. Central Street is a very prosperous commercial pedestrian street in Harbin, and the Flood Control Memorial Tower Square, from the north, south of Xinyang Square, 1,400 meters long. This long street was founded in 1900, and the street construction includes a variety of buildings such as Renaissance, Baroque and other buildings. Luo Sheng came to Central Street several times, but he did not show any familiarity in this time, just like Wang Bo, followed the footsteps of Potent Bear, and listened to the situation of the Central Street. There are more than a lot of things in the city of Harbin, the city, and many things are famous, because the peers have a Poto Bear, Luo Sheng naturally bought some delicious water desserts to Popo. The dessert is the traditional West Point of Harbin, because it is finer than any pastries. The water content is large, and people call it water. The dessert is similar to the current cream cake, but it is small, most of which are round, and the irregular shape according to the style. The following is a wrinkled tray by the oil paper, the surrounding tray, which is a soft cake. The top is the various flowers and patterns of the hair, the natural cream, etc. The distal diameter is about 8 cm 20 cm. There is no cream cake before the 1980s, only the dessert. At that time, Harbin's information on pastry is only divided into 3 kinds of dry dessert, small snacks and water. Water point heart is composed of 2 parts of the fetal ore and the decoration or squandering, synthesis flowers, and the production process is to prepare the semi-finished product, that is, the first production of semi-finished products. Clinker, then processed. The water point heart is more specific, which can be divided into protein water dessert, clear water dessert, mixed water point, cream water dessert, etc. Take a crisp for the fetal. The fried protein flour is a protein dessert, with a creamy cream. It is a dessert. Use a variety of fruits, jams, frozen powder for crispy and protein dessert. After eating some water desserts, they started to explore the central street. Always along the way, Luo Sheng and Wang Bo, as long as you see the delicious thing or new strange things, almost all bye-bye. Unlucky is the middle-aged driver, Wang Bo and Luo Sheng, who bought 2 people by, special food, novelty, and how long it will fill his hands long. After the central street walked a large circle, Wang Bo saw a few good Western restaurants in Central Street. He immediately came to taste Western food. Wang Bo is a native Jiangqing people, which is the last time I have sold the items for Luo Sheng, who used the items. When I came out, my inner heart had already happened, followed by Luo Sheng. Together, don't eat it, don't eat it, live. You can't afford to make so much money. Luo Sheng listened. He immediately smiled and agreed. Luo Sheng felt that Wang Bo has been tested by him in a recent time, at least now dares to spend money, and also knows the money. What is the initial purpose of Luo Sheng's money? Nothing more than wanting to make the family live a happy life. Nothing more than people around you are happy. The money earned now, he can't finish in their lives. When there is nothing, there must be some enjoyment. I thought that Wang Bo raised Western food. He immediately pointed the Western place to a far-reaching Western restaurant. Western restaurant is located 112 Harbin Central Street. It was founded in 1925. The original named Ma's Western Food Restaurant. It is a restaurant, BJ Maxim Restaurant and TJ, a BJ Maxim Restaurant and TJ, called China's fourth. The restaurant is mainly based on the Russian Western food as the business focus, and the cuisine is used. The famous Russian big dishes have hot pot ridges, cream chicken, grilled milk sauce, fried plate shrimp, iron chicken, red soup, and tanning series. Color flavor is full. Russian staple food groove bread, using Russian craft wine fermentation, baked with charcoal, rich in the entrance, is famous. Drinks are Russian specialty drink Skasto, which is made of bread and fermented, and the color is approximately red, sweet and moderate, is a free alcoholic fermentation and cool drink. Luo Sheng led the wife to enjoy a romance here, and felt that the Huimai restaurant is still quite good, no matter from the environment, or in service, it is a first class. This time, I went to the Huimai restaurant. I also thought of a nostalgic. At this moment, Luo Sheng thought of the appearance of the wife, and there was a springs in my eyes. With the point of view, Luo Sheng wiped the tears in the eyes. Drop, the spin is restored. Chapter 168 Advertisement. Listening to the soothing music, feel the elegant and romantic environment of Huimai restaurant. Luo Sheng seems to return to the later generation, and I remembered the romance of the later generation. He sighed, and took the old heart. He looked up, and he saw a cream chicken with a cream chicken, slowly sent her sexy red lips. Luo Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. He is looking for a mature sexy female to shoot the advertisement of sanitary napkins. A woman who shoots this advertisement is not only temperament, but also is a mature sexy woman. However, now is 8 or 3 years. Most women are very conservative. Let them throw a sanitary napkins, which is simply difficult. Find a small star. He has not had such a relationship there, and now I want him to go. He can't find the star of this advertisement. Besides, he is to find a star. The star can accept what he shoots sanitary napkin advertising. No star will feel at this time, shooting sanitary napkins advertising is a glory. They will even think that this advertisement has an impact on their future development. One go out, others will say, seeing no, the woman is shooting sanitary napkin advertising. From the perspective of long phase temperament, Luo Sheng has no feminine in the life circle. Cool is not secret to the elegant temperament of Puffer. Feel the taste of the mature woman, and Luo Sheng suddenly felt that it took the iron shoes without a lot of time. I didn't think of the wave bear. What do you have to shoot this sanitary napkin? Worn pear flowing is not an offer. Potion pear is RB, which is sexy and temperament, but also a very open type woman. Let her take this advertisement, there is absolutely no problem. After Luo Sheng took a few times in his heart, he was naturally putting the idea in his heart. Miss Po Pizza, we have gone to have a period of time. Your beauty and temperament successfully conquered my eyes. Have the opportunity to invite you to be a heroine, participate in the advertisement shooting of billion Chinese audience? Potion flower that is enjoying the food. The fork held in your hand does not say. Her face has a more incredible expression. Luo Sheng said that your beauty and temperament successfully conquered my eyes. The fork in the hands of the Pufobi is almost scared. After all, she and Luo Sheng are nearly 20 years old. Cool. I heard Luo Sheng, as a kind of speech. I was scared, but at that time, she did even have a kind of Luo Sheng looks at her illusion. When Luo Sheng opened to invite her to be a heroine, when she took the advertiser, she was very happy to find the north, and her mouth was able to plug in the next take. Let me take an advertisement. Oh, God. It's too incredible. Loyalty, what is it true? Wave pear flower foot is over half a minute. Only from that extreme shock the recovery is recovered and asked Luo Sheng. Of course, it is true. Miss Wang Du should have temperament, mature, and elegant. I feel that Miss Piers will serve as this role, and there is no problem. Luo Sheng has seen this time, there is absolutely, if there is too much accident, potent pear will definitely promise his request. Too good. Loyalty, do you know? I have always had a dream of actors. But this dream is too far away. Now you can give me such a chance. I just don't know how to thank you. Please give me this opportunity. Body pair listening after Luo Sheng's flicker. The whole person has a feeling of fluttering fairy, and her heart is more urgent to become the role in Luo Zonk's son. How did Luo Sheng think that the style is not right? Isn't he asked if he asked the Po Bear and I? The whole painting is changed. And it is a chance to give him a chance. Although Luo Sheng saw Wongo Bear, he had agreed, he still had to put some of the things in front. Luo Sheng asked with a smile, Miss Wang Du, take this ad piece, how much is you want to give you? Luo Sheng has always had a habit. If you want to say it in front, what is going to say? Everything is in accordance with the agreed rules, must have the spirit of the contract. Oh, number. Loyalty. You don't say so. You can choose the heroine of your advertiser. I can't describe my current mood. If you give me the fee, then you are looking down at me. Not only don't want any fees, I have to ask you to eat. I want to invite you to eat. Express my heartfelt thanks to you. Potent pear felt that the cells in her body were started at this time. A cheering. Don't say that Luo Sheng will give her money, even if Luo Sheng makes her own money. She has the idea that I have taken all my home. Wave pear flower has always had an actor dream, but because she is strongly opposed to this road. She suddenly heard Luo Sheng in China. I would like to take an advertisement, and it is faced with more than 1 billion advertising. Her sprouting heart suddenly active. Luo Sheng is what person? That is a partner of Miss Jiaji, is a prize child who is called the Enchanting. Since he wants to shoot such an advertisement, this ad will not only be good enough but this advertisement will be quite large in the future of TV stations. Wang Yuohua has always been a matter of thinking about this. Suddenly, Luo Sheng raises such a request with her. Don't say what endorsement is expense, even if she takes some money. She also I will wish. Luo Sheng saw that the wave is so good. He said, since Miss Pureed is so interested, then the protagonist of this advertisement is you. As for your endorsement, I will consider you to settle you. Of the heart angry Poto Prot Flower heard Luo Sheng that the spokesperson of this sanitary napkin advertisement will be in the future. She quickly bypassed the dining table, and picked up Luo Sheng, and gave 2 joke 2 in Luo Sheng. As for the endorsement of Luo Sheng, the wave pair is directly removed. For Luo Sheng and the Japanese dialogue behind the Pufobi, Wang Bo is a bad, but the previous 2 people's dialogue Wang Bo is really cut. He didn't think that this big exterior is actually then fooling, actually putting the Wang pair. When this Poto pair is talked in Chinese and Luo Sheng, he heard very true. Potent pear flowers actually asked Luo Sheng to eat, and won the heroine of this advertisement. Wang Bo did not understand. This big exterior will be thrown with soul soup, look very exciting, a big beauty. A few words are fooling. Not only being fooled, the IQ seems to be fooled. In such an elegant environment, actually ran to the exterior to kiss loudly. Let Wang Bo's heart showed a 5 flavor. I have ended until the end of the dinner, and the wave of Po Pizza is still immersed in the excitement of the heroine. Even told the driver, she didn't return to the night at night, she wants to stay here. Tomorrow, she wants to ask Luo Sheng to eat. Chapter 169. Look, on the morning, Luo Sheng got up early and exercised in the backyard of the hotel. Many times Luo Sheng firmly believes in a word: people are expensive. Exercise this thing, since starting, then you have to stick to the end. The environment of Zongzi Friendly Hotel is very good. The grass green oil, the tall tree is very lush, vibrant, the air is clear and cool, and it is also a fascinating fragrance. Just let Luo Sheng feel that the accident is that he just went downstairs in the morning, and the Po pair is worn in front of him. 2 people, first slammed, then 1 person with Japanese, 1 person asked in Chinese. After he asked each other, both people felt that the style is not right, and they will replace their language and the other parties re-helping. After smiling, the 2 people run while chatting. Luo Sheng really didn't think that a big beauty such as Pocky is actually a good habit of morning practice. But, seeing the fantastic body of the Potobo flower, his heart is only a taste. For a big beauty, a mature sexy girl with a mature sexy, Luo Sheng felt very comfortable. But there were some regrets in the heart, and now his age is too small. When you have breakfast in Zongzhou, Yue Hotel, Po pulling flower once again, please ask Luo Sheng to eat. Poto Probs insisted that Luo Sheng had to eat dinner, and the protagonist of the sanitary napkin advertisement has been fixed, his potent bear, and Luo Sheng has no resignation. Just Luo Sheng did not think that after a circle in the provincial city in the morning, Poto Probs actually asked him to eat. To the Arby restaurant. Po Bear, please. Luo Sheng, located on the side of the north building of Harbin, Building 38 Hongjun Street, is Harbin, a kind of protection building, originally a Middle East Railway Director Service Department and residential. Northern building was built on September 30, 1959. All January 1960 was all put into use, and it was partly affiliated to the Black Provincial Government Reception Office. The main task was to receive large conferences, public cadres and Chinese and foreign passengers. The highest level of Harbin, the hotel has received many domestic and foreign VIPs, with large, small and medium-sized restaurants and snacks, 9 floors, etc. The Arby Flavor restaurant is one of them. At this time, The Arby Cuisine restaurant in the later generation is different. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Arby restaurant for business in Harbin is almost all shut down. The Arby Flavor restaurant is also the first flavor restaurant that appeared in Harbin. After all, China and Japan have been built, and many days of business to invest in the Black Province, and there are many Arby people to seek relatives. Luo Sheng arrived in Tamana when he was later, and he didn't think of it in the 1980s. He has never thought of that in the 1980s. Arby restaurant. The Potana light car ripe to Luo Sheng. Wang Wang, who came directly into the restaurant, directly entered a very elegant private room. Just when Potent Bear, the waiters were died, a middle-aged woman wearing Arby kimono took a small broken step, and the wind was swayed. Miss Bear, you can't help you. When you come to eat, you will not give you a grease. When you come to see you, then I am embarrassed. After the woman is very gorgeous, it is also the side of Luo Sheng and Wang Bo. I made a sprouted. I nodded very much, and I showed a friendly, let's do it. Then do you have to trouble you? Our manager said, let me see you, give you a good question. This is not, I will prepare for you to visit you. Exclamation mark. Potent Pear stood up the body, and then replied very humbly later. The high bridge in front of her is the boss classmates. It is a good friend of Yadia in the Black Province. 3 wells is as long as it comes to the side of the black. And this high bridge is very prestige here, she naturally wants some. The dusty high bridge Lons smiled, slowly opened the emotional red lips. Miss Bear, you are too polite. When you return to China, I need to help me give me a lot to Miss Yifang, and tell her, when will she come back to Black? Gokiao Liz, I asked her to eat. After the Poto Bear, I saw that Gokiao Luo's is slightly squatted. She immediately said, the sister of Luo's is polite. You will tell Miss Yazi. Today I am here. I specially invited Miss Yazi, the partner faithful to eat, and the future faith will be to eat, and the sister must give the most enthusiasm. After potion pair is finished, it makes it a half-side body. Let Gokiao Lizai once again look at Luo Sheng. Communication June. How is the name so familiar? Gokiao Liz's face appeared a confused expression. Pacific Pear Flower Brow, very unshouldered. Detective Conan and Paul Dunk Master, these two popular Arby comics you should have heard. Sheng June. Do you have a big name? Ding ding Master Faith! Exclamation mark. Gokiao Liz's mouth is a big O shape, and the right hand is even afraid of the surprised voice, shouting, slamming the past. After seeing the Popole, Gokiao Liz's extremely shocked expression did not go to the slightest expression. Gokiao Luozi has never thought of that. The master of the Arby comic circle is faithful. Actually this looks like only a teenage-sized child. Gokiao Lizai and Sanjing Yadia's two people are almost the same. They are 33 years old. She has a son that is almost very big, and Luo Sheng, and her son, is a loyal reader of Luo Sheng's comics. Detective Conan and Punitive Dunk. When her son came to the Black Province, she brought the comics book, and they all had these two comics, and Weekly Teenagers was on RB every time. He will let the mother's friend on the RB, mailing him to the side of the Black. Potent Pear Flowers. Luo Sheng is a partner of Sanjing Yadiazi, and it is a popularity of the RB cartoon world. How can she not surprised? Gokiao Lizai has seen countless people in China, and she has never thought that this looks in front of the big boy who is a famous RB comic circler. How can I not let her surprised? Gokiao Luo's horrified look disappeared. His face is a sweet smile. She is quickly close to Luo Sheng, and reaches her white and tender right hand, saying very well, Sheng Jun. Hello, I am Gokiao Lizai, please take care of it in the future. And Luo Sheng was shawled, and Gokiao Luozi once again said, communications, I don't know if I have a pleasure to take a photo. My home's son is the most advocated, please meet me. This little requirement. Luo Sheng did not expect that it was asked for a meal by Word Bear. It actually came into contact with the fans who took him. Luo Sheng silently smiled and said, Miss Lifu is polite, do you have a photo? I have a good agreement, but I have a small requirement here. Surveying it out. Things to take pictures are simple, However, once the photo takes out, Luo Sheng is passively, now he is 11, do not want to enter the voyette of the public, but also want to maintain a mysterious low-key. The more mysterious and low-key, the more people feel a fear. If it is prematurely in the eyes of the public, it is unfavorable for his future development. Chapter 117 Pen from God 170. This time, Bodo Yue has put a lot of money in order to invite Luo Sheng to eat sashimi, grilled prawns, raw roast beef, flavored grilled sori, live crab, raw chicken tail prawns, RB bean paste soup, RB fried rice, made a big table full. In the past 2 days, many ideas have sprung up in her mind. As the head of the Mitsui Group's office in Kazakhstan, she must first make a good deal of Luo Sheng, the manager's partner, and even get rid of the advertising shooting that Luo Sheng said. In her heart, Yue Bodo loves the acting career very much. Although she has passed that age, she still has illusion that if she becomes famous in China, she may enter the acting circle in the future and become a well-known celebrity. For this commercial shooting, not only Bojuo Lihua was very concerned, but Luo Sheng was also very concerned. Luo Sheng originally planned to go to the capital to find someone from CCTV to make this advertisement this time, but he thought again that he had nothing to do with him in the capital. When he got there, he would spend money to advertise this on CCTV. There is no big problem, but it is much more difficult to find a professional production team to produce his advertisement. Now he is in the provincial capital, and senior official Chen Xingren is very concerned about the promotion of this sanitary napkin. So, it is much better to find someone from the high provincial TV station to record such an advertisement than to go to the capital of Beijing. During the meal, Luo Sheng took the time to go to the front desk of the hotel and called Cao Rui. He talked about the fact that he wanted to find a film crew on the provincial TV station to shoot the sanitary napkin advertisement and let Cao Rui see when it was convenient to help him contact here. He should use the fastest time this commercial was shot. When Cao Rui heard about the sanitary napkin advertisement, he immediately left Luo Sheng's current address and told Luo Sheng to wait for his reply. He immediately contacted the leader of the provincial TV station and arranged for some people to come to Luo Sheng. The faithful side is waiting for orders. The leaders of the provincial TV station received a call from Cao Rui. They took it seriously and immediately dispatched a professional film crew from the provincial TV advertising center. The leaders of the TV station sent a total of 4 film crews, led by Deputy Director Jiang Qiang of the Advertising Center, who were specifically responsible for filming for Luo Sheng. When Jiang Qiang led the crew to reach the position mentioned by Luo Sheng in the van, he called Luo Sheng. After entering the RB restaurant in the North Building and seeing Luo Sheng's face in the box, Jiang Qiang was immediately stunned. "Hello, you are Mr. Jiang Qiang," that Cao Rui said. "I am Luo Sheng, and you are welcome to come here to assist us in the production of the advertisement." Luo Sheng saw Jiang Qiang and several people at the door. He immediately smiled and greeted him. Up. Luo Zong knew in his confidence that his current age was a flaw, and most people felt distrustful of his age. Jiang Qiang, may I ask, are you Luo Sheng? Although Jiang Qiang was shocked in his heart, he stretched out his hand to Luo Sheng very naturally. Although Jiang Qiang heard Cao Rui said during the phone call, the person who was going to shoot the commercial this time was a young child. After he got there, he had to listen to the child's arrangements. However, the child in front of him seems to be not as old as his son, and the venue in question turned out to be an RB restaurant on the North Building. Luo Sheng, you come all the way, come in and take a break, and later I will tell you the idea of the advertisement I am going to shoot, and then everyone will express their opinions and see how we can make the commercial film better, more ideal. After Luo Sheng shook his right hand heavily in Jiang Qiang's, he stretched out his left hand and made a welcome gesture, welcoming several people into the room. Luo Sheng welcomes all the Jiang Qiang people arranged by Cao Rui. After all, it was a very laborious task to shoot an advertisement in the 1980s, and such professionals are very rare. These people are all staff members of the Black Province TV station. In the future, Sheng Company will usher in the brand new development. Such people form a good relationship at this time. In the future, when they come to the Black Province TV station, they can be regarded as having friends, at least with a stepping stone. In many cases, whether Chen Xingran or Cao Rui, Luo Sheng feels that if you can trouble the two of them as little as possible, you should trouble them as little as possible. Now that there is such a way, in the future, there will be a bridge to contact the provincial and Taiwan sides. At Luo Sheng's sincere invitation, everyone sat around the round table and drank tea. Seeing that Jiang Qiang and his party did not make a sound, but looked up and down between him and Bodo Yue with weird eyes, Luo Sheng said with a smile, "This is Miss Bodo Yue from RB Mitsui Group, and it is also our commercial shooting." The heroine of "Today we are gathered here at the request of senior official Chen Haixing and Mitsui Real Estate have jointly developed a sanitary napkin factory project. Now, the sanitary napkin factory has produced sanitary napkins, but it did not effectively open the market, that is, as we say, the things were made but not sold. This time we gathered everyone here to shoot an advertisement to promote the sanitary napkins produced by the Black Province. Everyone is the backbone of the elite TV station in Heilongjiang, so there shouldn't be any problems with this filming. Luo Sheng talked a lot of eloquently, stunned Jiang Qiang, Lin Li, Yang Shifan, and videographer Shen Tengfei. The few of them did not expect that the ugly child in front of them would actually speak such a big call in front of them, and they could still fully understand what was going on. "I am videographer Shen Tengfei. This is Director Jiang Qiang of our advertising center. This is Assistant Lin Li, and this is Assistant Yang Shufan. Just say how you want to shoot, and we will try our best to complete the task." Shen Tengfei saw that Jiang Qiang did not in words. He first briefly introduced the composition of their people, and pointed out that Jiang Qiang is the director of the advertising center. "The advertisement we are going to shoot is an advertisement about caring for women's health. It is an article used by women during menstrual cramps. There are not too many complicated things. I believe in your strength. Together, we will be able to shoot what I want." When Jiang Qiang saw Luo Sheng talking like this, he also asked very readily, "How are you going to shoot this advertisement? Where are you going to shoot? What are the specific requirements? And what specific equipment is needed? If we bring the equipment this time, it's not enough to complete this shooting mission. I can send someone there to send the missing equipment here." Jiang Qiang had already heard from the leaders in the station before he came. The mission this time is a key task assigned by the province. The shooting must be completed in good quality and quantity. They must try their best to meet the requirements raised over there. This time the advertisement is said to be broadcast on CCTV. If the shooting effect is not good, then the Black TV station will have no light. Luo Sheng said with a smile. Director Jiang is polite. This commercial is not difficult to shoot. There are 2 scenes in total. The demand for equipment is not high. As long as we can grasp the key shots, there will be basically no what's the problem. In this way, I will tell you the general idea of shooting and see if you have any suggestions. This is how I designed the design. The beautiful Miss Bodo Rika stood in a room in front of us. An uncomfortable expression suddenly appeared on her expression, which was a little unnatural when she walked. This is the number 1. A scene. After this scene is completed, it is the dubbing and subtitles below the scene. It is best to use a softer female comrade for this dubbing. Women are uncomfortable for a few days, and they are worried when they move. Seeing that Jiang Qiang and the others listened to his speech very seriously, Luo Sheng continued. The second and third scenes are all outdoors. I found a park with a swing. Miss Bodo was smiling on the swing in her skirt. Swing on the swing. The third scene is to find an outdoor stadium with a badminton court and capture a shot of Miss Bodo playing badminton. In these 2 scenes, the subtitles and dubbing are inertia, safe and comfortable to accompany every day. In the last scene, Miss Bodo took out a pack of sanitary napkins with subtitles and dubbing. With inertia, it is drier, cooler and safer. Dumbfounded, after listening to the shooting of Luo Sheng's commercial, Jiang Qiang's eyes widened. showing an expression of unbelievable shock. The creative of this advertisement is really good, and the side in the advertisement sounds very comfortable. In the early 1980s, advertisements were very singular, usually one sentence or two sentences over and over, and the conversion between several shots of Luo Sheng perfectly interprets a feeling of women's menstrual irritability and happiness. There is no sense of contradiction and existence. The most important thing is that what Luo Sheng said between the lines and the words between the lines perfectly interpreted the usage of sanitary napkins. Throughout the story, people have a sense of magic. Chapter 171. 171. The framing is simple, and the shooting is also very simple. It is nothing more than the dubbing and subtitles in the TV station in the later stage. It takes some time. In addition, from Jiangqiang to Shentengfei, all the elites of the Black Province Advertising Center, it takes almost no effort. It was just one afternoon, and the shooting was completed. Both Luo Sheng and Jiangqiang are very satisfied with this cooperation. After the shooting, Luo Sheng said, "Director Jiang has worked hard this afternoon. Now it is time for dinner. I invite you all to have a meal, and I would like to express my gratitude. I hope you can give me this face." With regard to Jiangqiang, who will come into contact with each other frequently in the future, Luo Sheng feels that he must invite a meal, and after eating, he has to pay for the cost of these people out for shooting this time. Cao Rui called the Heilongjiang TV station and asked Jiangqiang and the others to come here to help him shoot the sanitary napkin advertisement. It was public to public, and it had nothing to do with him. Now that Sheng Company is rich, it will not miss the subsidy for the four of them for one day. However, Luo Sheng has been wondering, this time Jiangqiang and the others assisted in the filming, and how big a red envelope should be given. If the red envelope is too big, people like them dare not accept it and cannot accept it, and if the red envelope is too small, he can't get it. After hearing Luo Sheng's words, Jiangqiang waved his hands again and said, "How can it be done? We were assigned to come here for shooting this time. All of us have accepted your wishes, and we don't have to eat. Let's talk about it. To be able to shoot such an excellent commercial so smoothly this time, it is necessary for us to invite you to dinner." Jiangqiang is very satisfied with the commercials filmed with Luo Sheng this time, and he has more ideas for future advertising ideas. It can be said that this is a thing that can be met but cannot be expected. Besides, Luo Sheng is an 11-year-old child, and they can't let an 11-year-old child invite him to dinner. As a half-China expert, she felt very tired after shooting all afternoon. Suddenly she heard that Jiangqiang refused to attend Luo Sheng's banquet. She immediately said, "Director Jiang, everyone is very hard today. Mr. Sheng invites everyone to have a big meal. We are so tired that we are desperately tired. Mr. Sheng must have some blood. Which restaurant here is the most expensive? Let's go to eat it. Let's eat the big family today. Faithful Lord, a big bet!" Jiangqiang looked at Bojuo Lihua confusedly, a puzzled expression in his eyes. The Chinese in the 1980s had a fear of the most expensive restaurants, let alone eating the most expensive restaurants. Even eating ordinary restaurants, it took a long time to consider. Suddenly, this foreign friend suddenly asked Luo Sheng to invite him to a big meal, and he was going to the most expensive restaurant by name, which made Jiangqiang feel very puzzled. Is this kid in front of him so rich? Jiangqiang saw that Luo Sheng had lost a hygienic eye to Bojuo Lihua. He immediately said, "Otherwise, we can still catch up with the cafeteria when we return to the unit. If there is a chance next time, I will arrange for the two of you to eat." Luo Sheng blushed, feeling a little embarrassed about Jiangqiang's refusal to eat. He glanced up at Bodo Lihua with a weird look, because Bodo Lihua actually said that it is a big food. It is normal for a Chinese to say this, but it sounds like it from the mouth of such a beautiful foreign lady. Awkward. It made Luo Sheng feel that he was going to be eaten by a big dog. Luo Sheng gave a dry cough, and said with a smile, "It's this time, what can you eat in the cafeteria?" "I think the Japanese restaurant when we came today is not bad. or I would invite everyone to have a light meal. Among us I happen to have a hardworking foreign friend who doesn't have to go to other restaurants. She is not used to eating. I'm not familiar with Harbin, so please take a look. Do you recommend any good restaurants? Japanese restaurant? Exclamation mark. Jang Kyung, a native of the capital of the Black Province, naturally knows the Japanese restaurant. Not to mention that this hotel is the most expensive hotel here in Harbin. The chief director of their advertising center was once invited to a banquet and had a meal in a Japanese restaurant. After he returned to the TV station, he sighed with emotion, feeling that the Japanese are too rich. 6 of them ate a meal there, which cost more than 200 yuan, and there was nothing to order. He didn't even eat enough. After returning home, he ate a bowl of rice to fill his stomach. Although he has a high evaluation of the raw fish sushi in Japanese restaurants, he feels that he is not used to eating. The Japanese restaurant is just a Japanese restaurant. But this time I can declare in advance that I want to order the most expensive bluefin tuna over there. I have been busy for a day today, and I have to treat me. Bodo Rika finished listening to Li Sheng said that she was going to a Japanese restaurant, and she immediately spoke to Luo Sheng aloud. What is this situation? Exclamation mark. Miss Bodo Rika, why would you like to order the most expensive bluefin tuna? When shooting the commercial, the relationship between the two looked very good. What kind of situation is this? After the group returned to the Japanese restaurant, they were still in the private room at noon, but the dishes were much richer than noon, especially the bluefin tuna at Porto Pear Blossom. Luo Sheng ordered 2 big dishes. Sashimi, grilled prawns, raw roast beef, flavored grilled sori, live crabs, raw chicken tail prawns. Luo Sheng almost ordered a full set of specialty items in Japanese restaurants. Luo Sheng did not expect that the commercial shooting this time would be so smooth. If nothing else, Luo Sheng would be able to get the videotape at this time tomorrow. A meal was full of enthusiasm, as if between this meal, everyone's distance was shortened a lot. Jang Kyung and several people even told Luo Sheng that in the future, if there is a shooting advertisement or when they are needed, they will be here. After taking down the office and home phone numbers of Jang Kyung's several people, Luo Sheng asked Wang Bo to stuff the prepared red envelope into the file bag beside Jang Kyung. He naturally said, "We are all friends. Don't say anything. If you guys go to Jiangqing in the future, remember to call me and Wang Bo. Then, we will meet you and make arrangements for you. Today, everyone has worked hard, and the little meaning is not a tribute. I hope you don't think too little, and when we work together in the future, I will get you some big red envelopes." For Jang Kyung, Luo Sheng has a strong mind. After all, if the Sheng grocery chain supermarket project is implemented, it needs to be promoted. The TV station can just let Jang Kyung and others help. In this era, photographers and videographers are extremely difficult to find. With their contact information, if you need a photographer or a videographer in the future, it will be much more convenient then. After Jang Kyung led the 3 colleagues into the Van Drunkly, he opened the file bag very naturally. When he picked up the thick red envelope, his eyes almost fell to the ground. End of this chapter. Important notice on this site: please use the free app on this site. No ads, anti-piracy breaking, fast update, members sync bookshelves. Please follow to download the free reader. Chapter 172 Shit Expert. 4th today, during the period after Nintendo's surge in March, Keiko Komura called Luo Sheng almost every day to report on Nintendo's stock price. Even if she couldn't find Luo Sheng, she would let Zhao Yuanyun of Sheng Company tell Luo Sheng about the matter. She called every day. She couldn't understand how Luo Sheng bought the Nintendo stock that entered when it was a little more than 100 yen per share. Even if it reached more than 5,000 yen, Luo Sheng didn't mean to sell it at all. Luo Sheng just told her to wait. When the time was right, he would naturally tell Komura Huixiang to sell the stock. When the time is right, it is always said that the time is right. As soon as Keiko Komura heard the person in charge who followed Nintendo's stock talk about the rise in Nintendo's stock, She felt a headache in her head. If this kind of thing is not reported to Luo Sheng, it would be her dereliction of duty. When reporting it every day, it is just like a silly person, just telling her to wait patiently for the time to sell. When it comes time to sell, Luo Sheng will tell her. Just when Komura's anxious energy disappeared and she felt numb, she suddenly received a call from Luo Sheng. What did not make her think was that Luo Sheng actually told her very seriously on the phone that now Nintendo's stock price has reached his psychological price, and he can let the people below operate and sell all the stocks slowly in batches. Out. Luo Zong remembered very clearly in his confidence. In later generations, on July 15, 1983, Nintendo's FC was officially listed. Since the completion of the new plant in March, Nintendo's share price has soared to 6,300 yen per share, the highest point in the history of stocks. In those few days, Nintendo's stocks were basically sold out, with a turnover rate of over 80%. The dealers and institutions with most of the stocks in their hands all managed to escape the top, leaving a lot of feathers. Although Nintendo's stock has regained strength after several years of precipitation, it was only a few years later. In short, in 1983, the most powerful stock on the global stock market was Nintendo. It was useless for the first half of the year. In time, the price of the stock has almost doubled by more than 50 times. It was already July 9 when Luo Sheng got the ad video from the High Province and Wang Bo returned to Jiangqing. He suddenly remembered that during the time he went to the provincial capital, he forgot to explain to Xiaokan Huixiang that he sold stocks in batches. He immediately called Komura Huixiang. Luo Sheng felt that the money he had made on Nintendo's stock was enough, and now it is time to sell. As for Nintendo's stock price, even if it is due to his entry of more than 6,300 yen, or if it has risen to a higher level, it has nothing to do with him. He has made enough money. Just when Luo Sheng called Komura Keiko and told Komura Keiko to sell Nintendo stock, many stockholders in the RB stock market were crazy when Nintendo's stock price entered the 6,000 mark. They didn't expect that Nintendo's stock would show such a trend, and it would rise from more than 100 yen to 6,000 yen per share. And what makes them feel the most horrible is that Nintendo's game consoles are selling crazy. Nintendo has launched FC game consoles. The mainland, Hong Kong and Taiwan are usually called red and white consoles, and Europe and the United States are called Nintendo Entertainment System. This is the first attempt. It is a cassette-based TV game platform. This system was very successful, and orders were filled with Nintendo's company like snowflakes. In other words, Nintendo's factory has not produced this kind of game consoles, and they have all been sold. Even the orders were queued to the end of 1984. What a terrible thing this is. What do you look at when buying stocks? What you look at is the strength of the company's sustainable growth, the company's development prospects and the ability to pay dividends. At this time, Nintendo's company will definitely usher in greater development, with strong growth, strong cash flow, and out-of-stock products. Good stocks must be bought. Stock experts and various stock commentators began to declare at this time that in terms of technical indicators, Nintendo's stock showed signs of beginning to ship, and it was about to fall. At this time, these experts and various stock commentators have noticed that Nintendo's stock price has reached a peak position, and signs of pulling up shipments are becoming more and more obvious. They were originally reluctant to mention Nintendo, because when Nintendo's stock reached more than 1,000 yen, the tone of these stock experts and various stock commentators was consistent, that is, Nintendo's stock had reached an all-time high and bought at that time. Nintendo's stock is an unwise choice. Risk and benefit are simply not proportional. When Nintendo's stock reached more than 2,000 yen, they also said that Nintendo's stock rose almost every day, and they said every day that Nintendo's stock was risky and not suitable for investment. However, the face slap happened, and Nintendo increased every day. Starting from more than 100 yen, They gave them a heavy slap every time. Nintendo's stocks are very willful. The technical indicators and the various head and shoulders graphics can't be withdrawn on Nintendo's stock at all. Even many stock commentators call Nintendo's stock a willful Mustang stock. They all feel that Nintendo's stock is too capricious and inhuman at all. Nima. What indicators are not indicators? I have risen all the way to the point that people feel numb, and even many stock commentators have begun to avoid answering questions about Nintendo's stock. When many people consulted their Nintendo stocks, they gave Nintendo very low evaluations, and they generally recommended those who own Nintendo stocks to sell. However, after those people sold it, they watched Nintendo's stock go up all the way, and there was no sign of any decline at all. They began to have a distrust of many stock commentators. If Nintendo's stock rose slightly, they would have recognized it. However, Nintendo's stock seemed to have been smashed, rising all the way. If they hadn't sold Nintendo's stock at that time, many of them would now be able to make a fortune. Nintendo's rate of increase is too great, from more than 100 yen to 5 or 6,000 yen. At least more than 40 times. Even if they hold the stocks in their hands for 2 more months, their funds will be able to turn up countless times. Just when they were upset, they suddenly discovered that those stock experts and commentators who had shut up appeared again, and this time they were still the same as before, and that was Nintendo's. The stock has risen too high now and it is no longer suitable for buying. Nimas. These damn shit experts have come out to fool people again. Chapter 173. Japanese investors can see in major newspapers in Tokyo that Nintendo has created a miracle in the game console market. In a short period of time, Nintendo has become the strongest game console manufacturer in Japan. It has not yet been officially launched, and the red and white consoles have been sold out. In other words, Nintendo's stock has grown very well, and now it is nothing more than 6,000 yen. According to the practice of Japanese stocks, such a stock with strong growth will definitely reach a terrifying number of dividends by the end of the year. And most importantly, Nintendo's growth is good, and it may increase its efforts to attract investment and build factories. In other words, Nintendo has huge potential and can even push the stock price to 10,000 yen. When several investors were chatting, they suggested that Nintendo's stock would become 10,000 yuan shares. This matter spread all of a sudden. The Japanese stock experts and commentators jumped and shouted that Nintendo's stock was oversold and the stock was about to fall. However, the crazy people have ignored their screams. These people are even more scolding in their hearts. These damn experts, there are investment experts, they are simply cheating experts. When it was more than 100 yen, you said that the game market was sluggish and Nintendo's stock was not good enough to buy. When it was more than 200 yen, you said that Nintendo's stock was an oversold rebound and it was not suitable for buying. If there are stocks that do not lose money, you can consider selling them. When it was more than 400 yen, you said that Nintendo's stock was a nonsensical rise, and it is impossible to continue to rise in the future. When the price rises to 1,000 yen, you vowed to say that the stocks of companies like Nintendo can reach such a price, which is already sky high, and it is impossible to continue to rise. It is recommended that people with Nintendo stocks wait for opportunities to sell out. When it rose to 2,000 yen, you all said that it was basically a static rhetoric. When it rises to 3,000 yen and 4,000 yen, consult with experts like you, and you all have a reaction. That is, you insist on a point that Nintendo's stock has reached an extreme value, and it is absolutely impossible to buy it, and you must sell it firmly out. When it rose to 5,000 yen, you collectively avoided talking about Nintendo's stock. As long as Nintendo's stock fluctuates, you will hesitate, and still not optimistic about Nintendo's stock. Now that Nintendo's stock price has reached more than 6,000 yen, you have come out and shouted that you are going to drop it. Nimas, you experts, you are simply brick-making guys. In the entire Tokyo Stock Exchange market, a large number of people buying Nintendo stock began to appear, all preaching that Nintendo's stock could rise to 10,000 yen. Pushing higher and higher, Nintendo's stock continued to rise at this time, approaching the round of 6,300 yen. At this moment, when Keiko Komura started to be optimistic about the potential of Nintendo's stock and felt that Nintendo's stock could continue to rise, she suddenly received a call from Luo Sheng in China. Luo Sheng told Keiko Komura on the phone that now Nintendo's stocks are slowly going to be released, and all Nintendo stocks in his hands will be sold at this time. Keiko Komura heard that Luo Sheng was about to sell all of Nintendo's stock. She immediately told Luo Sheng about the fire of this game console that Nintendo had produced during this period of time, and many people are now talking about it. She is optimistic about this stock. It is for this reason that she keeps asking Luo Sheng if she keeps the stock in her hands. After listening to Komura Keiko, Luo Sheng laughed on the phone. He smiled and said, "Ms. Huixiang, why did she suddenly change her sex today? She didn't persuade me to sell the stocks, and asked me to keep the stocks. You call me every day to persuade me to sell stocks." Since he asked Komura Keiko to buy Nintendo stock, it hasn't taken much time. Komura Keiko called him here every day, asking when to sell Nintendo's stock. Keiko Komura has been saying that now Nintendo's stock has reached a high point. Experts have said that now Nintendo's stock is already very risky and needs to be sold. Komura Keiko has been spurring Luo Sheng to sell part of Nintendo's stock and firmly hold the results in his hands. After all, Luo Sheng has already made considerable profits. If he sells part of the stock, it will be a win. Not to mention that Komura Huixiang calls Luo Sheng every day to inquire about whether to sell stocks. It's almost the same. But Luo Sheng has always insisted on not selling any stocks. Not only does he not sell stocks, but also the recent weekly youth the manuscript fees given to him over there continue to be invested in it. Luo Sheng bought 2 billion yen in Nintendo stock when it was a little over 100 yen, and bought 400 million yen in stock when it was over 1,000 yen. Komura Keiko couldn't imagine what kind of head Luo Sheng looked like, actually making money on Nintendo's stock that she could not even imagine. She used to call almost every day to ask Luo Sheng when to sell the stock, but when Luo Sheng wanted to sell the stock, she didn't know why, and she actually began to persuade Luo Sheng not to sell the stock for the time being. After listening to Luo Sheng's words, Komura Keiko's face suddenly blushed. Regarding her practice of persuading Luo Sheng not to sell stocks for no reason, she herself thought for a long time and didn't understand why. Didn't she always want Sheng Jun to sell stocks? Yeah, suddenly she also persuaded Lord Sheng not to sell stocks. Luo Sheng told Komura Keiko that the decision he made will not change. No matter how good Nintendo is, he has nothing to do with him now. His current stock has earned nearly 50 times. You should not be too greedy for money. Just start to shoot. Luo Sheng also reminded Keiko Komura that when placing orders at this time, you must not directly place a large order, but use small orders to continuously place orders outside, and sell outward orders gently. Never suddenly appear a huge list. Luo Zong knows in his confidence that he already has quite a lot of shares in Nintendo, and if they are released all at once, it is estimated that Nintendo's share price will be dropped. It is not in his interest to do that. Even if Nintendo's stock suddenly drops, and if he sells it cheaper, it will still make a lot of profits. When Nintendo's game console was officially launched, Nintendo's stock rose to the round 6,300 yen mark. Although it was only a flash in the pan, it also brought the stock price to the round 6,300 yen mark. Japanese people who are optimistic about the growth of Nintendo's stocks began to panic buying Nintendo's stocks. At this time, the selling orders for Nintendo's stocks began to increase moderately. However, in the panic buying by the Japanese people, no one considers such a thing. The Japanese stock experts jumped out and shouted frantically not to buy Nintendo stocks, and they were quickly forgotten by people ruthlessly. Komura Huixiang recruited a dozen stock traders in total. After Luo Sheng issued an order to sell all of them, She directed these traders to follow Luo Sheng's requirements and let them use them in a gentle way. Start to sell Nintendo's stock as quickly as possible. Luo Sheng's funds in Nintendo were too large and the number of stocks was too large, and Luo Sheng also asked for a slow release. For this reason, it took 4 days to sell the stocks alone. Almost all of the Nintendo stocks in Luo Sheng's hands were sold at around 6,300 yen per share, and only a small part was sold at more than 6,200. Hearing Komura Keiko calling, saying that all the Nintendo stocks in his hand were sold, Luo Sheng's face showed a happy smile. This stage of Nintendo's stock in 1983 is a fact. Book friends can look it up. In 1983, the most powerful stock in the world was Nintendo. It has risen more than 50 times in less than half a year. Thank you 16010502003509. Thanks to all the book friends for their subscription support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 174. Luo Sheng really did not expect that he made at least 40 times the profit on the Nintendo stock, and even a large part of the stock earned more than 50 times the mark. At the beginning, Luo Sheng invested 2 billion yen in Nintendo's stock. Later, he gradually allocated part of the manuscript fee from Weekly Boys, which was about 2.8 billion yen. When he sold all the shares of Nintendo, the total market value in his account exceeded 120 billion yen. What is the concept of 100 billion yen? When converted into US dollars, it is worth more than 4 billion US dollars. In RMB, 100 billion yen is about 1.2 billion RMB. China's total output value is only a year. Luo Sheng can say that in 1983, he already had wealth that ordinary people could not have. When he bought Nintendo stock before, Luo Sheng said that he should give Haruko 10 million yuan as Haruko's future dowry money. In about half a year, this 10 million yuan has become more than 5 billion yuan. JPY. When Luo Sheng and Komura Keiko said to let Haruko open an account for depositing the funds, Mitsui Masako told Komura Keiko that Komura Keiko directly rejected Luo Sheng's kindness. Masako Mitsui said frankly that she was not short of money, let alone the money Luo Sheng gave Haruko. To be honest, Luo Sheng does not owe Mitsui Masako anything, but Mitsui Masako feels that Luo Sheng's favor has not been paid. When looking for relatives in Jiangqing, it was Luo Sheng who rescued her daughter Haruko and helped her find her sister Yang Iwa. Although Luo Sheng handled bank account authentication in Japan, she asked Keiko Komura to handle some things such as submissions to Weekly Boys, but these things were far from enough to make up for Luo Sheng's kindness to their mother and daughter. After that, whether it was an electric fan factory or a sanitary napkin factory, she and Luo Sheng partnered to do business. It is not that she helped Luo Sheng. Instead, Luo Sheng took her with her about to start making big money and began to take her to obtain huge profits. It is for this reason that even if Luo Sheng makes money, she will not ask Luo Sheng to give Haruko any dowry money, and her hands are not short of money. Huixiang. After Sheng Jun's stocks are sold out, how much money is in the account now? After rejecting Luo Sheng's dowry money for Haruko, Mitsui Masako asked happily how much money is in the Japanese account of Mr. Sheng now. Manager. After the stocks of Lord Faithful are sold out, the amount in the account should be more than 121.24 billion yen. Keiko Komura replied very seriously. Masako Mitsui was so surprised that even her jaw dropped off. My god, this is incredible. It is only 8 or 9 months since Luo Sheng started to make money in Japan. She watched Luo Sheng's contribution fees come in one by one. At that time, she felt that Luo Sheng was able to earn tens of millions of yen every month. She already felt that Luo Sheng was amazing. However, in just 8 or 9 months, Luo Sheng's money actually exceeded 1,020 billion. To say 100 million yen or more than 1 billion yen, Masako Mitsui really doesn't think so, but it is more than 100 billion yen. The market value of many large Japanese companies is nothing more than this, which is something that Masako Mitsui cannot understand. When Luo Sheng bought all the funds to buy Nintendo stock, She told her to buy Nintendo stock with Luo Sheng, but for various reasons, she did not follow Luo Sheng to buy Nintendo stock. When Nintendo's stock rose to 1,000 yen, when Luo Sheng continued to raise and enter, she did not listen to Luo Sheng's words, but listened to the advice of the Mitsui family in charge of stock affairs, and did not follow Luo Sheng's purchase into Nintendo's stock. Masako Mitsui couldn't understand how he thought about it. Luo Sheng was in the faraway mainland China, where he was located in a small, poor city in the northeast. How could he analyze the rise of Nintendo's stock with such precision? Because of Nintendo's stock, Masako Mitsui often consulted experts in the stock market. These experts have no idea how Nintendo's stock has risen, and what kind of capital predators are speculating in it. They can't see it at all, and they can't find any clues. According to their research, Nintendo shouldn't have gone up like this at all. It's just irrational and dehumanizing. In the history of the Japanese stock market, no stock has been so capricious, and no stock has risen so much. Although more than 120 billion yen is not a big deal on the Japanese stock market, it can't make a big storm, but the money is Luo Zong's credit of more than 2 billion yen in exchange for real money from the Japanese stock market. Although it is not the empty glove white wolf, but it is not far from the empty glove white wolf. More than 120 billion yen, when converted into renminbi, that would be 1.2 billion renminbi. In that backward country in China, let alone 1.2 billion yuan, it is 120,000 yuan. It is already a very rich family. Is this Luo Sheng the reincarnation of a monster? Masako Mitsui has studied Luo Sheng for a long time. She found a problem. Luo Sheng seems to have established Sheng Company from the beginning. He has never failed in anything. No matter what he does, he can do everything well. Take the export of wild vegetables with her, and Luo Sheng clearly told her that the cost of purchasing wild vegetables from Jiangqing to Dalian port is nothing more than 4 yuan per bag, but he directly set the price at 2 yuan. And when these wild vegetables arrived in Japan, they were even more upside down, and the price of each bag was so high that she felt stunned. 100 yen exchanged for RMB is 0.76 yuan, and close to 300 yen exchanged for RMB 2 yuan, which is 20 times the price. That is, the price of a bag of wild vegetables is positioned at close to 6,000 yen per bag. Each bag of wild vegetables is packed in half a kati, that is to say, every kilogram of wild vegetables is positioned at about 24,000 yen. How is so? Wild vegetables imported from northeast China to Japan can still be sold out of stock. Calculated on the basis of 50 tons of transportation from China to Japan, sales can reach 1.2 billion yen. Throw away all expenses, and every profit can reach 1 billion yen. According to the agreement between Luo Sheng and Masako Mitsui, a total of 4 transportations per month. That is to say, she and Luo Sheng can make a net profit of at least 4 billion yuan per month in the business of wild vegetables. The two of them are equally divided, and each person can also have an income of 2 billion yen. This is an early stage. The number of wild vegetables exported to Japan will increase every month. That is to say, the business of importing wild vegetables between the two of them will become a huge profit business. Luo Sheng scratched his head very much for Mitsui Masako not asking Haruko for the 500 million yen. Luo Sheng has his principles in doing things, and he must do what he said. Although Mitsui Masako does not miss him so much money, thinking that Keiko Komura said Mitsui Masako's persistence, he took this matter in his heart and decided when there is a chance in the future, make up for this matter. As for Komura Keiko, Luo Sheng wrapped a big red envelope and directly gave Komura Keiko 50 million yen as a reward, and the other 50 million yen was distributed to those who deal with stocks. As for Komura, how the people hired by Huixiang are allocated depends on their own business. Luo Sheng scratched his head a little. Masako Mitsui sent out an invitation again, hoping that he could go to Japan during the summer vacation to discuss the future development of Mitsui Land and complete all the procedures. Luo Sheng did the calculations. In mid-July, he should be working on sanitary napkins and electric fans in the capital. It doesn't take much time to finalize the advertisement time and place the advertisement. It's good to get a passport and transfer to Japan. It happened to take advantage of this opportunity to come back from some cooperative projects there, and then buy some stocks by the way. The funds are magnified again. Chapter 175 Return to Jiangqing. After getting the videotape given by Jiang Qiang, Luo Sheng did not go directly to the capital, but turned back to Jiangqing with Wang Bo. He wants to go back to Jiangqing to explain some things. Sheng Food and Grocery Chain Supermarkets expansion needs to be arranged. Wang Boshan's wild vegetable processing plant needs to explain the arrangements, and most importantly, he has to go back home and ask for leave with his family. This time, Luo Sheng will go out for a long time. He will spend at least 10 days and a half month in the capital. If he goes to Japan, he will stay for at least 10 days, not to mention staying more. When going out, Luo Sheng was also ready to go to Hong Kong and Shenzhen. In this way, almost the entire holiday will be outside. If you don't agree with the family, then the parents and grandpa at home will be afraid that they will not be able to spare him. This is not an era when everyone has a mobile phone in their hands. They can be contacted anytime and anywhere. He must explain things clearly to his family so that he can go to these places with confidence. As for the formalities for him to go abroad with Wang Bo and Feng Banshan, he has already greeted Cao Rui. The three of them took Toinch Blue photos in Jiangqing, and handed in all the formalities such as household registration to the police station. Others there is no need to care about Luo Sheng. After the passports and the procedures for their going abroad are completed, Cao Rui will even send someone to Luo Sheng to take them to the Beijing office of the High Province where they live, so that Luo Sheng's trip will not be delayed. Cao Rui was very concerned about Luo Sheng's coming to the capital to advertise. Not only did he arrange for Luo Sheng and the others to live in the Beijing office of the Black Province in Beijing, he also contacted Luo Sheng, a classmate who works at CCTV. After all, the production and sales of sanitary napkins are related to the sanitary napkin production plants in High Province, and indirectly affect Chen Xinggran's position in High Province. The joint production of sanitary napkins and electric fans with Japan's Mitsui Land was promoted by Chen Xinggran. Even in the province, there were a lot of opposition. If it is really possible to promote it online and offline, according to Luo Sheng's words, it will be promoted at once. Selling sanitary napkins and electric fans will have an inestimable effect on Chen Xinggran's reputation. It is the same in many cases. The tide rises. The greater Chen Xinggran's achievements in the High Province, the more stable his position, the stronger his position as a secret secretary. What's more, Cao Rui is very optimistic about Luo Sheng at this time. He believes the magical little boy can do great things that are earth-shattering. After Luo Sheng returned to Jiangqing, he did not go home directly, but first went to the Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket. After Luo Sheng met Zhao Fuxian at the grocery supermarket, he first briefly asked about the supermarket's recent operation of the supermarket, and called Hongbin, who was far away in Wuhan. He asked Hongbin and Zhao Fuxian to determine the possibility of the supermarket opening some small branches in the capital. If possible, at this time, he will now send personnel to look for a store in the capital and prepare for business as quickly as possible. These grocery chain supermarkets don't need to be too big. They just need to be in the troubled area. This time he went to the capital to advertise sanitary napkins. After the online TV commercials went out, offline sanitary napkin sales would also need some local. Taking advantage of this momentum, building some small chain supermarkets on the other side of the capital is profitable and harmless. The Sheng grocery chain will enter the capital sooner or later. If you enter some at this time, people's evaluation of the Sheng grocery chain will be much better in the future. Most importantly, What Luo Sheng saw was that the housing prices in the capital are now as cheap as cabbage prices. Now that they have established chain supermarkets there and bought real estate, they will make a lot of money in the future anyway. Hong Bin is convinced by Luo Sheng's tossing energy. He has just taken him to Wuhan Hanxing Street to engage in wholesale and build a large warehouse. He has just done a good job in the wholesale of Sheng fish cans, and he wants to open Sheng food and groceries across the province. The supermarket chain. The grocery chain supermarkets in the province have not yet established, so they want to establish chain supermarkets in the capital. But this time, Hong Bin had no objection to Luo Sheng's plan to open a supermarket chain in Beijing, but instead took a positive attitude. Because most of the goods transported from Wuhan Hanxing Street to Jiangqing pass through the capital, opening some shops in the capital at this time, and establishing a transfer station by the way, will be of great help to the operation of the Sheng grocery chain in the future. The best economy in the country is in the capital. Almost everything depends on the capital. Now the loan of Sheng grocery chain supermarket is coming down immediately and expanding to a few small stores in the capital. Hong Bin feels that there is still no problem. In terms of manpower, Hong Bin suggested that Luo Sheng should consider Sheng grocery supermarket. There are a few very good shop assistants here. After all, these staff are selected and valued by Hong Bin. Those who started operations at Sheng grocery supermarket are working in this place, have a certain understanding of all aspects of Sheng grocery chain supermarkets. If we talk about opening large supermarkets, these people are temporarily unable to meet the requirements, but if, as Luo Sheng said, they just open a few small supermarkets in the capital, then these people still have no problem. After half an hour of discussion, Luo Sheng and Hong Bin finally settled down. Sheng grocery supermarket sent 8 people and immediately got up to the bustling downtown area on the other side of the capital to select a location, while Luo Sheng was in Sheng Company, or it is to find some people among the friends of the related unit, and then a few people will work in groups to establish a small Sheng grocery chain over the capital. As for the work of central deployment and management, Luo Sheng set his sights on the uncle of his neighbor Wang's grandfather. Speaking of his neighbor's uncle Wang Diking, that is also a very legendary figure. In the 1990s, he went to various parts of the country to run the opening line of minibuses. At that time, there were not many line cars in China, and the development of bus lines was a very profitable business. I bought some minibuses, then opened the line, and started from this place to another place. As long as the number of people gradually increases and others see this as an opportunity to make money, then some people will consider taking this business down. When Wang Diking was in the 1980s, he was a dispatcher of the public transport office. After going to the sea for a few years, he started to operate the line car business. He was also considered a talent for the line car business. The most important thing is that Wang Diking is mature and stable, and can do everything in an orderly manner. Luo Sheng decided to ask Wang Bo to talk to his neighbor's uncle, and see if Wang Diking could agree. Then let Wang Diking be the supervisor of the capital and be responsible for all affairs of Sheng Company. Thank you Yuan and Chengfeng for your monthly ticket support. Thank you many book friends for their subscription support, and thank you all book friends who traveled along the way. Chapter 176. Many times, Luo Sheng felt that since he was born again, these relatives and friends around him need to borrow some light, which is also understandable. But it is difficult for him to talk about their matter of letting Wang Diking go to work at Sheng Company. After all, he is now a primary school student, and it is most appropriate for Wang Bo to talk about many things. Moreover, Luo Sheng and Wang Bo also confessed that after Wang Diking has worked for the company for 3 years, if he has other ideas, he can come down from the Sheng Company at any time without delaying his desire to do other things. It's best to be able to talk about it. If he can't talk about it, he will study and find other people to handle this matter. After finalizing this series of things, Luo Sheng patted his butt and prepared to go home. Zhao Fuxian went to talk to the employees to be sent to the capital to see if these employees could go to the capital to work. Do they have any ideas about this work transfer arrangement? What worries he needs to solve from the Sheng company? While Wang Bo went to his home to discuss with his neighbor's uncle Wang Diqing, to see if Wang Diqing could step down from the bus company's line dispatching position and go to the capital to be the overall management person in charge. With a lot of things he bought from the provincial capital of Harbin, Luo Sheng happily asked Feng Banshan to drive him home. After the warm dinner, Luo Sheng told him about the trip to the capital in a few days. As soon as Luo Sheng told about his going to the capital, the faces of Luo Shangyong and Wang Yaking fell to their feet in an instant. The anger in the hearts of the two of them came up. Just after the holiday, Luo Sheng went to the provincial capital with Wang Bo. They stayed for several days. When they returned home, their buttocks hadn't been warmed yet. They just want to go out again. They are very angry. "You stinky boy. Do you still have a king's law? Just came back from the house, but your butt is still hot. You want to go out again. I think your boy is itchy and wants to be beaten." Faithful. Your father is right. You have just returned from the provincial capital. What kind of capital you are going to? During this time, you will stay at home honestly for me, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Seeing this, Luo Sheng quickly spoke with a bright tongue. "Mom, Dad, don't be angry. I saw senior official Chen Xingran in the capital this time. He warmly entertained me and my third uncle, and he asked me to take it for you. This time at the senior official's house. Senior official Chen, I have told Sanji a lot and hope that Sheng will continue to carry forward this fine tradition of honesty." Seeing that the expressions on his parents' faces eased, Luo Sheng continued. After that, senior official Chen confessed to Sanji and me a major task related to the economic development of the province, and asked Sanji and me to go to the capital. Go and do some promotion. If my third uncle and I don't go to the capital for promotion, the enterprises in the province will suffer great losses, which will affect the livelihoods of hundreds of workers. He said solemnly that he went to the capital for things in the province. This time he met the senior official Chen Xingran when he went to the capital. What about this? It was Chen Xingran's political mission given to him and Wang Bo by the senior official Chen Xingran. They had to travel to the capital. It is not only for the development of the faithful company, but also for the economic development of the province. If he and Wang Bo do not do this, do not do promotion, it will be a huge loss for the province, and it will even affect livelihood issues for hundreds of workers. Without you, this stinky boy, the earth can't turn around. Without you, the boy, wouldn't the high province still be able to send decent people? I think you just want to make excuses for you to go out and play around. Luo Shangyong was gloomy, asked with a face. He was extremely dissatisfied with what Luo Sheng had said. He felt that his son is now running the train with his mouth full of mouths. Is he really indispensable in the province? Three-legged toads are not easy to find. There are two-legged toads. With so many officials and so many outstanding talents, where is the turn of Luo Sheng, the little king and 8 lambs? Luo Shangyong was very annoyed by Luo Sheng's tossing. He didn't want Luo Sheng to go far. After all, he always felt that Luo Sheng was an 11-year-old child. During this time period, he should focus on studying and run around. Not a good thing. Now the Sheng company that Luo Sheng runs has made enough money, and the life at home is good enough. Luo Sheng doesn't need to run around. Dad, look at what you said. Your son is valued by the province, and he wants to let your son go to represent the Black Province to carry out a promotion. This is worthy of our family. Senior official Chen Xingran has been complimenting you when chatting with me, saying both you and my mother are excellent communists. They have cultivated outstanding talents for the country. They have an extremely broad mind and a sense of the overall situation. Luo Sheng saw that the old man's complexion eased. He turned his head and continued, Dad, this time I went to the capital to promote the products of the joint venture factories in the province and foreign capital. If I don't go to the capital and the foreign funded products cannot be sold, the foreign capital will withdraw from the Black Province. For the people of the Black Province, the whole province is concerned. It's a great loss. Originally, I said that this matter should be done by other people, but senior official Chen said that if it's because I can't go there to do this, then something goes wrong. It is the sinner of the people and the country in the whole province. If you don't believe what I said, you can call my third uncle now and ask if my third uncle is such a thing. Luo Sheng is an excellent communist, and he has an incomparably broad mind and a sense of the overall situation. A high hat was put on Luo Shangyong and Wang Yaking, making Luo Shangyong and his wife faint. After that, Luo Sheng's words changed, and the national justice was spoken out, as if he would not let Luo Sheng go. That would be a sinner of the country and the people. Wang Yaking was very useful to Luo Sheng's flicker. After all, his son had a good life, and he was received by a high-ranking official and was assigned a task. For the whole family, that was a great honor. During the final exam, the son took the first place in the class. She didn't need to worry about studying. The days have improved recently, and she has plenty of time to play mahjong. If the child is not at home, she plays mahjong. Naturally, there are not too many fetters. Wang Yaking gave it a little thought, and felt that it was not a good thing for her and her lover to stand upright. His son is now big and sensible. With his third brother Wang Bo taking care of this, he wants to go for a walk. Let's go for a walk. There is no problem. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was such a truth. So she smiled and said, "Son, Mom decided to support your idea. Call the house to report that it is safe, and come back sooner." Although Luo Sheng still couldn't figure it out, he saw that his wife Wang Yaking had agreed to Luo Sheng's move to the capital. In desperation, he babbled a lot of dissatisfaction and precautions for going out. Only then was he reluctantly agreeing to Luo Sheng's decision to go to the capital. Chapter 177. Luo Sheng closed his eyes, his face full of spring breeze, lying under the new grape trellis built by Sheng Company, with a very pleasant expression. At this time, Luo Sheng was not lazy, but was thinking about what he should say to the two people when the eldest son of the sanitary napkin factory and the director of the electric fan factory in the province came. The director of the electric fan factory has nothing to say. According to his idea, when he returns, he asks the electric fan factory to spend a portion of the money and find Jiang Qiang, the director of the Black TV station, and ask them to use the fastest time to take a photo. Fan ads. This is very simple. It is nothing more than taking a picture of the electric fan of the prototype. Simply put, it is an electric fan produced by a Chinese foreign joint venture state-owned enterprise in the Black Province. The advertising message is also simple, coupled with the electric fan that has been produced, and the advertising message is typed below: Longjiang brand fan, national premium brand, trustworthy. As soon as the picture turns, Longjiang fans are in the national sales promotion. Not 119, not 19, 17 yuan to buy home. Yes, 17 yuan to buy home. The national unified retail price, 79 yuan money. Sales hotline, 0451. The explanation from the electric fan factory manager was very simple, asking about the production situation and talking about the advertising shooting. On the sanitary napkin factory, Luo Sheng had a lot to talk about. After all, this time I went to the capital to advertise and prepare a large number of sales promotion. Just giving away free sanitary napkins is not a small amount. The sanitary napkin factory manager must cooperate with his actions and deliver the sanitary napkins he needs to the place he designated in the capital as soon as possible. Also, there should be a lot of people in the sales department of the sanitary napkin factory. At this time, these people must also be moved. The sanitary napkin factory also has to pay a portion of the money to print some leaflets, and then send these salespeople to the Shanghai Stock Exchange and several large cities across the country. Like the publicity in Beijing, they will distribute sanitary napkins for free and issue leaflets for publicity. Establish wholesale points belonging to the Anushu sanitary napkin factory in major cities as quickly as possible. so that businesses in the cities can have a place to stock the goods. In addition, the sanitary napkin factory must speed up production at this stage. If possible, people on the sanitary napkin production line can shut down the machine without stopping, and can shift work and work overtime 24 hours a day. Luo Sheng must make the sanitary napkin factory manager resolutely carry out this matter. Sanitary napkins are now piled up in the warehouse and cannot be sold. That is the incompetence of the factory manager and his sales department. When his advertisement on CCTV is released and publicized in major cities, sanitary napkins will definitely be in short supply. When Luo Sheng and Masako Mitsui called before, Luo Sheng told Masako Mitsui that although it seems that there is a backlog of sanitary napkins produced by the production line on the High Province side, as long as he does the advertisement here get up, then, the sanitary napkins will soon be out of stock. Mitsui Land must hurry up and purchase several sanitary napkin production lines when the sanitary napkins are selling well. Once the production lines are off the assembly line, they will immediately be transported to the Heilongjiang province. They must increase the production speed of sanitary napkins. Production scale. At that time, we will continue to cooperate with the Black Province. The rules are still the old ones. It is nothing more than that when the production line is added, the Black Province government needs to increase the bargaining chip. Open your eyes, feel the green of the grape rack, feel the greenness of summer. The dark green or the clear green in your eyes are completely off the yellow foundation. It is such verdant and lush greens, no longer superficial, no longer immature, densely revealing the level of life. Just when Luo Sheng was feeling the tranquility and the color of life, a rough voice rang. "What are you talking about? Let me wait here, it's deadly hot, let me wait here, what do you think? I'm Jiang Ming, the director of the Provincial Sanitary Napkin Factory, and a cadre of the Provincial Department of Industry. Go here to find Luo Sheng and lead me here." "What's the matter?" Luo Sheng saw that a middle-aged man in his 40s with a very prominent belly was standing beside Zhao Yuanyun and furious. With a face of class struggle on his plump marijuana face, he shouted at Zhao Yuanyun proudly, as if a wild boar was about to eat people. Luo Sheng walked out from under the grape truss with a slightly dull expression. He frowned and said, "This is Luo Sheng." "Excuse me, are you the director of the provincial sanitary napkins?" Glancing at Zhao Yuanyun, who was trembling with a grieved face and anger, Luo Sheng squeezed a smile and said, "Sister Yuan, you can go to the promoter to check it out. It's okay for someone to get it. He'll be there for you later. I will see you." "You are Luo Sheng?" Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming's face full of class struggle instantly changed color, and it bloomed like a dog's tail flower. He took 2 quick steps toward Luo Sheng, making the white and delicate. The fat hand stretched out to Luo Sheng. Jiang Ming never thought that the boy lying under the grape trellis was actually the person he was looking for on this trip. He always thought that the damn little girl Zhao Yuanyun played with him, leading him to such a person that no one could even see him. The place. Jiang Ming kept looking at Luo Sheng. His face was filled with surprise, incomprehension, and even a slight disdain. If it hadn't been for this time that the leader of the industry department had given him a death order, he had to maintain a good relationship with the child named Luo Sheng. When there were important things to discuss here, he would not let the driver drive to this kind of bird. The little place to shit. Watching Zhao Yuanyuan's leaving back, Luo Sheng stretched out his right hand and shook Jiang Ming's big hand lightly, and said, "Director Jiang Ming, hello, please sit here." Although Luo Sheng did not have any good feelings about the cadres sent from the province to the factory, he did not say anything because of Jiang Ming's impoliteness. After all, the people in the northeast have a rough personality, and many provinces are outsiders. The cadres who came out were all of that kind of virtue. "Director Jiang, you know what the provincial government told you about. Come here. The main reason is that I want you to cooperate with my work." Luo Sheng looked at the man sitting across from him. After Jiang Ming said solemnly, the conversation changed. "Director Jiang, now you can tell me about the production situation of the sanitary napkin factory. How many sanitary napkins the factory has produced, And how many people are there in the sales department? What is the approximate distribution of their gender and age? Is there any difficulty in the factory's cargo transportation? I mean that the factory's transportation department should be able to deliver the goods to Beijing and several large cities in Shanghai. How much money is left on the financial account of the sanitary napkin factory? All the expenses for this promotion will be taken from the account of the sanitary napkin factory. Can it be used? Luo Sheng went straight to the topic, and did not greet Jiang Ming with some homely things, but straightforwardly asked the questions he wanted to know. Jiang Ming's mouth was wide open, and the look in Luo Sheng's eyes was even more confused and confused. Chapter 178. The nose is crooked. Is this? How should I answer you about this? The fat on Jiang Ming's face was constantly shaking. He felt a kind of nervousness for no reason. He had never thought of the several questions Luo Sheng asked, let alone that someone would ask him that way. He hasn't read the specific statistics about how many sanitary napkins are produced. He just knows that the sanitary napkin production line produces a large number, and now the warehouse is fully filled. He is equipped with about 20 people in the sales department, most of them are the gatekeepers of the industrial hall. He just knows that there are about 40 people in the supply and marketing department, not to mention their gender and age, just specific. He doesn't know how many people there are. As for the transportation department, his eyes were even blacker. For a long time, he believed that the sanitary napkins produced by the sanitary napkin factory were to be sold in the province, and these sanitary napkins were nothing more than transported to the commercial bureau's system, and there was nothing else to transfer the goods to the commercial bureau's system. This Luo Sheng proposed to ship the goods to the big cities on the other side of the Beijing and Shanghai stock markets. He had never thought of these things before. As for the financial side, because he controls the financial system better, the accountant and the cashier can be regarded as his own. He knows the finance very well, but he has almost squandered the funds on the books, let alone talk to Luo Sheng about the financial account. There is not much money left on the account. If he is tossed away by Luo Sheng, where will he have any money to spend at that time? After a few seconds of stunned, Jiang Ming said with a smile on his face, "Faithful little friend, let me tell you this way. I am in charge of administrative affairs. What about the few things you asked? I don't know anything, and now there is no way to give you an answer. If you want to confirm this matter, I can call the factory and implement some of the things you have put forward. This time when you come here, the provincial leaders say let me talk to you about advertising. Let's talk about advertising." For Jiang Ming's brazenness, Luo Sheng's nose was almost flat. This is the director of the joint venture between them and the Black Province? Nima. In a factory with more than 100 people, I don't know what to ask, and I don't know anything. What can such a factory manager do? Where's the grandfather, or for the ancestors? Even if Jiang Ming gave Luo Sheng a few accurate answers, or had a positive attitude, Luo Sheng would not be so angry. However, this guy in front of him brazenly wants to talk to him about advertising. Luo Sheng's nose got crooked. It was crooked by the shameless anger of the white and fat Jiang Ming in front of him. Nima, do I need to talk to you about advertising? Is it useful to talk to you about advertising? I manage a factory. I don't even know how many products the factory produces. How many people do not know about the staffing? And I don't know if I ask 3 questions. Is it useful to talk to you? Luo Zong thought with confidence that this sanitary napkin cannot be sold if it is produced, and it definitely has a lot to do with this pampering waste. The production line of sanitary napkins was shipped from Japan, and the workers responsible for the maintenance of the production line were also workers from Japan. In terms of quality inspection and supervision, Japanese companies, namely Mitsui Land, also sent staff. So, in other words, the sanitary napkin manufacturing plant is basically in charge of production and sales. As the director of the sanitary napkin manufacturing plant, even if no specific figures are available, there should be a spectrum of general things. But, in front of this product, There is nothing that can be said. Administrative administration, NEMA. In a factory with more than 100 people, you actually manage the administration, so you need to manage any administrative matters. After the sanitary napkins were produced, he did not actively develop ideas and found a way to sell sanitary napkins. He would only cry with the provincial government, and Liu Sheng felt that he was also drunk. The leaders in the province asked you to come to my side to let you cooperate with my work, not to let you talk to me about advertising. Liu Sheng rubbed his temples, and continued depressedly, let's do this. Now you go call your factory and figure out the questions I just raised, and then go here. Come and talk to me. Remember, you have asked me the questions clearly. Liu Sheng sullen his face, and made a gesture of seeing off guests with his hands. He felt that continuing to talk with such a person would be a waste of time and life. The good mood that I had just cultivated was suddenly lost by this damn idiot. This time I met Jiang Ming, the director of the sanitary napkin factory, and Liu Sheng even labeled Jiang Ming with the words idiot. There is no need to care about things like poo belly pampering and treatment. He can tolerate things like grumpy and defiant people. But Liu Sheng can't tolerate it after asking 3 questions. He thought in his heart that he wanted to talk to Masako Mitsui this time. Let Masako Mitsui come forward, and let Haishu have to change to the director of a sanitary napkin production plant. If such a foolish fool stays in the sanitary napkin factory for management, I am afraid that the sanitary napkin production factory will make money, and it will be ruined in the hands of such a person. What's your attitude? The leaders in the province asked me to come here to cooperate with you, instead of asking you to point fingers at me, a little kid who made irresponsible remarks to me. Humphrey, you still have to. Not worthy. After Jiang Ming heard Liu Sheng's words, his heart seemed to be blocked all at once. For many years, no one has dared to speak to him like this, even the leaders of the Provincial Department of Industry. You are polite. After all, he has an older brother who is the deputy chief of the police department. The establishment of a sanitary napkin production factory in the province is a large Sino-foreign joint venture, and it is an opportunity for progress. Jiang Ming naturally went to ask his brother to come forward and take the position of the factory director. Originally, the Provincial Department of Industry called him and asked him to go to a place called Sheng Company in Jiangqing. He didn't want to come, and there was even a lot of resistance. However, the leader of the Department of Industry said that this is a political task. It was arranged by the senior official Chen Xingren, and he had to go there to cooperate with the work of the man named Liu Sheng. The leaders of the Department of Industry gave Jiang Ming 1,000 warnings, and the person over there named Liu Sheng must not offend him. However, when Liu Sheng put on such an air to him, Jiang Ming immediately became ashamed and angry. Jiang Ming stood up angrily and wanted to rush to fix Liu Sheng severely. However, seeing Liu Sheng's immature face, seeing the expression of Zizi holding Liu Sheng, and thinking that this was Jiang Cheng, he insisted. He suppressed the anger in his heart, but looked at Liu Sheng like fire-breathing eyes. Liu Sheng said with an irritated smile, Director Jiang, I am not worthy or not. It is not you who have the final say. I did not tell you anything, just seeking truth from facts. As the director of a factory, he even has the most basic things in the factory. I don't know. This is a question of incompetence and incompetence. Go slowly and not send it. After Liu Sheng finished talking about walking slowly and not sending the words, he ignored Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming tight-slipped a big black face that could drip ink at any time, and stared at Liu Sheng with bitter eyes. He snorted coldly, flicked his arm, and strode outside. Chapter 179. No need to exist. The appearance of Jiang Ming has lost all the good mood that Liu Sheng has accumulated, but it is the arrival of Wang Chunlai, the director of the electric fan factory in the province, made Liu Sheng feel better again. Wang Chunlai is nearly 50 years old. He is wearing a good-looking shirt and light grey work clothes and pants. At a glance, he can feel that this man is a hard-working factory manager. When I came to Liu Sheng, there was not only no pretense, but also a kind of rigor like an old scalper. All the data that Wang Chunlai said were very detailed, and he didn't say anything about it, and he was even more eloquent in answering several questions raised by Luo Sheng. After Luo Sheng told Wang Chunlai about the electric fan advertisement, Wang Chunlai became more respectful to Luo Sheng. Although Wang Chunlai was also a cadre sent by the Heilongjiang Provincial Department of Industry to be responsible for the electric fan factory, Wang Chunlai was the deputy director of the original motor factory in the province. He has been working on the front line and has strong working experience. The Provincial Department of Industry called him to come to Jiangqing Sheng Company. He has always been puzzled. At this critical juncture of electric fan production, how can such an order appear? However, after he talked with Luo Sheng for a while, he immediately felt that the trip was worthwhile. The creative advertising phrase Luo Sheng told him is simply magical. In addition, the quality of the Longjiang brand electric fan is guaranteed, and the price is the lowest price in the country. If there is no big surprise, after the advertisement is released, their factory phone calls will be blown by dealers across the country. Wang Chunlai's work is very solid, and he knows what advantages the Longjiang brand electric fans they produce now. On the one hand, the appearance is beautiful and generous. On the other hand, it is much lighter than the heavy and worn-out electric fans in the past. The two parts of the fan are the most important. The first is the motor part of the fan, and the second is the fan blade part of the fan. Because the Longjiang brand electric fan uses the most advanced plastic injection molding technology, the fan blades are all plastic molded at one time, not to mention light and beautiful, not to mention a few connected parts, and no iron fan. The weight of the leaf iron fan blades require high-power motors to ensure the normal operation of the fan blades, while plastic fan blades do not have such high power requirements. The lower the power of the motor, the lighter the weight of the motor, and the less copper wire and the like are used inside. It is precisely for this reason that the cost of the Longjiang brand electric fan is directly reduced. A low point. The province has never come up with a charter regarding the pricing of electric fans, but on Luo Sheng's side, he knows the final price of electric fans. The final price of the electric fan was a retail price of 79 yuan, while the ex-factory price was set at a price of 68 yuan. Luo Sheng said frankly that this price is the price he concluded after consultation with senior officials Chen Xingren. After all, the people in the country are not rich now. Electric fans are household appliances, and the lower price will benefit the people of the whole country. The Black Province is now in the stage of brand creation. It is necessary to let the electric appliance brands of the Black Province take root in the hearts of the people. In many cases, too much profit cannot bring more effects to the Black Province, only to make people feel the sincerity and feel the goods produced by the Black Province. People will remember the brand if they are value for money. The brand positioning of the electric fan is Longjiang brand, also in order to increase the popularity of the High Province in the hearts of the people across the country. We all know that this is a good thing produced in the High Province. After listening to Wang Chunlai, his face was full of joy, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He knew in his heart that if there were no major accidents, the fan would be sold out as soon as the advertisement of the Longjiang brand electric fan went out. Even Wang Chunlai could imagine that the order of the electric fan could cover his desk. The conversation with Wang Chunlai was quite pleasant. In the conversation with Wang Chunlai, Luo Sheng basically understood that the electric fans produced by the electric fan factory at this time, plus taxes and a series of things, if produced every month, if 10,000 units are produced, the cost will be about 50 yuan. If the number of electric fans produced reaches more than 15,000 units, then the cost will be less than 48 yuan per unit. In other words, the more electric fans here are produced and assembled, the lower the cost will be. Calculated at the factory price of 68 yuan per unit, the monthly profit will be around 180,000 yuan. Wang Chunlai is not a utilitarian, but a doer. After he heard that Luo Sheng would be advertising on CCTV in a few days, he excitedly said, "The assembly workshop of the electric fan factory has not yet been fully utilized. After I went back, I immediately recruited workers and tried to hire another 20 assembly workers. At the motor factory, I would call in person to increase the number of orders for the motor by 30%. I would also do two-handed preparations for the motor factory. I have to contact 2 more to save time when a motor factory has a problem, and the electric fan cannot be produced. Wang Chunlai has a positive attitude in doing things, and he has a motivated heart. He has put a lot of hard work on the electric fan factory. After all, this is the first time he has been the director of the company. After all, he has to be worthy of his subordinates. Of those more than 100 employees, talking with people who like to do practical things, Luo Sheng still feels quite happy. After all, this is a Sino-Japanese joint venture. With such a factory director in town, the electric fan factory shouldn't have much problem. After Wang Chunlai talked with Luo Sheng for a full hour, he directly proposed to go back to the factory. One was to ask the propaganda department in the factory to contact Jiang Qian and make the videotape of the advertisement according to what Luo Sheng said. Arranged everything Luo Sheng said. The second is that he is anxious to go back and implement some things. If he is to advertise on CCTV according to Luo Sheng's words, he must seize all the time to increase the production speed of electric fans to a higher level, and the sales department's phone number must be matched. A strong expert can carry out what Luo Sheng said to him. Luo Sheng sent Wang Chunlai to the gate of Sheng Company, and even instructed Qian Hao to drive Wang Chunlai to the train station, so that Qian Hao sent Wang Chunlai on the train. After returning to the office, Luo Sheng did not call Chen Xingran directly, but pondered for a moment, and went to the post office to call Mitsui Masako. Luo Sheng recounted the meeting with Jiang Ming, the director of the sanitary napkin production factory, and Wang Chunlai, the director of the electric fan factory, and Masako Mitsui immediately exploded. Masako Mitsui did not expect that the director of the joint venture with High Province would be such a waste snack, and a pot of good fish would be fished out by such a smelly fish. Without adding fuel to Luo Sheng, Masako Mitsui said directly, Tadai Shin, I will call the Haixing side to communicate. The sanitary napkin factory must be changed to a decent one, and the director must ask for it. Replace it. After saying that, Masako Mitsui directly hung up the phone and made the call to the office of the senior official Chen of the High Province. Chen Xingran has been in a good mood recently. Several large-scale projects in the province have been approved by the state, and more foreign capital has been invested in the Black Province. The Black Province is in a state of vigorous development. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from Masako Mitsui. Chen Xingran's face gradually became gloomy through the narration of the provincial translator. When the leaders of the Provincial Department of Industry reported to him that the sales of sanitary napkins were fruitless, he didn't think there was anything. After all, these sanitary napkins are a new thing that has newly entered China. It is natural for the Bureau of Commerce to not sell them. He can understand one or two. However, now that Masako Mitsui called and repeated what Luo Sheng had said, Chen Xingran was really angry. It's nothing more than other factories. This sanitary napkin production plant is the first large-scale factory built by a Sino-Japanese joint venture, and the province has given great attention and high hopes to the sanitary napkin production plant. However, such a factory, Chen Xingran's lungs were going to explode when he was actually put into the hands of a waste dim sum. Chen Xingran didn't know everything about the composition and organizational structure of the sanitary napkin factory, and he left it to the industrial hall below. It's all right now. The Japanese side came to the door. You said that in a factory with more than 100 people, the production management and technical aspects are all owned by the Japanese side. How easy is it to be the factory manager? Nima, I don't even know how many people are in the supply and marketing department, how many products have been produced, whether the transportation department can guarantee transportation, and how much money there is in the financial book. Where is the excellent factory manager sent in the past? This is simply a mallet, a silly roadier who doesn't know anything. When Cao Rui reported to him, he said that he explained Luo Sheng's request for the director of the sanitary napkin factory and the director of the electric fan factory to Jiang Qing. When the meeting arrives, people don't know what to ask, don't know anything. Chen Xingren said that as the director of a key joint venture in the Black Province, he didn't know these things after asking 3 questions, and there was no need to go on. Chapter 180. The good news continues. Just when Chen Xingren was angry with the leaders of the Department of Industry, Luo Sheng received 3 exciting good news. First, the uncle next door Wang Diking thought about it again and again, and finally agreed to Wang Bo's request. The 8 people who led the Sheng grocery supermarket were first sent to find a place to start work, and strive to rent a house in the shortest time and be able to start business as soon as possible. The second is that the loan of Sheng grocery chain has made breakthrough progress. Although it is not as much cash as Luo Sheng's estimate of 5 million, the Provincial Bank of China agreed to issue 3 million to Sheng. Low-interest loans of yuan. The loan term is 3 years. Luo Sheng wants to expand his store here in Hai Province, but also buy some real estate to open a store in Beijing. The current cash flow of Sheng Company on his side is far from enough. However, plus the 3 million yuan, with low-interest loans, everything is okay. Although Luo Sheng now has a large amount of funds in Japan, Luo Sheng has no idea to transfer the money back to China at this time. This era is different from later generations. It is easy for money to enter the country. If you want to take it out again, it is a very difficult thing, especially a large sum of money. Luo Zong believes that the funds in Japan have always been used for greater purposes. He does not want to take the money back to China prematurely at this time. After telling Zhao Fuxian to take all the procedures of Sheng Company and the collateral of Sheng Company to handle the business in the provincial capital, Luo Sheng gave Wang Diking a 100,000 yuan startup capital directly with a swipe of his pen. He decided that the capital Wang Diking is solely responsible for everything over there. Suspects don't need to, no doubt about employing people. Luo Sheng still believes in the strength of the neighbor's uncle Wang Diking. Moreover, a large part of the money is used to buy a house in the capital. After careful calculation, the money is not too much. What's more, it can be regarded as a small investment in capital real estate. The cash flow in Jiangqing is very sufficient. At this time, it is not bad for the 100,000 yuan. The expansion of the province will not be implemented until the loan is fully approved. Therefore, give Wang Diking some more money, or there are great benefits. When Wang Diking went to the capital, he was not only responsible for finding the house and buying it, but also for finding the residences of Zhao Yuanyuan and the 30 promoters. In terms of residence, safety is the priority, and the conditions can be better. After all, they have to stay in the capital for at least 2 months or more. This kind of thing is not sloppy. The trustworthy company is absolutely humane management, and they must not be allowed. What accident happened on the capital side? Luo Sheng asked Wang Bo and Wang Diking to tell them that when I went to the capital this time, I saw a suitable house and I had to buy it in full, even if I spent more money. If the money is not enough, you can call Sheng Company at that time, and Sheng Company will continue to add more funds. After the house is purchased, the house needs to be renovated. During this period of time, the supermarket does not need to start business immediately, but a place to distribute sanitary napkins for free. The third good news is that Luo Sheng's customized leaflet at the Jiangqing printing factory has been printed. The color-printed leaflet is very beautifully made. It can be said that in this era, it will become a good thing for children. The top corner of the leaflet is printed with the 2 letters ZX. The huge color print on it is a photo of Bodo Lihua holding a sanitary napkin in her hand, and the advertising message is printed under the photo. The ad slogan is that with an Ursu, it is drier, cooler and safer. The front page of the leaflet is such a situation, and the back page is the instructions for the use of Anursu sanitary napkins in the form of comics, material descriptions, and some common sense of menstrual care. This leaflet, Liuozong credits, is made of a cardboard shell similar to playing cards. If there are not too many accidents, many people would not choose to throw it away when they get this kind of leaflet, and they would give it to their homes. The child is used as a pad. Women without children will not throw away such exquisite things at will. After all, people in this era like this kind of celebrity items most. This advertising leaflet, Liu Sheng did not bother much. After all, such a brand new thing will bring brand new changes to the advertising industry in the future, and it will also enable the advertising and printing industry to rapidly and vigorously in the next few years. Developed. With the arrival of these good news, for Liu Sheng, this trip to the capital is a little more sure. Liu Sheng has always adhered to a principle: either do not do it, do the best to do it. Now everything is ready. Only Dongfeng is owed. As long as the new director of the sanitary napkin factory comes here and provides him with detailed data to be able to cooperate with his work, then the propaganda plan in Beijing can be officially launched. Sitting in the office, Liu Sheng thought that at this time, we should organize some young people who are not married in their 20s and are not in a hurry to get married, so that they can see the prosperity of the big city, and let them settle down in the big city. Sheng campaign's earliest backbone force in the future. After thinking of this, Liu Sheng immediately called Wang Bo to study the matter. In terms of candidates, what Liu Sheng thought was that now there are quite a lot of people in Sheng Company, and there are quite a lot of affiliates. It should be easy to find such young people in their 20s. Wang Bo didn't understand what Liu Sheng was going to do. He went to the capital to do propaganda. It should be enough to have Zhao Yuanyun and the 30-odd women. What exactly would he do with more than 20 young people? After listening to Liu Sheng's thoughts in his heart, Wang Bo scoffed. He didn't agree with Liu Sheng's idea. The young talents from Sheng Company, together with their relatives, were able to get to the capital and Shanghai stock markets. Jiangqing obviously lacked the backbone. There were 8 people sent to Sheng grocery supermarket, and Wang Bo could clearly feel the stubbornness of the supermarket's harvesting operations, and he always seemed to be unfamiliar with it. This always takes the blood from Sheng Company to the other side to develop, and it does not seem to be a good thing. After Liu Sheng heard what Wang Bo said, he couldn't help laughing. I won't mention the fact that people move living trees to death for the time being. Whoever is left on this earth, he should turn, and there will not be too many changes due to leaving a few people or dozens of people. It has been nearly a year since the establishment of Sheng food and grocery chain supermarkets. All the work has been fixed and has been on the right track. The staff is nothing more than a good thing. This kind of thing, selling goods, can basically be done by a primary school student. It is not said that if you leave someone, there will be problems with the operation of the supermarket. Whether it is now or in the future, the mobility of salespersons will gradually start to increase. The most important thing now is to let some outstanding employees who believe in the company, or young people from relatives and friends, go out and see the vastness outside in the world. At that time, Sheng Company will have a group of relatively backbone forces no matter where it does what it does. In Jiangqing, dozens of people and hundreds of people feel that there are too many people, but to throw these people in a big city is an exaggeration to say that these people are just a drop in the ocean. It can be said that these people are thrown in, even watching the dripping flowers. Less than. Liu Sheng told Wang Bo that the two of them should think about it, and take a look at the people they know. Some of them are relatively good young people who have just graduated from university or are out of work. When that happens, he will organize these. Bring these young people to the capital together, let these young people see the prosperity there and feel the charm of reform and opening up. He will arrange all these people in Sheng Company. As for what he will do in Sheng Company in the future, he will be there at that time. Liu Sheng vaguely remembered Yan Ming, an engineer from Jiangqing Mold Factory, and Chen Danfang, an engineer from No. 1 Plastic Factory. When they were studying the drawings of injection molds for electric fans, they seemed to have both mentioned them. After their children graduated from college, the assigned work is very unsatisfactory. and the children of these two people can be regarded as the first echelon personnel that Sheng Company is considering training. Director Jiang Guojian of the Agricultural Research Institute seems to have a child in his family who has no job. Adding in the children of Sheng's employees, I am afraid that there are not too many problems for 10 or 20 people. These young people, Luo Sheng is going to put them on the capital side, and his temporary job is to help Sheng grocery chain stores open up. When he sees good business opportunities or other things in the capital, he will let them do something different from person to person. Chapter 181 Tickets in Old Memory. Compared with the magnificent railway station of later generations, the Jiangqing railway station with its khaki tostry brick and tile structure is simply above and below the ground. It can be summed up in 3 words: dirty, messy, and poor. But so, railway stations in this era are almost like this, and Luo Sheng has no choice. He knew very well that it would take some time for the train station to be beautiful. When the train station cannot withstand the rush of passengers, it will naturally be rebuilt. In Dongguosheng and Liangguo offers wave of farewell to others, the green leather car that went straight to the capital began to slowly start. In his previous life, Luo Sheng took the long-distance train only in the early 1990s. After his rebirth, Luo Sheng advanced the long-distance train ride by 10 years. What Luo Sheng didn't expect was that the long-distance trains in the 1980s were so noisy that their heads were buzzing, and the entire carriage was smoked. Most of the men, women and children smoked, just like they didn't smoke on the train. I'm sorry to take the train once. This time to the capital. Luo Sheng and Wang Bofeng Banshan were the last group to set off. Wang Diqing did a great job at Daiqianzhen. Not only did Zhou Yuanyun and the others find their place, but they were also located in the middle of the house bought by Sheng Food and Grocery Chain Supermarket. If they have anything to do, they can quickly find Wang Diqing and the others to help. These loyal grocery chain supermarkets are now undergoing refurbishment, and the location of the rented warehouse has been explained to Lin Ping, the new director of sanitary napkins. The first batch of sanitary napkins has been sent out from the Heilongjiang province. If there is no major accident, before Luo Sheng and the last group of people arrive, they can all be in place. It is worth mentioning that Wang Diqing found a large warehouse in the capital to rent it out. Not to mention, he also found a state-owned car rental company in the capital, and rented 20.5 cars, persons in the front and goods in the back, cars larger than pickup trucks. Hire these cars exclusively for Zhou Yuanyun and others to go out for publicity. In this case, when Zhou Yuanyun and these girls go out to promote, they have an extra layer of safety and can also put on a lot of sanitary napkins. If the number of sanitary napkins installed in a van or other small car is too small, it will be sent out in a while, which will be far behind the requirements of Luo Sheng. For things like free distribution of sanitary napkins and leaflets, almost women will accept this kind of free good things. If you don't use such a big guy, they will be gone after a while, and then they will not be able to play a role in publicity. Lin Ping, the new sanitary napkin factory director, has already assured Luo Sheng that he will guarantee that Luo Sheng will promote the sanitary napkins used in the capital. Lin Ping is also launching promotion activities in other big cities in an orderly manner. Most of the staff in the sanitary napkin supply and marketing department were replaced by Lin Ping because of laziness and inactive thinking. This time they belonged to the sales elite and just waited. When Luo Sheng's advertisement starts, they will also start Luo Sheng's propaganda model in several cities. After the train started for a full hour, Luo Sheng, who was lying on the soft sleeper, took back his thoughts from the distance, and greeted Wang Bo and Feng Banshan to the front hard-seat carriage to see the young people who had not traveled far. Sitting in the hard-seat car, while listening to Wang Bo and those people's precautions, Luo Sheng slowly raised his hands and covered his mouth and nose with some disgust. Smoking in the train, the noise was noisier, Luo Sheng could accept it, but a large group of big men took off their shoes. The sour and refreshing taste was mixed with the smell of smoke, and Luo Sheng even had a feeling of being unable to breathe. Although Luo Sheng covered his nose vigorously and buried his entire face in his clothes, the all-pervasive smell still penetrated into Luo Sheng's nose naturally. At his strong request, Wang Bo, Feng Banshan, and 24 young people around him seldom smoked. But Luo Sheng still felt the discomfort. Luo Sheng and Wang Bofeng bought sleeper berths in mid-levels, but the 24 young people were sitting on hard seats. It has been more than an hour. If you don't come here to take a look, he is really worried. After all, 20 young men and women have never traveled far. For the first time in such a long-distance bus, the family members handed over the children to Sheng Company, so he would naturally give these parents an explanation. Check in. Check in. Get your train tickets ready and check in one by one. Just when Luo Sheng was about to leave the sleeping car, several conductors in railway costumes filed into the hard-seat car, and they voiced, shouting loudly, while observing these people on the train. In the 1980s, there were still quite a lot of people evading fares. After all, many railway stations in various places are quite imperfect. After getting off the train, you can walk out of the station directly along the railway line without going through the ticket gate. Therefore, the ticket check is particularly strict at this time. After hearing the call to check the ticket, Feng Banshan found 3 train tickets in the pocket of Qin Liang's jacket. After scanning it, he handed one of them to Luo Sheng. At this time, Luo Sheng saw that the ticket he was holding was an old-fashioned cardboard ticket from decades ago. There is a slightly pink shading on the ticket, which is printed from Jiangqing Station to Jingqing Station under a hard sleeper. On the side there is the small gap that was made when the ticket was checked by the ticket keeper. On the side of the small gap is the price, money, and a half character and a child character. Luo Zong believes that it is a child ticket. The full price of the adult ticket is marked with an times, indicating that it is a child ticket. Behind the ticket is the number and time. At that time, the train ticket inspection was very strict, and children over 1.2 meters could not enjoy the treatment of children's tickets. Stand back. Stand back. The police officer's voice gradually became louder. One police officer stayed at the door where he entered, while the other police officers followed the ticket check from front to back. Because many of the tickets in the hands of passengers are incorrect, the train is overloaded at any time. Under normal circumstances, there are 3 people in a two-person hardboard seat, and 4 people in a 3-person hardboard seat. At the sound of ticket checking, they were all looking for train tickets. Therefore, when the police checked the tickets, it was like stones thrown into the water basin, and the whole carriage felt a kind of rippling feeling. If the ticket is only checked once in the whole journey, Luo Sheng thinks it is okay. However, there are a lot of times to check the ticket during the whole journey. After arriving at a large station, the police will take the flight attendant to the train to check the ticket once. Of course, those who have the impression do not need to check the ticket again. They mainly spot check those who just got on the bus without a seat. The flight attendant was a very hard job at that time. The melon seed skin, peanut skin, popsicle paper, various fruit pits, and disgusting phlegm on the ground. Although the flight attendants are very tired and hard, but that is a lucrative job. Not only is it because the car can help relatives and friends bring back some good things from all over the country, but also because of their grey income during the ticket checking process. At this time, the grey income is very good. People who get on the train without buying a ticket and get on the train are generally crying poor or saying that they don't have enough money. In short, they can spend a little less money, and they will definitely not spend a little more money. For example, the price of a ticket from Shenqing to Beijing should be 3 yuan, but they can take the train by giving the flight attendant 1 yuan. However, when leaving the station, the flight attendant will not guarantee that you will be able to get out of the station smoothly. At this time, the flight attendants have other income. Every hour, the screams of cigarettes, soft drinks, and spiced melon seeds come up. At this time, it was a little different from the trolley sales in the 1990s. They carried a cloth bag and put cigarettes, soda, and melon seeds into the bag. Passengers took whatever they wanted from it. What makes Luo Sheng most amused is that every time he stops at a big stop, someone will rush to sell magazines, reading, reading the newspaper, tired of the journey, reading books to relieve boredom. Country widow, stay up 8 night, and be nice to the neighbors. Go on. Why are the urban sisters back to back? The flight attendants who sell magazines and small pictorials basically do not pay attention to them. These people buy some good things for the train crews they know each year, which can be regarded as mutual benefit. Chapter 182, The Beijing Office. After nearly 2 days of suffering, Luo Sheng and Wang Bofeng finally arrived in the capital with a large group of young people. When he arrived in the capital, the clock at the Beijing railway station struck exactly 9 times. After leaving the station, Luo Sheng ignored the 24 young people around him who were looking around and led them directly to Yongding Gate. Luo Sheng felt that they were really buns coming into the city at this time. Everything looked fresh, and everything looked strange. But when you think about it, he traveled north and south in his later generations to go to many places. But these people have always lived in a small place on the other side of Jiangqing, even the provincial capital of Harbin, and this is understandable after arriving in the capital. His third uncle, Wang Bo, had been in Jiangqing for such a long time, and he could be considered to have seen some big-time figures. But after arriving in the capital, he was just a little bit better than those young people. Among the team, only Feng Banshan was the most calm. He almost didn't look at the surrounding buildings. He looked around vigilantly, fulfilling his duties as a bodyguard. Luo Sheng did not ask Huang Diking to send people to the station to pick them up, nor did he lead Wang Bo and his 24 people to take a bus. Instead, he walked east along the South Second Ring Road to Yongdingmen, and then along the scenic street north of Yongdingmen. Northward. Luo Sheng saw that on the advertising signs on Jingqing Street. The advertisement was a TV advertisement with the Great Wall as the background, leaping over the TV. This advertisement can be said to have no new ideas, nor any creativity, just stand there alone. Luo Zong immediately turned a few circles in his confidence. He thought in his heart that after the sanitary napkins were put out on the TV station, not only the TV station would do the advertisement, but also this kind of outdoor advertisement. Only the advertisement was put out, people will remember this thing. Luo Sheng has never worried about the sale of sanitary napkins. After all, this kind of thing is too convenient for women. What he wants to consider is that there is only such a straight sanitary napkin. Should he use this production line to find some senior engineers who understand mechanical equipment to conduct a research to see if it can be used in the world? It is the first to introduce the shape of sanitary napkins more suitable for women. There is no way to compare the capital in the 1980s with the later generations. As far as the clothes are concerned, they wear the same clothes as the people in Jiangqing. Most of them are blue and green. However, there are more fashionable young people in the capital. When I got up, the dress of the bell-bottom pants and big sunglasses also began to increase. Luo Sheng led these young people to the capital. The first thing he did was to lead these people to Tiananmen Square. When you arrive in the capital, you must visit Tiananmen Square and the Great Hall of the People. This is in line with the tradition of Sheng Company. Leading these people to Tiananmen Square, Luo Sheng had his own ideas. One is that there are more than 20 people in their party. It would be very troublesome to ask Huang Diking or the Beijing office of Heilongjiang province to find a car to pick them up. Second, Luo Sheng felt that these people came to the capital for the first time, and when they arrived, they showed them the gap between Beijing and Jiangqing, and let them broaden their horizons. If they take a car, what they see is not as good as that. You can see clearly while walking. Third, Luo Sheng did not want to arrange these people to the Beijing office, but wanted to arrange these people in a place not too far from Tiananmen Square. When the next morning, these people can go to Tiananmen Square to watch the flag raising. Watching the flag raising is not just watching a flag raising ceremony, but watching a ceremony that embodies the patriotic spirit of the Chinese people. The flying red flag represents the spirit of my Chinese people, and the nascent sunrise symbolizes the hope of China's future. For the Chinese, Watching the flag raising is a spiritual sublimation. Almost none of the 20 young people who came to the capital had stayed in Sheng Company. Let them see how the flag is raised, which will be of great help to cohesion, patriotism and other aspects in the future. This time he returned to Jiangqing from Beijing. He also wanted to see if he could get a flagpole in the courtyard of Sheng Company and organize a flag raising ceremony once a week or every month, so that the company's employees would be cohesive, and patriotic enthusiasm is higher. After walking around the capital for more than 2 hours, Liu Sheng led these young people to find a small restaurant near the front door to eat some food, and let them rest in a nearby hotel. The three of Liu Sheng and Wang Bofeng Banshan raised their hands to greet a Warsaw taxi and went straight to the Beijing office of Heilongjiang province. To say that this kind of organization of the Beijing office is an organization formed by the formation of a close liaison mechanism between the central government and the province is at the beginning of the founding of New China. This kind of organization is mainly responsible for discussing construction projects and approving the planned allocation of materials. At that time, the transportation and communication were not well developed, and local party and government leaders could not stand by in Beijing every day. In order to keep in touch with the central government at any time, a station in Beijing was needed. The office is responsible for document transmission and communication. The Office of the People's Government of Heilongjiang Province in Beijing is an office of the People's Government of Heilongjiang Province in Beijing. The office was established in 1979. According to the authorization of the provincial government, perform corresponding functions and complete the tasks assigned. The location of the Beijing office of High Province is quite good. It is near Fuxing Gate in Xiqing district, not far from the place where Liu Sheng is going to be in the capital. It is in the center of the capital. The Beijing office of Heilongjiang Province is not to be considered big, but it is a highly equipped office. The director in charge of the Beijing office is a cadre at the level of the provincial government. Except for the reception at the door, any staff member is a cadre with science and technology or above. At this time, the Beijing office is the face of the provinces. They represent the province to liaise, coordinate and handle related matters with the central state agencies and the party and government agencies of the fraternal provinces, cities, districts. If the level is too low, it is also a kind of disrespect for the other party. Move. After Liu Sheng and the three of them arrived here, although they did not see the director of the Beijing office that day, they were warmly received by everyone from below. The place they lived in was considered a high-class room, and the food they arranged was good food in their hometown. Not to mention this, the deputy director of the Beijing office, under the instructions of Cao Rui, gave Liu Sheng and the others a white Fiat sedan. Seeing the white, somewhat dilapidated car, Liu Sheng suddenly had a very funny idea. He clearly remembered that in the 1990s, after the automobile industry began to enter an explosive period, the four major breakthroughs began to spread. The four Volkswagen models imported in the 1980s were fuel-consuming, not sturdy, and tattered after a long time. At that time, we often saw cars running like tractors. Lada, Polonaise, Muscovite and Fiat were ridiculed by the people here in Jiangqing as the four major models. Of course, there were more than four major models in the later period, but the concept of the four major models has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. All of the Volkswagen models are called the Big Four. However, Liu Sheng knew that at this time in 1983, a Fiat car was available for use. That was a very high standard of treatment. Even if the mayor from the Black Province came to the capital, he did not necessarily have such a car as a configuration. Chapter 183 Chen Fuxiang. Early the next morning, Liu Sheng ran 2 laps outside the hospital of the Beijing office of Heilongjiang province. After eating breakfast prepared by the Beijing office with Feng Banshan Wang Bo, he brought sanitary napkins and an electric fan and sat down. The Fiat car rationed by the Beijing office of Heilongjiang province went straight to CCTV. At this time, CCTV has not moved. It is located at number 11 Fuxing Road, Haidian District, Beijing. near the Military Museum of Haidian District. The building where it is located is one of the top 10 buildings in Beijing in the 1980s. CCTV is an important news and public opinion organization in China, an important mouthpiece for the party, government, and people, an important ideological and cultural front in China, and one of the most competitive mainstream media in China today. It has the ability to spread news, social education, and cultural entertainment. Various functions, such as information services, are the main channels through which the public across the country obtain information, and are also an important window for China to understand the world and the world to understand China. The CCTV building is very high. It is the future generation of Liu Sheng who has been to the capital and saw this building in the distance. When he got here, he was slightly shocked. After all, he had not seen it for a long time. Tall buildings. When the car arrived at the guard, Liu Sheng did not get out of the car, but told Wang Bo to go to the guard to call Chen Fuxiang and let Chen Fuxiang arrange for them to enter. This time is basically the same as later generations. If there is no one and no pass, ordinary people can't even enter the gate of CCTV. Before going to the Beijing CCTV to make an advertisement, Cao Rui greeted Chen Fuxiang, his classmate on CCTV. After Liu Sheng and the others arrived at the TV station, the guard called Chen Fuxiang to find Chen Fuxiang. They were able to enter the TV station and receive the good news. Reception. CCTV has a group of high-quality professional talents in various types of TV, which is the most valuable asset of CCTV. This team has been repeatedly affirmed by the central leadership and praised by people from all walks of life. It is a team that can fight tough battles, is good at fighting tough battles, and is worthy of the trust of the party and the people. After graduating, Chen Fuxiang entered the Beijing radio station. After he transferred to CCTV, he was transferred later, and he was not as good as he was on CCTV. He was just a deputy chief of the advertising planning department. This time he heard Cao Rui told him he introduced a great god of wealth, and he had already had a 12-point mental head. In 1983, most companies did not have the idea of advertising. There were only a few large state-owned enterprises that advertised. The effectiveness of the entire advertising department has never reached the standard given by Taiwan. Hearing that the guard called and said that someone was looking for him, he immediately told the guard to let him go and told Liu Sheng the office where he was. Are you Liu Sheng? Chen Fuxiang's first reaction when he saw Liu Sheng knocking on the door and entering, he actually felt that his old classmate was a little bit bullshit. When Cao Rui introduced to Chen Fuxiang, he only mentioned that Liu Sheng's age was slightly younger. However, Chen Fuxiang would not have thought that the so-called god of wealth he waited and waited, the big gold lord, was actually a few years old. If it was Wang Bo or the sturdy man behind Liu Sheng, he recognized either. But Liu Sheng was the child in front of him, and he felt a little sad. Hello, I'm Mr. Chen Fuxiang. I am Liu Sheng from Sheng Company. I am here this time. There are 2 advertisements to be broadcast on CCTV. One of them will be broadcast continuously for 3 months' time. I would like to ask you to see if there is any prime time for CCTV. If you can't be the master here, please ask your supervisor. Liu Sheng clearly felt that Chen Fuxiang in front of him had a feeling of despising him, but it was. He thought about it carefully. There is nothing wrong with Chen Fuxiang. Chen Fuxiang is about 40, and it is normal to have no confidence when he sees a child as old as he is. He also didn't have the idea of pretending to be a wolf with a big tail, so he told his intentions directly. As for the prices of CCTV advertisements, they are basically fixed. Finding Chen Fuxiang is nothing more than a stepping stone. If you really want to talk about prices, you must find their leaders. While talking, Liu Sheng took the bag containing the 2 commercial videotapes in front of Chen Fuxiang. Chen Fuxiang's shocked face instantly surprised him. Since Liu Sheng could say so, that is to say, Cao Rui really introduced him to a super big benefactor. Excuse me, are the 2 advertisements you brought for state-owned enterprises or other advertisements? Before reporting to the leader, Chen Fuxiang must figure out what kind of advertisement the child is bringing. Even he has the idea of a sneak peek. The two advertisements I brought are both advertisements for joint ventures between the Black Province and Japan's Mitsui Real Estate Group. The Black Province accounts for 51% of the shares. It can also be said that they are advertisements for state-owned enterprises. Look at CCTV. How to make a distinction. Luo Sheng directly stated the nature of the sanitary napkin factory and the electric fan factory. The Black Province accounts for 51% of the shares. In other words, the nature of the two factories is basically the nature of the state-owned factories. When cooperating with the Heilongjiang province, Luo Sheng considered the issue of shareholding several times. In the end, he chose to let Mitsui Land Co. Limited own 49% of the shares. In this way, the nature of the factory is a state-owned joint stock joint venture enterprise. No matter if you advertise or do other things in the future, the resistance will be much smaller. The main purpose of Luo Sheng's joint venture to build a factory is to make money, and it is to drive the Black Province to make money, so that the economy of the Black Province improves. From the reform and opening up to this time in 1983, China's advertising did not develop rapidly. Especially those advertising on CCTV were all large state-owned enterprises. While Luo Sheng represented joint ventures to CCTV, there are almost zero people who come to advertise. Since Luo Sheng was able to submit for review and broadcast these two advertisements on behalf of the joint venture in Heilongjiang province, it also shows that the child in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. Recall what Cao Rui said: if possible, try to make good contact with Luo Sheng, which will also be of great help to his development in the TV station. This year and month, the advertising department has no performance. When the waist is not strong, the advertisement that Luo Sheng wants to broadcast this time has to be broadcast for 3 months in the prime time. That is countless money. Chen Fuxiang asked Luo Sheng and the three of them to sit in his office, and poured a glass of water for each of them in a ceramic jar. He smiled and said with a spring breeze, "The three of you sit first, I will go to us now." The head of the advertising department, see if he has time. Chapter 184. He Lai Wei, the director of CCTV's advertising, sat in the office with an extremely ugly expression. He scratched his head when he had just received a questioning call from the director. The advertising department did not create greater benefits for the TV station, not because of his incompetence, but because recently, none of the state-owned factories had the idea of advertising on CCTV. Even if I had to do advertising, I was scared by the advertising costs during the prime time period. CCTV prime time advertising costs are a very heavy burden for state-owned enterprises. Even if he has sent some people from the advertising department to several large enterprises to discuss this matter, it can be offered to them. There are some discounts, but those large state-owned enterprises still do not have the idea of placing advertisements in the prime time period on CCTV. The future development prospects of the advertising industry are very good. More and more companies are paying more attention to advertising. This is an additional effect brought about by competition among companies. However, if companies are allowed to do long-term advertising during the prime time period, these companies all say that the economic efficiency of the factory does not meet the standards for long-term prime-time advertising. Coming. He Lai Wei finished speaking weakly when he heard the knock on the door, and looked at the door listlessly. Seeing that it was Chen Fuxiang, He Lai Wei's face immediately became gloomy. Chen Fuxiang has been in the advertising department for so long, and a decent big advertisement hasn't been drawn, and the relationship with his colleagues has not been very good. He somewhat dislikes this person. After Chen Fuxiang knocked on the door and entered He Lai Wei's office, he smiled and looked up at He Lai Wei. He saw that He Lai Wei's complexion was a bit unkind, and he felt a little more worried. But so, he brought an unprecedented number of big customers this time. No matter how bad He Lai Wei is at this time, he is estimated to be in a better mood after hearing this news. Minister He, I have brought a particularly great piece of good news. I have found a super client here who wants to advertise in the prime time of our CCTV, and there are 2 advertisements to be done. One may do it for 3 months. Chen Fuxiang didn't sell anything at this time, and directly told He Laiwai who he was interested in. Chen Fuxiang knew that Luo Sheng and Wang Bo were waiting in his office. He absolutely can't let such a big customer wait for a long time, and He Laiwai's face is not good. If he doesn't tell this great thing first, then it will be difficult to handle it. What did you say? He Laiwai stood up from his seat suddenly, and said loudly as if he was beaten up, Fuxiang, you repeat what you just said. Suddenly heard that Chen Fuxiang came to a super client, and he wanted to do a 3-month advertisement in the prime time of CCTV. He Laiwai suddenly felt that he was in a good mood and his body began to float a little. In the morning, he was just upset by the director's talk. And here was a great event that made him happy. Dozing off is nothing more than giving pillows. The super client whom my classmate introduced to me wants to advertise in the prime time of our CCTV, and there are 2 advertisements to be made, one of which may be for 3 months. Chen Fuxiang finished the sentence after speaking. He saw He Laiwai's face showing ecstasy, and he added another sentence. My classmate is the first secretary of a senior official of the Black Province. The person he introduced is even more respected by him. Now don't you want to take time out to meet them? Chen Fuxiang's intentions in the following 2 sentences are very clear. 1 island to point out that his classmates mixed up very well in High Province, and they are the first secretary of high-ranking officials in High Province. And there are certain capable people behind him. The second is that his classmates admire Luo Sheng very much, which can deepen He Laiwai's attention to this matter, and don't neglect big customers because of Luo Sheng's young age. Now there are not many big customers like CCTV, and you must not affect the big plans of the advertising department just because of some small things. What are you still dazed about? Hurry up and invite the guests here. Also, how did you talk to the guests before? Did you give them satisfactory preferential terms, or gave them reasonable creative suggestions for advertisements? While He Laiwai urged Chen Fuxiang to invite someone, he also thought about cooperation. He didn't know how Chen Fuxiang talked with the guests. When the time comes, if you can't go together with preferential terms or anything, then he will come out. Problem. Chen Fuxiang was a little worried when he saw He Laiwai, who has always been known for his calmness and calmness. He couldn't help feeling a bit amused. It turns out that Minister He also has this kind of anxious side. It seems that CCTV hasn't had any major clients to advertise for too long. However, Chen Fuxiang knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He had to explain some things clearly to He Laiwai. Chen Fuxiang pondered a little, and said carefully, Minister He, I didn't talk to the guests about preferential terms and the like. I think you should be the masters over such matters. In addition, it's yourself over there. The commercials we brought are already produced, and we don't need our station to shoot the commercials. Chen Fuxiang first smacked He Laiwai's flattery, and then answered He Laiwai's question clearly. He knew that if the advertisement could be made this time, then the relationship between him and He Laiwai would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Just when He Laiwai was about to urge him again, Chen Fuxiang took the lead and said, Minister He, let me give you some information. The guest Luo Sheng introduced by my classmate in High Province is a little young. Don't neglect the guests just because they are young. Hurry up and invite the guest Luo Sheng. Don't let the guests wait for a long time. You don't need to worry about other things. If the client advertisements you find this time can be fixed, you will do the first thing. I took the matter down. He Laiwai felt helpless for Chen Fuxiang's long-winded energy. A large client who can broadcast advertisements on CCTV does not have a huge background behind him. The cost of advertising alone is something that countless people are discouraged. Welcome to the advertising department of CCTV. To place an advertisement, Mr. Luo Sheng. This is He Laiwai from the advertising department. Please take a seat here. Seeing Chen Fuxiang leading Luo Sheng and Wang Bofing into the office, He Laiwai stood up to welcome him. He walked up to Wang Bo, stretched out his hand and gave in politely. As soon as He Lai Wai saw the combination of Luo Sheng and the three of them, he directly targeted the customer to Wang Bo. Wang Bo spread his hands, looked at Luo Sheng with innocent eyes, and said in his heart, "This is the same all the time, always treating me as a big nephew. Do I really have the temperament of a super boss?" Luo Sheng smirked slightly at Wang Bo, and after walking 2 steps forward, he faced He Lai Wai and stretched out his hand and said, "You have just arrived at the expensive land. Please bear with me. I am Luo Sheng." He Lai Wai stretched out his hand to Wang Bo and stopped in the air, and his whole person was even more shocked. "What is the situation right now?" Exclamation mark. Could it be that the client Chen Fuxiang was talking about was the teenage boy in front of him? Exclamation mark. He Lai Wai just heard what Chen Fuxiang said. His classmate is the first secretary of a high-ranking official in the Black Province. How could he be such a teenager? Exclamation mark. Thanks to the Small Farmers Yi 500 starting currency reward. Thank you brothers and sisters who have always supported the great power. I will continue to work hard to write this book, and friends who have not voted for recommendation, hope to help lose 2 recommendation tickets. By the way, Diego Xun rises to thank you. Chapter 185 Advertising Genius. Seeing He Lai Wai standing stunned, Chen Fuxiang immediately walked to He Lai Wai and smiled and said, "Minister, look at my stinky memory. I forgot to tell you when I came here to report to you. This time I came here. Major clients are not very old. It seems that you and I did not expect it. Also, even if it made us want to break our heads, we would not expect to be so young when we came to our side to talk about the advertising business this time." I listened to Luo when the loyal little friend said his name. A question suddenly popped up in my heart at the time. Could it be that my age has survived to a dog? He Lai Wai, who had been sluggish for half a minute, turned his mind and stretched out his hand to Luo Sheng unnaturally. While expressing his friendship, he smiled heartily. It is true that a hero has been born since ancient times. You are welcome to the Central Committee. The advertising department of the TV station advertises. While talking, He Lai Wai looked at Chen Fuxiang approvingly. He thought in his heart that people shouldn't look good. This Chen Fuxiang did a very good job this time. Not only is he clever, but also very good at coming. Otherwise, this parody is a big deal. The client was brought by Chen Fuxiang. This time I really want to be able to negotiate the advertising business and give Chen Fuxiang a certain bonus. When there is a chance, he will promote Chen Fuxiang. Why didn't I find out before? This sullen guy is so good at doing things. Hello, Minister He. This time I represent the sanitary napkin factory and the electric fan factory under the Heilongjiang provincial government. I came to you mainly to talk to you about the advertising business of the TV station during the prime time period. Your side, can you take a look? There are no advertising seats for prime time yet. Luo Sheng shook hands with He Lai Wai and walked a few steps casually. After sitting down on the leather sofa diagonally across from He Lai Wai, he didn't have any polite greetings, and directly said his intentions. When he came to CCTV this time, he didn't want to leave Chen Fuxiang's relationship. He just wanted to do business. In Luo Sheng's heart, he was extremely disgusted with the kind of relationship that must be entrusted to do everything, and that everything must be done to officials. Top money thing. Luo Zong knew in his confidence that in 1983, the advertising business was underdeveloped. Even on CCTV, there was plenty of advertising time in prime time. For CCTV, there should be a lot of prime time for advertising at this time, and he must first determine whether there is a prime time advertising location. As for the price, you can only sit down and talk slowly if you have time. If you first talk about whether there is a discount, the other party will look down a lot. And Luo Sheng is very confident in his advertisement. Sitting on the office chair, He Lai Wai put away the surprise when he saw Luo Sheng's young age, and quickly recognized Liu Sheng as a person who could sit on an equal footing with him. He knew in his heart that this little guy in front of him must not be treated with common sense. When the children in his family and Liu Sheng were so old, let alone go to his office and talk about tens of thousands of dollars in advertisements, it's unknown whether you can speak a place or not. He drooped his eyes and listened to Liu Sheng's words very seriously. He took another side of his mind and groaned slightly. Then he slowly said with a serious expression, "Are we in the CCTV primetime advertising position? Although it's a little tight, but after a squeeze, there are still some advertising spots." Fuxiang said, "You were introduced by his classmates, and you also brought a sample of the advertisement. I made an exception today and led you to the reviewing office to take a look at this advertisement. Let me see if the advertisement you brought meets or does not meet our CCTV standards. If possible, we will continue to talk about other things." He Lai Wai, the head of the advertising department, was full of joy in his heart. And it would not be an exaggeration to describe it with enthusiasm, but he did not show any excitement at this time, and even asked to look at the advertisement first. For CCTV, advertisements that do not meet the requirements or do not meet the requirements cannot be broadcast. If you want to broadcast an advertisement, you must first conduct a pre-review. Only after the pre-review can you discuss the following things. Under normal circumstances, the pre-review of advertisements alone requires an appointment, and it is performed by the pre-review section of the advertising department below. But so, He Lai Wai thought that Liu Sheng would play the advertisement during the prime time period, and it would take a long time to play. That is to say, there is a super client in front of him, so he will directly review the film. Another point is that He Lai Wai also wants to see what the level of advertising production brought by the people from the Black Province is. If there are problems with the production level and creativity, his advertising department can take over this big job and help Liu Sheng and them create high-end ads. Squeeze, there should be a place. This sentence evoked Liu Sheng's later generation's squeeze. There will be time and all the gaps. The minister he in front of him looked like a serious old antique, but in the process of speaking, Liu Sheng felt a sense of freshness. He felt that He Lai Wai's speaking level was good, and he didn't leak. He first said that there will still be advertising space squeezed, and he has already told Liu Sheng very clearly that there is an advertising space, and the key depends on whether you can take it down. Then they pointed out that they were introduced by Chen Fuxiang, who was introduced by Chen Fuxiang. He made an exception and gave them a discount, and directly led them to review the samples in the past. Invisibly, they sold two to Liu Sheng. It can be seen that He Lai Wai also he is not an ordinary person, his mind turns quite fast, and his level is very high. A group of people talked and laughed to the reviewing department. The reviewing room was quite large, even larger than the Jiangqing cinema. In many cases, the work of reviewing films is very important, not only to watch TV shows, but also to watch movies to see if there are any irregularities in them. After the videotape was put into the projector, the graceful figure of Bodo Rika soon appeared on the big screen. But that's it. The sexy and generous Bodo Rika frowned quickly. After the subtitles below appeared quickly, a very pleasing girl played with the sound. The woman was uncomfortable for a few days, and she was worried when she moved. Soon the picture changed, and the sexy and generous beauty of Bodo Lihua smiled, sitting on the swing and swinging on the swing. The next moment, the picture turned again, and Bodo Lihua danced with a badminton racket in her skirt. Typed in the subtitles below, "Nurse you, accompany safely and comfortably every day." Then the picture turned, and the packaging of Anusha's sanitary napkins was held out by Bodo Lihua. With Anushu, it's drier, cooler and safer. I take the liberty to ask, what does this advertisement say? Is it something that women use when? After He Lai Wai read this advertisement, he immediately thought of it. Liu Sheng's advertisement here should be about advertising for women's menstrual period. It's just that sanitary napkins are a bit shocking, and He Lai Wai didn't understand what kind of an issue was in this advertisement. With a faint smile on the corner of Liu Sheng's mouth, he casually said, "Minister He, This item is a disposable item used by female friends during menstruation. It is called a sanitary napkin. It is very popular in developed countries in the world. It plays an inestimable role in women's reproductive health, and it is convenient and easy to use. This time I'm here to talk about advertising. When I go back, I will send someone to send some sanitary napkins to the people in the TV station, which is a small benefit for the female friends in the station. It can be regarded as a live advertisement for Anish's sanitary napkins in disguise. He Lai Wai looked at Liu Sheng's eyes with more approval, and even said with a smile, "Well, the advertisement for this sanitary napkin is very good, and the originality is very good, and it is an advertisement that breaks the limits of thought. Very good." He Lai Wai felt that the advertisement brought by Liu Sheng was very good. During the broadcast, he unconsciously attracted his attention. Not only the models found in the advertisements are elegant and generous, but they also have a modern feminine sense of beauty, revealing the charm of that kind of woman to the fullest. He Lai Wai remembers clearly that Yuan Geng, the founder of Shekou Industrial Zone, first put forward the slogan that time is money in 1981. Time is money, efficiency is life. The propaganda slogan quickly spread across the country after being affirmed by the leaders, and was hailed as the first spring thunder to break through ideological constraints. And this sanitary napkin advertisement is also an advertisement that breaks through the imprisonment of thoughts. This advertisement will break the people's talk about women's menstruation and make more contributions to the reproductive health of Chinese women. There was nothing out of place in the film reviewed according to the normal process, so he directly said 2 words over review. He Lai Wai sat in the filming position and was very satisfied with the advertisement of the sanitary napkins Liu Sheng brought. Although sanitary napkins are avant-garde and trendy, and give people a sense of ideological immorality, they are really good things. Immediately after the advertisement for the Longjiang brand electric fan was finished, the corner of He Lai Wai's eyes began to shake unconsciously. He became very interested in these 2 advertisements. After all, he had been on CCTV for so long before seeing these 2 advertisements that made his eyes shine, and he could feel the incredible advertisements in an instant. The Longjiang brand electric fan does not sell for 199 or 99. The national unified retail price is 79 yuan. The beautiful shape, the simple style, and the quality of the electric fan is guaranteed by the state-owned factory in Hai Province. Once this electric fan advertisement is registered on CCTV, it will probably be a big hit. He Lai Wai knows the price of electric fans. The electric fans used in his home are imported from Japan. Regardless of the shape and style, or other places, compared with Longjiang brand electric fans, it is nothing short of it. The sky and the earth, not to mention the price of traveling to 800 countries. This advertisement has also been reviewed. The originality is very good. It is absolutely incredible where the design was designed. After He Lai Wai applauded the case, he continued to ask very seriously, "Excuse me, who made the ideas for these 2 advertisements? Can you introduce me to the person who made the advertisement?" After Liu Sheng had heard of the trial, a faint smile appeared on his small face, which gave him a feeling of winning over 1,000 miles away. As for the question He Lai Wai asked, Liu Sheng groaned for a moment, and slowly said, "Minister He, I made the ideas for these 2 advertisements, and I supervised and guided them throughout the process. The person you want to know, far right in front of the horizon." After seeing He Lai Wai's face on the opposite side, Liu Sheng turned his head and continued to say carefully, "But it is." These 2 advertisements can only be said to have been created by a flash of inspiration. If you think of such an advertisement again in the future, I am afraid it will be difficult. He Lai Wai heard that the creative of the advertisement was made by Liu Sheng. He almost didn't bite his tongue off. His slightly muddy eyes were suddenly rounded, and he stared at Liu Sheng straightly. His expression, "I wish he could not take it." Liu Sheng ate mediocre. The age of Liu Sheng is there. He is a teenager at most, and that immature face can't deceive people. If the 2 advertisements in front of him were made by Liu Sheng, then this Luo Sheng is definitely an advertising talent. Advertising talents. No, it should be an absolute genius. Eli Y instantly positioned Luo Sheng as a genius, and he used his talents as a metaphor to be 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, he wanted to recruit Luo Sheng into the advertising department of CCTV. However, after looking at Luo Sheng's immature face, the thoughts in Eli Wei's heart disappeared. Chapter 186. The Two Heavens of Ice and Fire. Luo Sheng lazily raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw that the sky was gloomy and the rain was still floating. He muttered, "This terrible ghost weather, what can I say? The weather is bad, and the exercise must continue." After Luo Sheng ran 2 laps in the small park not far from the Beijing office of Heilongjiang province, he wiped the mixture of sweat and rain on his face and shook his head twice, feeling his mood soothed a lot in one fell swoop. The Anisu sanitary napkin advertisement has been broadcast on CCTV for 2 days, but the feedback from the sanitary napkin manufacturer in the past 2 days is very bad. There are no merchants or department stores of the Bureau of Commerce to contact the manufacturer. From the time the advertisement was broadcast to the present 2 days, the sanitary napkin manufacturer has only received a few consultation calls. They called to inquire about the price. There was only one order, and the order amount was only 2,000 packs. Which link is the problem? Luo Sheng was at a loss. He really didn't need to figure out how the advertisement could not see the effect within 2 days. The phone at the electric fan factory was blown up. The hot ordering scene could scare people to death. The purchasers of countless shopping malls took the train and drove when they couldn't make a call. Driving, on the 3rd morning the ad was broadcast, the brigade had already reached the location of the electric fan factory. The price of Longjiang brand electric fans is so low that it makes people crazy. The most common old-fashioned electric fans on the market sell for more than 150 yuan in shopping malls. You have to get a ticket for electrical appliances. Able to buy. The retail price of Longjiang brand electric fans is RMB 79 nationally, and there is no need to use industrial tickets. It is conceivable how big the gap is. As long as you are not a fool, you can see that as soon as Longjiang brand electric fans come out, they will be able to sell well throughout the country. If you don't seize the opportunity at this time, order the electric fans and think about it then. You can't buy it. Even if they went to the Black Province to seek cooperation without success, they were able to book some electric fans. With these electric fans, they would definitely be able to make a good sum of money by then. Wang Chunlai called Luo Sheng of the Beijing office in Beijing on the 2nd day after the TV commercial was broadcast, and told Luo Sheng about the hot sale of Longjiang brand electric fans. Wang Chunlai told Luo Sheng that in just 1 day, the order for Longjiang brand electric fans has been scheduled to April next year. According to Luo Sheng, don't put too much quantity in each area, and the amount of each order, no more than 1,000 units. Countless merchants began to discuss with him about the price increase of electric fans, and wanted to increase the price of electric fans. However, because Wang Chunlai and Luo Sheng had talked, it was clear that Luo Sheng did not want to make too much money on electric fans, so he directly rejected those merchants who raised prices. He even warned those people that the national retail price of Longjiang brand electric fans is 79 yuan. If a customer raises the price privately, then in the future, Longjiang Electric Fan Factory will cancel the cooperation with which customer, and add the information of the customer to the bad. Among the ranks of merchants, Wang Chunlai clearly remembered what Luo Sheng said when discussing the price of electric fans with him. Now that the people in the country are not rich, the price is set at 79 yuan. It can be regarded as a small benefit to the people of the whole country. In other words, this electric fan is something that benefits people all over the country. As the factory manager responsible for production and sales, he should not lose his conscience because he wants to make the factory make more money. How can the gap between these two ads be so big? Exclamation mark. After Luo Sheng and Wang Chunlai and Lin Ping talked to each other, he couldn't figure it out for a while. Whether it's the experience of later generations or the practicality of sanitary napkins, it proves one thing. Sanitary napkins will definitely be sold in China. But how can there be a situation that no one cares about at this time? What? After the quarterly meeting of the Industrial Department of Heilongjiang Province, Jiang Ming saw the director and several leaders leave. He took a sip of the tea in the cup and talked to a few people around him. Have you seen? This is the result of changing the factory manager in the province and listening to the children. I spent more than 100,000 yuan on TV advertising. But the effect, the sanitary napkins were still not sold. Jiang Ming was shy, big belly, speaking among a group of people in the industrial department of Heilongjiang province. Jiang Ming has always been worried about Hai province's removal of him because of Luo Sheng's reasons. He always has the idea that it has nothing to do with him if the sanitary napkins produced by the sanitary napkin factory cannot be sold. It is a matter of the commercial bureau's system. Or else this kind of thing will not work and no one will buy it at all. What Jiang Ming felt even more suffocated about the dismissal this time was that almost all the staff who entered the factory's supply and marketing department after his hand were cleared out, and those who gave him money at this time are even more diverse. Complain. Now that the sanitary napkin advertisement has been broadcast, it is still encountering Waterloo. If he doesn't talk about this matter well, he will have to be suffocated to death. After spending so much money, throwing it into CCTV, there is no effect. Even if a stone is thrown into the water, you can see the water splashing in the water, but the advertising has spent so much money. But it has no effect at all. All this wasted is the country's money. The Black Province is originally located in the interior, and it is originally not rich. How can it withstand such a toss? Jiang Ming's face showed a grievance. Zisei said exaggeratedly, I said before that I was not good at the sanitary napkin factory. Now I have changed the director and replaced Lin Ping. What is it now? It's not a mess. What kind of sanitary napkins are produced? Even if it's free to send out a small 100,000 yuan of goods, it still has no effect. Now the warehouse is full. If it is stored for a long time, it is estimated that all the sanitary napkins will have to be turned into rubbish. Yeah, I have heard about what Lao Jiang said. It is said that Lin Ping's face was green these past 2 days. There were several phone calls in the previous day to inquire about the sales of sanitary napkins, but he didn't even let out a fart before he took office. He was bragging. What else did he say? He would be able to invigorate the sanitary napkin factory. He would definitely not smear the province, nor the industry hall. Now there is no more movement. Isn't it? That guy got so many children from our industrial hall before, and said that a group of elite sales staff will go up. Now, so many people and so much money have been spent, but the sanitary napkins are still not sold. Go out. Just like Lao Jiang said, no one wants that thing at all. Which woman will use that kind of thing? Regarding Lin Ping, none of the people around Jiang Ming in the industrial hall are not hostile. Jiang Ming has done a good job there, and some of the children in the industrial hall have also mixed up well there, earning high wages for nothing. There was no such thing as anything, but Lin Ping was so stupid that after sending him over, he actually cleared all the gates and households of these industrial halls. And he simply couldn't be a human being. Jiang Ming's voice with several people around him was getting louder and louder. Chen Jiafang, the oldest qualified person in the industrial department, who was about to retire, became uncomfortable. The more he listened, he said dissatisfiedly, Jiang Ming, you guys. A few people don't just say that. The electric fan factory of the joint venture in the province has done a good job. It is said that all electric fans are sold out. People over there say that the orders for electric fans have reached the 4th of next year. Months have passed, and the number of customers ordering from the electric fan factory is still increasing. The sanitary napkin factory has just been advertised. If it sells well, it will take some time. As you say, it's a bit extreme. Chen Jiafang is a person about to retire, and he is also a soldier who is rooted in Zheng Miaohong. He doesn't like Jiang Ming's usual deeds. Now he hears Jiang Ming and the others arrange Lin Ping over there. He immediately took the injustice on behalf of Lin Ping. You old guy who just retires at the site, why join us? Let's talk about our affairs here. Does it have anything to do with you? Why should you go? Don't disturb the yaxing of our brothers. Jiang Ming's face fell to his feet in an instant, and half of his eyeballs couldn't catch Chen Jiafang's old stubbornness. Seeing that he is about to retire, what is causing trouble here? What they are talking about is the sanitary napkin factory and Lin Ping. They seem to have nothing to do with him. What are they talking about? Seeing Chen Jiafang's bet that the airbag plug was gone, Jiang Ming glanced at Chen Jiafang disdainfully, and continued loudly, "It is right to engage in joint ventures, but it is wrong to blindly invest in something." Now it seems. At that time, if I went to the electric fan factory, I would definitely not be better than Wang Chunlai's little-headed guy. That guy is an idiot, and he wouldn't listen to so many customers asking for a price increase. If I changed it to me, the current electric fan, I immediately raised him to 150 yuan. If you have money, you don't make a profit. It's like a great mallet. Amid Jiang Ming's grumbles, a group of people left Lin Ping and Wang Chunlai as nothing. Even they said, Lin Ping or Wang Chunlai, they will be taken in the hole soon. Come down. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are people, there are grievances. The more you play politics and the official, the better you can do this kind of thing. In 1 or 2 hours, in the industrial system, not only Lin Ping and Wang Chunlai, but almost most people have heard what Jiang Ming said. Lin Ping sneered at Jiang Ming, who had the ability to rely on his elder brother. Lin Ping met Liu Sheng, and even more understood what kind of influence Liu Sheng said advertisements and propaganda would have after they were made. Although Lin Ping couldn't figure it out at this time, the advertisement for such a good and creative sanitary napkin was broadcast, and no one ordered the sanitary napkins. However, Lin Ping firmly believed that Liu Sheng would definitely make a name for himself. As for Jiang Ming's slander and insults, Lin Ping didn't take them to heart. What kind of stuff Jiang Ming is? The honest people know everything in their hearts. Not to mention that stuff knows how to eat, drink and have fun all day long, partying for private purposes. That is the mentality of being a monk and hitting the clock for a day, and handing over what factory to such a person. Sooner or later it will decline. Before Lin Ping took over Jiang Ming's job, he heard many people say that this idiot has said in many public occasions that a joint venture with a small Japanese company should not be so serious. It is really going to lose money. The loss is also the small Japanese child's money. If they all work like Jiang Ming, how can Black Province talk about development? Although there are not many phone calls from the sales department of the sanitary napkin factory, they are all inquiring about the price of this sanitary napkin. However, if there are price inquiries, it also shows that many people have paid attention to the sanitary napkin. In the past 2 days, there has not been a large number of orders, and it has a lot to do with the rainy days in several major cities in Beijing and the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The salesman over there said that such a kind of weather is not suitable for them to distribute free sanitary napkins outside. They decided to wait for the weather to clear before doing the free distribution of these sanitary napkins. These 2 days, they only promote in those small shopping malls in the Shanghai stock market, and communicate with the person in charge of the shopping mall in charge of purchasing. They have collected a lot of useful information. Now small businesses on the Shanghai stock market have such an idea. They don't want to go to places as far away as High Province to buy goods. They all hope that the High Province can set up sanitary napkins in the Shanghai stock market wholesale sales office. The big businessmen are also very interested in the brand new thing like sanitary napkins, but they all want to wait and see what the market will be like for this brand new item. Chapter 187, Advertising in the 1980s. As early as the beginning of the century, an unknown Chicago advertiser named Beckett sighed helplessly, "Oh my God. The advertisement is like a coquettish lady. You can't be extricated by all kinds of amorous feelings, but deep. Getting caught in it is full of danger. Now, almost every day of our life starts with advertisements. In your mailbox or corridor, on the newspaper you read and the bus body you take, in the pocket radio next to your pillow, and on the TV screen with interlaced light and shadow. Starting from the first radar watch commercial broadcast on the mainland in the early 1980s, TV commercials began to make a strong impression on the lives of Chinese people. It tells you which brand of juice and purified water you should drink, which fluoride toothpaste and hygienic toothbrush to use, what flavor of ham sausage instant noodles to eat, which type of safe sanitary napkins to choose. These advertisements make consumers no longer able to resist their temptation. Okay, let us hold a cup of tea and think back to the bits and pieces that led our lives in the 1980s. 1980 tastes great. Nestle coffee. In this way, the aroma of Nescafe coffee drifted into the homes of ordinary Chinese people with this famous ad slogan. The ad slogan is simple, warm and catchy, so that when Nestle used a lot of money to solicit new ad slogans around the world, it found that there was no one more classic than it, so it kept it forever. Diddy fragrant? The meaning is still unfinished. Max Coffee. As the second largest coffee brand in the world, Mei's slogan is a classic. Unlike Nestle, makes sensory experiences better. Although not as straightforward as Nestle, it is more in line with the mood of tasting coffee. So, since then, we have also learned from foreigners, sitting on the wicker chairs in the breeze, and savoring the mellow coffee. Advanced quartz technology, accurate every second. Trunk table. At that time, there were only a few brands that could afford to advertise on the scene. Unexpectedly, the Titsu watch was the first to get it. Only one is good. PSAs. Don't feel ashamed. Family planning has become a popular staple of that era. 1981. Wear Radar and go to the world. Radar. It's a watch advertisement again. There are not many Radar watches on the market at present, because the sales of Shenzhen Fitter have far surpassed it. However, the kind of kingly demeanor at the beginning is still very nostalgic. Leap Go Old World's advanced level. Flying TV. Feiyu Spirit everything for the sake of users. Flying TV. The old four major items of that year have fallen into a low level of consumption, and black and white TV sets have long been hidden. It is also a Feiyu advertisement. The former is a little boastful, while the latter is a bit more straightforward and candid. 1982. It's Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Since 1982, Coca-Cola has changed its advertising themes dozens of times. Although they are colorful and dazzling, they have always run through a main line, and have never forgotten to use a world language to communicate with consumers of different countries, different races, and different cultural backgrounds. There must be a road to the front of the mountain, and there must be a Toyota if there is a road. Toyota cars. Confidence and boldness can be described as the swan song in the car advertising slogan. Quality first, users first. Venus TV. At that time, TV advertisements accounted for a large share of screen advertisements, very authentic, and very Chinese characteristics. Unique design, latest product, automatic watch for women's clothing. Oriental watch. The watch family finally had its first women's watch advertisement, but unfortunately there were not many young women with money at that time. 1983. Yan Dance. Yan Dance. A piece of song comes with a piece of love. Yan Wu radio recorder. A trivial person emerged from the middle of the screen, yelling "Wow!" Yan Wu tape recorder. Then he sang and danced Yan Dance. Yan Dance. Every song comes with love. It is hard for young people today to imagine what kind of scenery was the swallow dance from Yanqing, Jiangsu. It is a pity that it has been eliminated by the rapid electronic wave, because now it is Alchman and MP3 dominating the world. Everything is for the sake of users, and everything is responsible for users. Hisense TV. Song of Triumph spreads good news and takes it to the next level. VooV Click TV. This year, the TV commercials were booming, and Hisense and VooV all the way to the assault can be regarded as walking in the forefront of the home appliance industry. 1984. Pepsi. The choice of a new generation. Pepsi. When Michael Jackson and his brothers introduced a new generation of Pepsi-Cola ads in two of the most appetizing TV commercials featuring music marketing, Pepsi-Cola created the history of advertising. Sharp is the highest quality. Sharp advertises its history as Japan's first and world's first. This is the first wave of its penetration into China. Liber beer is indeed different. Liber beer, at that time, foreign businessmen rushed to China, and the competition among various manufacturers broke the blood, but this slogan made Liber synonymous with beer, and it finally raised the banner of national beer. Shanghai Volkswagen will always be with you. Volkswagen and the city of Shanghai are closely linked. This kind of advertising request does not involve specific products. It just wants to tell consumers that Volkswagen's image is a company that produces cars and its location is in Shanghai. Power washing machine, dedicated to mother's love. Power washing machine, a very sensational advertisement, but it was in line with the taste of the common people at the time. The Chinese valued this kind of affection. 1985. Dabao, see you every day. Dabao. The vitality of Dabao is extremely strong, and it is taking the civilian route, and now it still sees you every day on TV. High quality Lenovo Sharp. Sharp Electric. Sharp's second wave, seizing the market, is still quiet. Sony. Is this the first name you see? Sony. Chinese TV screens ushered in Sony this year. Can you stand the temptation of it? 1986. Macro, Lewanjia. Macro Electric. It was an advertisement made by Wang Mingquan, and it was once a famous brand in Guangdong. Unfortunately, the manufacturers that went downhill in the past 2 years sold this famous trademark for more than 100 million yuan. Philips, symbol of cutting-edge technology. Philips. The content of the advertisement is very simple, only the company name and logo, but the Philips brand is a famous brand, and it is still standing today. Exquisite and durable, respected all over the world. Citizen Watch. Japan's Citizen Watch advertising headline, now it is the favorite of petty bourgeoisie or pseudo-bourgeoisie. Shanghai Santana, the new trend of cars. Santana, a product that has not been produced abroad for a long time, becomes a new trend when it is transferred to China. 1987. When the sun rises, our love lasts forever. Sun God. The most suitable aircraft type for China's civil aviation passenger transport. Boeing 757 passenger aircraft. Boeing, USA. American Boeing finally noticed this big cake in the Chinese market, and it began to rack its brains on how to make it bigger. The first-class product wins glory for one step. Shanghai Shoe Polish. Shoe polish advertisements also appeared on TV, which not only won the spotlight for the Chinese people, but also won a lot of face for the Shanghainese. Ode to the world of high-quality models, the international watch Citizen. Citizen has the courage to earn a shout for myself. 2 tablets. Schick intestinal worm cleansing. Sino-American SmithKline. 1988. Elaborate creation and careful service. Venus TV. This advertisement is nothing new. Today, Venus is still waiting to continue to take off in the new century. A new generation symbol for the automotive industry. Guangzhou Peugeot. Guangzhou, the story of the French famous car Peugeot retreating to China took place. However, it subsequently married the Japanese Honda. 1989. Unstoppable feeling. Coca-Cola. The advertisements for Coca-Cola and Pepsi are brilliant and surprising. But compared to Pepsi's celebrity route, Coca-Cola is very popular, which is an important secret of its longevity. Where does the trip to Central Plains go? Zhengzhou, Asia. Asia Mall. The pace of management in Zhengzhou, Asia has not kept up with the pace of development. Like Zhengzhou Baywin, it has been sealed in history. The torch in its hand spread to the Carrefour, Walmart, Metro, which later became popular all over the country. 20 this year and 18 next year. Bailuo Beauty Soap. 2 more washes. The mother will have to change identities with her daughter. Eastern Airlines, flying to the world. Eastern Airlines. Eastern Airlines is really based in Yanzhou, flying from Hebei to the whole of China, but to fly to the world, it will take 1.3 billion people to work together. Rongxing. quality assurance. Rongxing Refrigerator, compared with the later slogan #1 in the national market share, this is much simpler. Today, TV advertising has become an indispensable part of our consumer life. They are endless, pervasive, and a catchphrase, that is, I am an advertisement, who I am afraid of. They sell us all kinds of fresh and hot popular information every day, which can be regarded as another interpretation of a wonderful life. We don't have to deliberately remember anything, because sour and spicy have been experienced. Let those distant advertisements and simple life become a fragment of the watery years. Chapter 188 Hot Sales. The sales of sanitary napkins are so hot that in factories, offices, and even dormitories, wherever there are women, there are countless women talking about this good thing that can change their lives. Women love beauty and women love cleanliness. After having an issue, they no longer have to worry about menstruation. But so, at this moment, they are not grateful to an urgeous manufacturer, but rather depressedly cursing an urgeous manufacturer. What did they do in the early years, and how long they have to bear the crime? This kind of thing is so good. Why didn't they go on the market earlier, and appeared by their side earlier? Not only are young and beautiful women completely in love with Anushu sanitary napkins, making them love it and unable to extricate themselves, even some middle-aged and elderly women have begun to fall in love with such a good thing. Aunt Luo in the residential area is a firm supporter of Anushu sanitary napkins. Since receiving 2 packs of sanitary napkins from Zhou Yuan's hands for free, and exquisite promotional posters, she is not to mention too happy. The sanitary napkins are used comfortably. It seems that the body feels a lot easier at once. I can't feel the awkwardness, and the sultry and itching underneath. Standing in the pavilion, Aunt Luo first talked about some gossip news that happened recently in the factory, and then talked about the gossip that she had recently heard, and happily joined the women and friends around her. As Aunt Luo was talking, she remembered the sanitary napkins that were easy to use recently. She looked at the large circle of women and friends around her, and after thinking about it, she said enthusiastically that in the old days when menstrual belts were worn, every time a woman always wears a menstrual belt on her menstrual day. There is no sanitary napkin, only a thick menstrual pad with cloth sheets or toilet paper to support the menstrual belt. As I walked, my buttocks and my footsteps turned out. It seemed that the menstrual traces could not be concealed by any method, especially the thick menstrual belt wrapped around the woman's whole body. It really felt very depressed and irritable. Wearing a sanitary belt, others see women's sex more bulging from the outside. But during this period they attract strange eyes from men. Perhaps this is the charm of menstruating women. This unsightly charm makes men stir up. It is the unique feminine taste of the age of wearing a menstrual belt. When wearing menstrual belts, almost every woman has 10 menstrual belts, red, green and blue, with flowers and grass. The colors are as intense as a Chinese oil painting. However, as the cycle of washing is used repeatedly, the number of menstrual pads will be scarce. It will not be washed or used up, but will disappear while drying. Sometimes I saw a man blushing from the place where women's clothes were drying, and he hurried away with his hands clasped tightly. I knew right away that the kid must have escaped with him again. Cursing in his mouth and being helpless, he still had to go while shopping, bring a few more menstrual periods in the store to take back home. It is even more embarrassing to change menstrual pads in public toilets on menstrual days. At that time, the women's toilet was a pit without a door, and the wall between the pit and the pit was only 1 meter high. After menstruating, women take off their trousers, bend down and unbutton the front buttons of the menstrual belt. Move the menstrual belt from the back of the buttocks to the side to squat down, take out the toilet paper with menstrual blood from the belt, and then prepare the prepared ones. Insert the toilet paper pad into the belt and fix it at both ends, and then put the menstrual belt from the back of the buttocks toward the vagina. Stand up and hold the menstrual belt in one hand, squeeze the sanitary pad in the other hand to make it fit on the vagina. Then pull the menstrual belt back and forth to adjust it in the groin, and buckle the buttons of the menstrual belt. It is very common for women to change menstrual pads in public toilets, but when you are stared at by other women, the process of changing menstrual pads makes you blushing. Every woman wears all kinds of flowers. The cloth menstrual band was taken off from the buttocks, and after a while, I put it back on again. The colorful menstrual bands hung on the tender white and round buttocks. The process of women changing menstrual pads in and out of public toilets is dazzling, and they cannot avoid the shyness and excitement of going to public toilets to replace menstrual pads. Now that there is an Anushu sanitary napkin, all the embarrassment is gone with the wind. Sanitary napkins are really easy to use. I suggest the big guys try to use it. That kind of thing is not exclusive to young and middle-aged women. We middle-aged and elderly women also need that kind of thing. The most important thing is that it is really cheap and easy to use. Look at the little young people now. That girl doesn't always use this kind of thing. The key is that this thing is really easy to use, and the price is fair. I suggest you people hurry up and try this new thing. Don't be stubborn. Sister Lee, is it really that easy to use? If it's the same as you said, then I'll buy some later when I go back. Anushu's sanitary napkins have been advertised on TV. Don't worry about how you use it, so please don't worry. We don't have to worry about rubbing against the pants when something happens. I have been using it before, but no, Sister Luo dared to say that this thing is really good. What's so embarrassing about your little daughter-in-law? We are not an old feudal system. You all said yes. Then I will go back and buy some to try. If it is good, I will use this thing in the future. Just like Sister Luo said, it's really uncomfortable to use something like that before. Did you not see that ad when you watched TV? It's drier, cooler, and safer. After using that Anushu, it's really like that. In the future, I will finally be able to say goodbye to those damn menstrual belts. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. My daughter-in-law tried to persuade me to use that thing a few days ago. It's just that I feel that I am older and I am not embarrassed to use that thing. In the factory, in the office, even in the residential area, women are telling each other that Anushu is a good thing for menstruation. If a thing is really good, it is really practical and cheap, it spreads very fast. 1 spreads 10, 10 spreads 100. It seems that the bacteria split up and grows explosively. The sales of sanitary napkins first detonated the capital city, and then the Shanghai stock market, and then began to be popular in major cities across the country. What is hot sales? Almost things are snapped up as soon as they go on the market, which is called hot sales. Although Luo Sheng had the foresight and knew that this sanitary napkin would sell well, Luo Sheng never expected that Anushu sanitary napkins would be spread word of mouth after his advertising and people used them well. It seemed that the big sales began to appear in an instant. The factories in high province, working in shifts 24 hours a day, with people resting and machines producing without resting, can't meet the needs of the market. After the sanitary napkins produced in high province became popular all over the country, Luo Sheng immediately told Masako Mitsui to order 10 production lines from Masako Mitsui. He also needed senior officials from Chengxingran to build supporting factories in the province, and strive to make it as fast as possible. The speed completely occupy the market. Luo Sheng remembers clearly that when Mitsui Masako ordered the sanitary napkin production lines, Chinese companies also ordered a production line in Japan. Once the sanitary napkins become popular in China, the manufacturers of sanitary napkins will suddenly spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It usually pops up only when the brand is launched. At this time, the women will think of Anushu sanitary napkins when they have troubles. Only in this way will they firmly occupy the market and become the number one of the sanitary napkin industry. Luo Sheng asked Masako Mitsui to continue ordering the production line while telling Masako Mitsui that she should recruit a few technicians over there. The production line would be shut down 24 hours a day, and people would work non-stop with the machine. If it kept producing like this, the production line has a great probability of failure. Luo Sheng also has a careful thought, that is, Let the technicians and maintenance personnel here learn some maintenance knowledge from those Japanese technicians, and be able to master some data and information of this production line. In the next step, Liu Sheng is going to bring together the technicians and skilled operators from NSU, and let them form a special research team to study how to produce the kind of anti-leakage and other kinds of hygiene for later generations. Towel. NSU sanitary napkins are selling well. When Sheng Company will launch any other feminine products in the future, then a loyal user group has been formed, and Liu Sheng feels that the form is very good. Chapter 189. Suddenly, like a night of spring breeze, thousands of trees and bare blossoms bloomed. From the sudden appearance of sanitary napkin advertisements during CCTV prime time, to the booming sales of sanitary napkins in Beijing and Shanghai stock markets, it only took more than a week. Hearing news from Linping that sanitary napkins were selling well, after Liu Sheng put down the phone, he let out a sigh of relief. Some time ago, the advertisement of sanitary napkins was broadcast, free distribution and promotion were also done, but there was no sales situation. Liu Sheng has always been worried about it. It was not because the sanitary napkins did not sell well, or because of other troubles such as money, but because he was afraid that his rebirth flapped the butterfly's wings too big, and there was a big deviation. In Liu Sheng's later life, he knew very well how popular sanitary napkins were in the country. In this life, although sanitary napkins may have been advanced by more than a year, sanitary napkins should also be on sale. The lack of attention in the previous few days really made Liu Sheng feel very powerless. It's just that Liu Sheng carefully pondered that there were many reasons why sanitary napkins did not become popular in those few days. The weather is partly related. The advertisement was registered on CCTV. However, the free distribution of sanitary napkins was blocked. After all, there were fewer people coming out in the rainy weather, and there was also a slow situation in the distribution of sanitary napkins. Another reason is that women at this time heard about reproductive health and other things, and they didn't dare and didn't want to talk about such things. Even if the leaflet printed by Liu Sheng was exquisite, they were unwilling to receive it. The last reason is that unknown things are scary. People don't know how good this kind of thing is when they haven't used it. Only after they have used it can they understand the real benefits of this thing. It took more than 10 days from the time when sanitary napkins were left unattended until the women saw the cars where sanitary napkins were distributed for free. During this period of time, Zhao Yuanyun experienced confusion, depression, confusion, and exhaustion. She really didn't expect that it would be so difficult to distribute sanitary napkins for free. Zhao Yuanyun and the women under her were the first women to use sanitary napkins. They admire this kind of good thing very much. They even have a feeling that with sanitary napkins, they will no longer have to bear the troubles of menstrual periods in the future. Now, they have another idea, that is, to let all female compatriots in China alleviate such troubles. At the beginning, they also walked step by step from the kind of unbelief. When selling, they even talked about their own experience of using this kind of thing. That's the case. As soon as those women heard that it was menstrual stuff, they flushed and ran away like a tiger. From when one person received free sanitary napkins to when people saw that sanitary napkins were distributed free of charge, they wanted to rush to grab them. During this period of time, they had to pay unimaginable hardships. When it was raining, they were holding light train and holding umbrellas for publicity and distribution. Several lesbians caught a cold and fever during 2 cloudy and rainy days, but they still insisted on fighting on the front line, working with Zhao Yuanyun and others for distribution. Many of them even have their throats sealed because they talk a lot every day, and some of them have been exposed to heat in the sun for a long time during the promotion period. The hardship is unknown, but it is. They finally saw the spring when sanitary napkins were selling well. At the same time, the phone number between the sales department of the Haixing sanitary napkin factory and the factory director has also been broken. At this time, countless merchants began to order NSU sanitary napkins. After nearly a week of suffering, Lin Ping finally ushered in the spring when sanitary napkins were selling well. Some time ago, from the fat thief of former factory director Jiang Ming, there were countless rumors, almost all of which were bad news about the sanitary napkin factory and bad things about Lin Ping. He laughed at the sanitary napkin factory for spending 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. There are no buyers to make purchases because of the useless advertisements that cost the people and hurt their money. Lin Ping is incompetent, improper employment of people in the province, and a series of rumors such as the indiscriminate command of the leaders in the province, which simply tortured Lin Ping crazy. It's okay now, and there is no need for him to say anything. Real sales are coming up. The ordering calls are blown up. The trucks and trucks of sanitary napkins in the warehouse are transported away. Not only does Jiang Ming's mouth shut, but also because of this. I got sick when something went viral, so I asked for sick leave to rest at home. Lin Ping knew very well that after this incident, Jiang Ming's goods were considered stinky in many departments. He estimated that after Jiang Ming recovered from this illness, he should have no face to return to work in the industrial hall. Chen Xingran and Cao Rui learned about the big sales of the sanitary napkin factory from Lin Ping early, and they couldn't help but think that this time, fortunately, Liu Sheng was asked to go to the capital to do such a thing. Otherwise, they can't stand the pressure of wasting 200,000 or 300,000 advertising expenses. Ever since Chen Xingran held a meeting at the industrial hall and asked the industrial hall to reappoint a person who really knew how to manage, and replace Jiang Ming from the position of the director of the sanitary napkin factory, the goods have not stopped. Jiang Ming didn't dare to say that Chen Xingran's level of leadership, so he jumped up and down to say that the leader of the industrial hall stretched out his hands, slapped his buttocks indiscriminately to make decisions, and let the inexperienced fool like Lin Ping become the director of sanitary napkins. The sanitary napkin factory will be destroyed by such people who do not understand the business and have no organizational skills. Since the sanitary napkin advertisements began to land on CCTV, he began to talk nonsense in various departments in the province. Although Lin Ping and Wang Chunlai were arranged by this idiot, Chen Xingran and Cao Rui also felt a lot of pressure. The advertising costs of more than 200,000 yuan, plus the free distribution of sanitary napkins in the early period, add up to more than 500,000 yuan. If it is left in later generations, more than 500,000 yuan will not be able to buy a decent house in a black province. However, in 1983, if the factory in charge of that province had 500,000 yuan in the water, that is a big deal. Both the sanitary napkin factory and the electric fan factory are both in charge of Chen Xingran, and both are brought in by Chen Xingran. If the sanitary napkins produced by the sanitary napkin factory cannot be sold and the factory closes, the loss of the Black Province alone will exceed 210,000 yuan. Even if Chen Xingran is a senior official in charge of the economy of the Black Province, if such a big mistake occurs, it will have a great negative impact on him in the future. This time it can be described as a blessing in disguise. Both the sanitary napkin factory and the electric fan factory have achieved great success, which will definitely bring huge positive effects to Chen Xingran's future career. Although Jiang Ming's smelly fish couldn't enter Chen Xingran's eyes, Cao Rui remembered Jiang Ming's affairs this time. But so, Cao Rui didn't move Jiang Ming. After all, there is an older brother from the police department behind Jiang Ming. If he cleans up Jiang Ming because of such a thing, it seems that Cao Rui is not enough. Cao Rui just silently treats Jiang Ming. A word was written in the little black book on hand. Chapter 190 The Sound of Expansion. Expansion of the plant. The sales are so hot, it must be a good thing. If there is no goods to sell, then expand the factory. The leaders of the Department of Industry saw the hot sales in the two joint ventures, and immediately thought that there was no shortage of people in the Black Province, and that they should expand the scale of production and make more things to sell. Since the sale of sanitary napkins and electric fans, the voice of electric fan factories and sanitary napkin factories expanding. The current sales of Longjiang brand electric fans have reached an extreme, and the ordering business has already arranged the ordering time to the spring of 1985. This is still the case of Longjiang brand electric fans with limited amounts in various provinces and cities. If there is no limit, the order may be queued to 3 or 4 years later. The warehouse of Longjiang Electric Fan Factory is clean and there are no finished fans. As long as they are produced and assembled here and pass the inspection, they will be loaded and pulled away directly. Although Wang Chunlai started to contact the manufacturer of the motor and speed up the production of fan blades after talking with Liu Osheng, the difference between the number of demand and supply was too great. It is for this reason that the call for expansion of the factory is getting louder and louder. The situation in the sanitary napkin factory is similar to the situation in the electric fan factory, except that there were no orders in the first few days when the advertisement was posted. The subsequent ordering calls blew up the phone in the factory, and 2 people were arranged in the factory, taking turns on duty. There is no way to receive all the calls. Merchants from all over the country gathered at the factory, waiting eagerly for the shipment from the factory. Nearly 10 million packs of sanitary napkins produced over time were sold out at this time, and the sanitary napkins on the production line were shipped to all parts of the country. The wages of the workers in the joint venture are high. In addition, the benefits of the 2 factories are good, and the bonuses are also much higher than those of ordinary enterprises. Naturally, some people propose to expand the scale of production. Whether it is an electric fan factory or a sanitary napkin factory should be expanded. The report from the Department of Industry was submitted to the province because Chen Xingren was responsible for bidding and introducing the 2 joint ventures, and the expansion soon came to his desk. Chen Xingren is very satisfied with such a situation in the joint venture factory. After all, the 2 factories succeeded at this time, not to mention driving the economy of the Black Province, but also giving foreign and domestic funds a leading role. As for the expansion of the factory, Chen Xingren could not be the master. After all, the key production technology is not in his hands. If he wants to expand the factory, he must communicate with Mitsui Land. Chen Xingren handed over the expansion of the factory building and the increase in investment scale to Cao Rui, and let Cao Rui contact Mitsui Masako, the manager of Mitsui Land, to hear what Mitsui Masako would say. Both factories are joint ventures, and it's useless to see the heat on the Black Province. Regardless of the 51% share of the Black Province, they have absolute control rights. However, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, whether it is an electric fan factory or a sanitary napkin factory. If you want to expand the scale of production, you must rely on Mitsui Land. The molds for the injection molds of the electric fans used by the electric fan factory are all brought back from Japan. The factory here not only has no drawings, but also has no technology to make such molds. The biggest factor in expanding the factory is to expand production. Without a mold, even if it is agreed with a motor factory or other outsourcing unit, it is useless. Not to mention the sanitary napkin factory. In addition to the raw materials responsible for the production of sanitary napkins, the entire production line and some other production and maintenance personnel were sent by Mitsui Land. There is no production line, no personnel to operate this kind of production line. What to use to expand the factory? Those with no brains in the industrial department, as if expanding the factory is a matter of leadership. It is too simple to see the problem. If the High Province wants to expand the factory, it must reach an agreement with Mitsui Land. Not to mention, it also needs to have very difficult consultations with that side. In the past, apart from the land and the workers, almost all of them were in charge of Mitsui Real Estate. Before that, the Jiangming factory of sanitary napkins had a problem. The province has not explained it to Mitsui Real Estate. Chen Xingren and Cao Rui didn't bother with half of the eyes of Jiangming, who was fat and white, and hated him to death. If it weren't for this idiot, they wouldn't be so passive. The head of the industry department handed such an important post to this idiot. Not only did this idiot not understand anything, he made a big hole of more than 100,000 yuan on the sanitary napkin factory. which was sent by the Japanese capital. The financial supervisor has been discussing with the Ministry of Industry for an explanation. Although that part of the money was not personally embezzled by Jiang Ming, it was due to his incompetence and unknown to him. Most of the money went into the pockets of the people below. With such a reason, the original black provinces, which were not dominant, have even less confidence in proposing to expand the factory. But so, no matter how difficult the task is, the next step, no matter how difficult it is to negotiate, must be negotiated. Kaoru immediately found the best Japanese translation in the black provincial government after Chen Xingren gave him the task, and called Mitsui Land. After some communication and explanation, Kaoru began to wait for the reply from Mitsui Land. Sanitary napkins and electric fans have been sold nationwide in China, and orders have been booked a year later. For Mitsui Masako, such a thing is definitely a very happy thing. Originally, Masako Mitsui was very optimistic about electric fans and sanitary napkins, but she really did not expect to achieve such an effect based on the purchasing power of mainland China at this time. Expansion of the factory is of course a good thing. It is nothing more than purchasing some sanitary napkin production lines from Mitsui Land. And it is nothing more than building some molds for fan injection molds of good quality. These are not two difficult things. Although Masako Mitsui was able to call the shots directly at this time, after thinking about it, Masako Mitsui called the Beijing office of the Heilongjiang province where Liu Sheng lived. First, Masako Mitsui wants to talk to Liu Sheng about the expansion of the factory proposed by the black provincial government. In the matter of factory expansion, Mitsui Land has a great advantage, whether it is in the black province when it is eager to expand the factory. Some more benefits should come out. Come on. Masako Mitsui wants to determine when Liu Sheng will arrive in Tokyo, Japan, so that she can pick up the plane in person. For Mitsui Masako, Liu Sheng is already her most important partner. Since the beginning of investment with Liu Sheng, there has been nothing that does not make money. After Liu Sheng received a call from Mitsui Masako, he started to figure it out. The big sales of sanitary napkins are different from the big sales of electric fans. The monthly output of electric fans is restricted by motors and fan blades, whereas the quantity produced every month. Even if the electric fan factory continues to expand, the possibility of achieving rapid expansion is not huge. High Province mentioned the need to continue to expand the scale of the factory. Liu Sheng didn't have too many ideas. If he wants to expand, he just needs to expand a little bit. Liu Sheng knows that the price of electric fans is 79 yuan, and there is not much profit. Even if it continues to expand, there is not much value. Black provinces can come out of Longjiang brand electric fans. Other provinces or home appliances that have been preparing to enter the fan industry in the past will immediately carry out innovations, and soon there will be companies that follow suit. Not to mention the speed of elimination of the electrical industry, let alone, Liu Sheng really did not expect to expand the electric fan factory. Compared with the production and sales of sanitary napkins, the profitability and sustainability of an electric fan factory are simply weak. With that leisure time, toss about something is better than an electric fan factory. An electric fan of better quality, such as the current Longjiang brand electric fan, can be used for 10 or even 20 years per household. As for sanitary napkins, as long as they are women, they have to consume at least one pack every month. Comparing the two, Liu Sheng naturally chose to increase the investment in sanitary napkin production lines, instead of giving up the substantial expansion of the electric fan factory. Liu Sheng put together the ideas in his mind. After all, this Mitsui real estate was jointly invested by him and Masako Mitsui. After the idea was expressed, how did Masako Mitsui want to discuss cooperation with Haixing? Then he would not go. Worried, Liu Sheng even told Mitsui Masako that there was nothing for him on the capital side, that is, in the past few days, he would fly to Tokyo, and wait for some things to be discussed in Tokyo. End of this chapter. Important notice on this site, please use the free app on this site, no ads, anti-piracy breaking. Fast update, members sync bookshelves. Please follow to download the free reader. Chapter 191 Brand Business, only when strangers come. If you want to do a good business, you must rely on security and determination. In fact, it means the same thing. Only with your heart can you keep the business. The product quality is good, people love it, one is passed to the other, and one person drives a group of people, and business is naturally good. On the contrary, business will go downhill and plummet. Luo Zong understands with confidence that women of the age of sanitary napkins can use them, and as long as they use them, they will like them. After all, they can bring them a lot of convenience and protect their reproductive health. Because it is good, because it is applicable and practical, they will soon pass on a group of them. It is hard to think that this kind of thing is popular. As long as the sanitary napkin factory can control the purchase and quality according to his requirements, and ensure that all the products produced are of high quality and qualified, there is no reason why Anush's sanitary napkins will not be popular in China. Luo Sheng believes that sanitary napkins are a market and a mature market. At this time, more than 1 billion people in China, half are women, and 70% use sanitary napkins, that is, more than 350 million people. The market is mature enough and large enough to be the sanitary napkin market in any country in the world. There will be no good sanitary napkin market in China. In the early days, everyone didn't realize it, and thought that sanitary napkins were a very contradictory thing, but as long as they used it, they would know the benefits of this kind of thing. From an evolutionary perspective, males in the animal kingdom are all more beautiful than females, and only humans are the opposite. This is the theory of evolution to talk about aesthetics, not the theory of class. Therefore, in all the evolutionary processes of mankind, any era is no exception. The beautiful nature of women is like grass that grows out of a brick crack, which emerges tenaciously, inconspicuously, and secretly from a small gap. When there is a chance, it will spread and breed. Women in big cities love beauty. They prefer to wear beautiful clothes and show their most beautiful side. And when the menstruation comes every month, the bottom will be bulging, which greatly affects their beauty and image. The emergence of an Ursu has solved such a problem. They no longer have to worry about the coming of menstruation. The price is not high, and it can really maintain the health of women's Shengxi, which can reduce a large part of menstrual troubles for women. Everyone is smart, and there will be more and more women using sanitary napkins. Not to mention that there are only 2 production lines in High Province. Even if there are 10 or 20 production lines, sanitary napkins can be sold. Luo Sheng has an idea that the quantity of sanitary napkins now produced is far from the standard in his mind, and the quality of sanitary napkins are far from those of later generations. Nowadays, the sanitary napkins in developed countries are all such straight sanitary napkins. If he can study the improvement plan in advance and develop a new type of sanitary napkins in advance, then he will carry out export Anushu sanitary napkins to those developed countries. People in developed countries have money. To make money, you still have to make money from such a person. Only when you earn money will you be comfortable. This matter of entering the international market for sanitary napkins, it is not a simple matter, and it is still unknown whether people in developed countries can agree. However, he has such an idea, and he must remember it often, and strive to make this thing successful. Once the sanitary napkins are sold all over the world, it is absolutely a good thing for Sheng's Anushu brand, and it will play an inestimable role for ZX. Luo Sheng, who wants to become a leading international brand in the future. The brand ZX has been operated by Luo Sheng. He believes that he has the ability to promote this brand to the world and let people all over the world know that China has one of the best international brands, and that is ZX. No matter where in the world, as long as you mention their ZX brand, you will give a thumbs up, and even say that you are trustworthy. Luo Sheng remembers that last year, Masako Mitsui once said that people with a good eye on the Chinese side have taken a fancy to this market, and they have also customized a production line on the Japanese side. Regarding this kind of competition, Liu Sheng didn't care at all. The real estate company he and Masako Mitsui opened in Japan were cooperating with the Black Province. As long as the leaders of the Black Province saw this situation, they would definitely ask for it. Expand production. They cooperate strongly, and they are the first large-scale enterprise to make sanitary napkins and promote sanitary napkins. In other words, no matter how many people enter the market, they will not have their huge market share. Anushu is one of the most famous brand, although at this time because the sales are too hot, the production is not enough to sell. After 3 months, the advertisement of Anushu sanitary napkins on CCTV is temporarily offline, but once the production line the number of sanitary napkins produced have come up, so CCTV's prime-time advertising will continue. Liu Sheng has always believed in the power of the brand. He establishes a brand of loyalty. As long as it is an item that Sheng Company participates in or other, it must have the brand of loyalty. At this time, Liu Sheng is not only a conscience brand, but also takes this as a brand. One kind of business, one kind of spirit to do it. Liu Sheng wants people across the country to know that the power of the brand is great. In later generations, Chinese people had few independent brands, and the brands they created could not last. The waves were photographed on the beach everywhere. It is for this reason that Liu Sheng wanted to use the loyalty brand he created at this time, and use his loyal spirit to tell Chinese entrepreneurs that if they want to become bigger and stronger, they must have a brand meaning, and even more so. We are worthy of the brand we have established. Only by operating with integrity can we build the spirit of Made in China and enable Made in China to go to the world. The contribution of the manufacturing industry is indispensable for the rise of Japan. Most of the Japanese companies in the Fortune Global 500 are mainly in the manufacturing industry. When people pay attention to the successful experience of Japanese manufacturing, they often focus on industrial policies, the company's manufacturing philosophy of excellence, continuous innovation efforts, and loyal employees with many craftsmanship. In fact, a large part of the credit for the Japanese manufacturing industry's achievement today is due to the huge propaganda machine behind it, which puts a gorgeous coat on Made in Japan originating in Japan and Made Japan made in Japan. Around the world, especially in East Asia, there has been a nearly religious chase. There is an old saying in China, "I have no one if there is one, but I have an advantage if there is one." This is something imprinted on the bones of Chinese people. Only the Chinese have the courage to do one thing with several generations of people. The wisdom of the Chinese for 5,000 years is unmatched by foreign countries with no history. The words of the four great inventions have established that the wisdom of the Chinese is unmatched. Liu Sheng wants to promote the Chinese national spirit, the Chinese brand, and the power of China to the world, so that the world can hear the voice of a powerful country. Lao Tai. Still looking for my 1982 inches for free? Baidu Direct Search, easy is free to see, no problem. End of this chapter. Important notice on this site, please use the free app on this site, no ads, anti-piracy breaking, fast update, members sync bookshelves. Please follow to download the free reader. Chapter 192. Liu Sheng is not worried about the brand of Anushu sanitary napkins. He feels that the brand of sanitary napkins has started. In the future, most female compatriots across the country will already have the ZX brand, or ZX. Awareness of its Anushu brand. In the future, as long as they are products under the Anushu brand, a considerable number of women across the country may agree and buy them. In the future, Sheng Company or its subsidiaries will develop or produce items for women, and they will get a lot of money. The results. This is normal, but Liu Sheng has a headache for the follow-up research and development of Anushu sanitary napkins. In the early 1980s, sanitary napkins could be produced in an assembly line. However, with the gradual improvement of people's living standards and the simultaneous improvement of people's understanding of sanitary napkins, gradually, various types of sanitary napkins types, daily use, night use, and sanitary pads will gradually derive these things too. Luo Sheng feels that it is very necessary to form a large R&D team to conduct further research on the subsequent models of sanitary napkins and the practicality of sanitary napkins. With someone like him coming from later generations to give a little guidance, Luo Sheng believes that the follow-up development and research work of sanitary napkins will go smoothly. Previously, the production line of sanitary napkins was introduced from Japan to China, and used international patents. At this time, he wanted his research team to take the lead in researching on the existing Japanese sanitary napkin production line. Come out those practical sanitary napkin production lines for later generations. Not only must female friends across the country use good sanitary napkins as early as possible, but also make the new sanitary napkin production line a world-class patent project. In the future, relying on this patented technology will make a lot of money for foreigners. Luo Zong is very clear in his confidence that if one method does not work, another method can be considered. If the two methods do not work, a variety of methods can be considered. Stumped by some small things, the tallest buildings are built on solid foundations, and the beautiful flowers grow on the developed roots. Only when the foundation is well laid can better things be built. Nintendo's stocks have already been sold, and it's time to build various parks on Jiangqing to build Jiangqing into a brand new and vibrant city. After Luo Sheng was reborn, although he had the prophetic foresight, he knew very well in his heart that no matter what his ability and strength, he could not resist the crushing of historical trajectory. And he could not influence too much on some things. Great. Everything is just going to follow the original trajectory. Luo Sheng has been busy with the advertising business these days. He has been thinking about what he needs to do in Tokyo, Japan this time, what he needs to introduce, and what he can do in Tokyo, Japan. In many cases, development is the same as playing chess. Before you take a step, you have to see many steps behind. Only in this way can you win the final victory. If you don't think about the long term, if you don't plan well, you will be useless at that time. In his confidence, Luo Zong kept calculating his plan to go to Tokyo, and outlined the grand blueprint in his heart. Time passed quickly, and it soon reached 10 noon. At a Cantonese restaurant near the TV station, Luo Sheng hosted a banquet for several heads of the advertising department such as He Laiwai and Chen Fuxiang. The advertisements for sanitary napkins and electric fans were broadcast quickly. Minister He and Chen Fuxiang contributed a lot. Without the efforts of both of them, the broadcast time would be a few days later than this time. The most important thing is that now he has joined the line of He Laiwai and Chen Fuxiang. He must maintain this relationship. In the future, Sheng will have many opportunities to advertise on CCTV. At this time, maintaining a good relationship is a must. Compared with Cantonese cuisine, Cantonese cuisine has a much smaller menu size, but the style is very exquisite, and the class of treats can be regarded as high. During the dinner, Luo Sheng told He Laiwai and Chen Fuxiang that, as the representative of the Longjiang brand electric fan promotion department, he was very grateful to the CCTV advertising department. He decided to give the CCTV advertising department the 20 newest Longjiang brand electric fans. As for He Laiwai, how they distribute it is not his business. Before Luo Sheng asked Wang Diqing to send someone to He Laiwai and his advertising department to pull the half-length sanitary napkin, He Laiwai was overjoyed. Now he sponsored 20 electric fans for them. He Laiwai is more and more pleasing to Luo Sheng. Stand up. He told Luo Sheng that if Luo Sheng comes to the capital next time, their advertising department will invite Luo Sheng to eat, and it is the highest paying treat for the advertising department. If Luo Sheng has an advertising business, they will advertise on CCTV, they will inevitably give Luo Sheng some concessions and some conveniences. In short, everyone was very satisfied with the meal, and even reached a consensus. If Sheng Company needs the support of CCTV's advertising department in the future, they will definitely go all out. During the meal, He Laiwai repeatedly invited Luo Sheng to come to the capital to develop. In He Laiwai's words, Luo Sheng is the creator of the advertisements for Anashu sanitary napkins and Longjiang electric fans. Regarding the creativity and ideas of the advertisements, already possessed quite high attainments. Their advertising department is now lacking young and promising young people like Luo Sheng. Age is not a problem, as long as Luo Sheng is willing to nod and stay here in Beijing to help the advertising department. And every year when major companies across the country want to make advertisements, he can come up with a few creative ideas for advertisements. Luo Sheng can be regarded as the official advertising department. People enjoyed the treatment of formal employees of CCTV. Luo Sheng came to the capital to go to school, household registration, welfare and housing allocation. He also solved Luo Sheng. As long as Luo Sheng comes here, if he has any ideas or problems, they will pay them back. Can talk. During the dinner, He Laiwai and Luo Sheng expressed such a condition that they made all the people in the advertising department stupid, and the eyes that looked at Luo Sheng were full of envy and envy. It is a miracle that a child of such an older age can be so valued by Minister He Laiwai, and he has given such generous terms. It is a miracle that even the allocation of the house to handle everything is said. There are quite a lot of people in the advertising department, and there are even more than 100 staff inside and outside. It's not bad for Minister He to treat people amiably, but when it comes to Luo Sheng, it seems to be rushing to ask Luo Sheng to agree. It's so common to work in the advertising department. People from small places come to the capital to go to school, work, or housing. That is a very difficult thing to solve. Minister He is really good for Luo Sheng. Among the people in the advertising department who came out to accompany the meal this time, many people did not know that Luo Sheng was the creator of the sanitary napkin advertisement and electric fan advertisement that they praised this time. They all felt that He Laiwai paid such a large price to recruit Luo Sheng. This kind of surprise and incomprehension, they are very envious of Luo Sheng. However, when He Laiwai revealed that Luo Sheng was the creator of the sanitary napkin advertisement, their eyes changed when they saw Luo Sheng. To be able to create such a powerful advertisement at this time can definitely be described in the word genius, and it is even a blessing for such a young genius to work in the advertising department. Just when they admired Luo Sheng's talent and good luck, Luo Sheng smiled and said something. Chapter 193 Arrangements? Luo Sheng politely turned down He Laiwai's request for development in the capital. He really did not expect He Laiwai's invitation. He didn't even expect that He Laiwai would actually offer him such an incredible welfare package. You know, even though it is 1983. The Hukuan school issues in the capital are already quite difficult to solve. What's more, He Laiwai promised to allocate a house to him and his family in the shortest time. A rare thing. If Luo Sheng is not a rebirth person, if Luo Sheng has not made such a family business now, such generous conditions will definitely make him tempted. But so, at this time, he chose to decline. Luo Sheng put it very tactfully. In addition to his parents, there are old people with longevity in his family. The old people have lived in the northeast for a lifetime, and the homeland is hard to leave. Both parents love their work very much, so, from the perspective of filial piety or other perspectives, he can't come here to help. Luo Sheng's rejection of He Laiwai's words was very good, and after He Laiwai listened, he felt that Luo Sheng was very mature and sophisticated. The other people's eyes dropped to the ground. They didn't expect that Minister He had offered such generous terms, and they didn't touch Luo Sheng's heart. After all, the guests and the host were happy. After Luo Sheng and Wang Bo sent these people away, they asked Wang Bo to call Wang Diqing to inform Wang Diqing that the arrangements would not change tonight. Luo Sheng asked Wang Diqing to tell Zhao Yuanyun and the others that he would invite everyone at Sheng to eat roast duck tonight to comfort the woman who has worked hard in the promotion work and the hard-working employees of Sheng grocery chain supermarkets. It's a shame not to eat Quenjued roast duck if you are less than the Great Wall of China. When I arrived in Beijing, I would naturally go to Quenjued for a meal. Luo Sheng mentioned when Zhao Yuanyun and those people were doing publicity. If the sales volume in the capital increases, before he leaves the capital, ask them to visit the Great Wall to eat roast duck as a reward for recognition of their work. It's just that the discount for visiting the Great Wall has turned into money. When did Zhou Yuanyuan and the others finish their propaganda activities? And when did they organize their way there? Luo Sheng still wanted to taste it at this time. What is the difference between the Quanzhou roast duck in the 1980s and the roast duck he ate in later generations? When later generations ate roast duck in the capital, he always heard his friends talk about it. Quanzhou deity the roast duck from the time has the most authentic taste. In addition, he and Wang Bo are foodies themselves. When they arrive in the capital, if they don't eat such a delicacy, they are not responsible for their titles. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, Luo Sheng led a group of Feng Banshan, Wang Bo and Wang Diking into the Quanzhou store and directly sat in the large private room reserved in advance. Luo Sheng asked Wang Bo to order 10 roast ducks, as well as the lotus leaf cake and duck rack soup that matched the roast duck. And Wang Bo ordered some Quanzhou specialties. The specialties are the traditional fried gizzard liver, shredded duck, boiled vegetables, duck oil custard and so on. Luo Sheng believes that in places like Quanzhou, these people must be allowed to eat more roast duck, and these people must eat some special dishes. This kind of food cannot be eaten in the northeast. When you arrive in the capital, must eat the whole set. Besides, Quanzhou roast duck is not expensive at this time, and a meal of roast duck for later generations can cost thousands of dollars at all. Luo Sheng now has money in his hands, and these people who come to the capital will be his team in the future. It is understandable to ask them to eat something delicious. If he and Wang Bo, Feng Banshan, and Wang Diking were alone and eating, they wouldn't be able to eat that kind of excitement. Luo Sheng will not be stingy with these people who will be Sheng in the future. At this time, he is not bad for money. For him, money is just cold data, far less than a crowd of people. Eat a meal in a fuss. A group of people drank water, chatted, and talked about the hot sale of sanitary napkins in Beijing. Neither Zhou Yuanyuan nor Wang Diking nor the employees responsible for the promotion this time would have expected that they would be able to successfully promote in a place like Beijing. Wang Diking has done a very good job in the capital. In the work of free distribution of sanitary napkins, his contribution is definitely ranked first. Even Zhou Yuanyuan can't compare it. Wang Diking did all the food and accommodation of Zhou Yuanyuan and the others, their travel, logistical cooperation, and safety guarantees. Luo Sheng asked Wang Bo to tell Wang Diking immediately after the big sale of sanitary napkins. Because of his excellent work, this trip to Beijing contributed the most. Not only did he get the 8 small stores of Sheng grocery chain supermarkets, he got up and made an outstanding contribution to this publicity. Sheng Company will seal him a big red envelope of 1,000 yuan. As for Zhou Yuanyuan and the ladies who are doing propaganda, Luo Sheng also proposed to give some bonuses as rewards. Like the staff at Sheng Grocery Supermarket, they tentatively set 100 yuan per person. As for the more than a dozen young people he brought to Beijing to help at Sheng Grocery Supermarket, Luo Sheng gave a red envelope of 50 yuan each. After all, these 24 of them played a role in this incident. The effect is not big. Before the roast duck was on the table, Luo Sheng told Wang Bo to arrange Zhou Yuanyuan and others' future work direction and publicity priorities at this time. Continue to publicize this matter in the capital city. After all, the capital city is very large. Zhou Yuanyuan and the others have traveled to the area less than a third of them. In the future, they will travel to all the large and small places in the capital city. The advertisements of Xu brand sanitary napkins and free sanitary napkins were distributed to female friends all over the capital who needed them, and they were completely beaten out in the capital. Wang Diking and the employees of Sheng Supermarket that have already opened stores are not only responsible for selling the goods in the supermarket, but also to become famous in the area around the supermarket and become the wholesaler of Vanishu sanitary napkins. The supermarket business and the sanitary napkin wholesale business are both hands-on. There will be no conflict between the two. The sanitary napkin wholesale business will be calculated separately as a performance commission, which is definitely more profitable than operating a loyal grocery chain. They left their homes and businesses to come to the capital in order to make money. Now Sheng Company gives them such an opportunity, and hope they can seize this opportunity. Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket is different from other distributors. They have priority to get the sanitary napkins produced by the sanitary napkin factory. Now that the sanitary napkins are sold out, it is also an opportunity for Sheng Grocery Supermarket. There is no one for me, so a large number of people will naturally be attracted to Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket to buy goods, and more people will be able to understand Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket. Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarkets are the same no matter where they are. The highest profit margin does not exceed 15%. In the eyes of anyone, there will be a feeling of high quality and low price. As long as the passenger flow on the capital side comes, Luo Sheng believes, Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarkets will soon become popular. As for the 24 young people, Luo Sheng will hold a meeting for them tomorrow to study specifically what they will do in the capital. Wang Bo talked about the phone call and waited for more than 10 minutes before the restaurant's chef delivered 10 marinade, shiny and moist roast ducks to the box. Following the food delivery cart were 2 chefs wearing white chef uniforms and a mouthful of ducks in Beijing accent. They were both middle-aged in their 40s. After seeing the waiter put other dishes on the table, they politely lifted their swords and asked, "Is there all slices, or a few slices? Take the rest." After getting the answer, in front of Luo Sheng and the others, he started to slice duck meat neatly. The chef who slices the roast duck expertly slices the roast duck, while saying, "Quenjued roast duck is roasted by the method of hanging the oven and burning the fruit trees." The roast duck takes about 45 minutes to mature. The freshly roasted duck has crispy skin and tender meat. It has the fragrance of fruit and wood. The duck body is full and full. The whole body is uniform maroon red, shiny and moist, pleasing to the eye. With lotus leaf cake, green onion, sauce, it is delicious and mellow, and the aftertaste is endless. Each piece of quenjued roast duck comes out. The number is 108 pieces, each piece. These people are so stupid. Have they ever seen such a roast duck master? I saw the roast duck chef who was talking to them while he was eating the roast duck. The knife of that piece of roast duck flew up and down, and soon it was sliced into the plate by the roast duck master. The lotus leaf cake, green onion strips, cucumber strips, radish strips, and noodle sauce were also put on the dining table. After seeing the waiter put all the ingredients for the roast duck master said again, "Quenjued roast duck needs to be dipped in noodle sauce and eaten with green onion, cucumber, and radish sticks to be delicious." After plates of good roast duck and special dishes were on the table, Wang Bo immediately told everyone to start the banquet. After the banquet, everyone began to feast and ate it heartily. Chapter 194 Purpose. Luo Sheng couldn't help smiling when he saw the crowd eating in full swing. These people are used to the bitter life in Jiangqing, let alone Quenjude's fat but not greasy delicious roast duck. It is just ordinary roast duck. Many of you have never eaten it. This time the sanitary napkins were sold. Luo Zong was very confident and wanted to entertain these employees. He knew in his heart that sanitary napkins would not sell so well if they hadn't worked tirelessly these days. Seeing that after everyone had eaten the roast duck and special dishes, they were full of food and drink, Luo Sheng severely stabbed Wang Bo, who was drinking, twice with his finger, and asked Wang Bo to explain what he had arranged before. Wang Bo frowned, put down the wine glass in his hand, and stood up slowly with a speechless expression. He first rolled a glance at Luo Sheng before adjusting his mood and saying, "Among the people here in the capital, Wang the manager has a strong understanding and can quickly adapt to the new position." After arriving in the capital, the new business is carried out very smoothly. He can adjust his working methods and correct attitude at any time according to the needs of the work. He is serious and hardworking, bears hardships and stands hard work, and makes rapid progress. It served as an example. Now, we give warm applause to manager Wang Diking's outstanding performance. After the applause, Wang Bo hiccuped, and his eyes swept across Zhao Yuanyuan. He nodded slightly and continued. Next, I also want to focus on praising Zhao Yuanyuan for her kind character, and highly responsible attitude, and face it positively. In times of difficulty, the strength and fearlessness shown, the love, equality, and harmony with you, have built a free and happy working environment for the company. This propaganda work has achieved a phased victory. In the future, I hope Comrade Zhao Yuanyuan can continue to work harder, compose the glory of tomorrow. Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan's blushing face, Wang Bao shook her head slightly. He felt that Zhao Yuanyuan is too young at this time and still lacks training. After a few years, it is estimated that she can really grow up. At this moment, Wang Bo suddenly felt a little more insight. Under Luo Sheng's training, he already has a high vision and goal. For many things and speeches, he does not need to teach Luo Sheng hand in hand. He can directly come at your fingertips. At this time, he drank some wine. Not only did he not lose track in the process of speaking, but also gave him the taste of a leader's speech. At this time last year, let alone such a long talk, even when there were a lot of people, he was struggling to speak. He would never have thought that his time in this year would have changed so much. The following words are for everyone here. After Wang Bo paused, he raised his voice slightly, coughed a little, and continued in a loud voice, because you work hard, be honest, and righteous. The persistence and perseverance of the work attitude has created today's achievements for Anishu sanitary napkins. Here, I hope you can make persistent efforts in the future and make tomorrow more brilliant. People don't like to listen to them. Let me say something first. I like to listen. For the staff who came to work in the capital this time, the bonus this month will be set as 10 Great Unity, which will be issued in advance tomorrow, which is a recognition of your hard work before. Luo Sheng thought deeply about the things that Wang Bo praised these people at the roast duck restaurant. These people here in the capital basically know that this time it is the propaganda carried out by Wang Bo, the CEO of Sheng Company. As a leader, he will say some words of encouragement to these people and give some bonuses. Luo Sheng believes that this will happen in the future. People's work will do better. After a warm applause, Wang Bo said again, for the better development of the company's employees in the future, the company will organize everyone to take turns to the headquarters of Sheng Company in Beijing, which is the warehouse and office where Manager Wang is located, to learn from Zhang Heidi's advanced deeds. I believe that by learning Zhang Heidi, you can make more progress. Learning about Zhang Heidi? Who is Zhang Heidi? What are we learning from her? Wang Xiosi, the youngest, blushed and asked with a mouthful of alcohol. Wang Bo glanced at Wang Xiosi, who was unlearning and skillless over there. He turned his head and explained in a stern face, why study Zhang Heidi? It's because she is worth learning for all of us. Zhang Heidi suffered from myelopathy when he was 5 years old and was paralyzed below the chest. Illness has never made her walk into the school classroom like other children, and she has never had a carefree childhood like other healthy children. However, Zhang Heidi, who is paraplegic, is a true warrior in life, and has never succumbed to a cruel fate. As a child, she started self-study with tenacious perseverance, and taught herself primary school, secondary school courses and university professional courses. At the age of 15, Zhang Heidi went with her parents to a poor small mountain village in Shen County, Liuqing, but she also did not fear the difficult living environment there. Instead, with an optimistic spirit, she always wanted to do what she could for the people around her. There, she went to the village elementary school to teach children to study, and overcame all kinds of difficulties to learn medical knowledge, and helped the villagers to treat various diseases for free for more than 10,000 times, and was warmly praised by the villagers. The girl who lost 2/3 of her body and did not give in to fate created a series of miracles that even ordinary healthy people could not do. Some people say that in life, eating well, dressing well, and playing well are the happiest. She feels that in life, she can only be happiest if she is industrious, working hard, using her own hands to create wealth, and the progress of the country contributes everything to her. Comrade Zhang Heidi regards doing things for the society and the people as the greatest happiness. Her lofty spirit gleams with the light of communism. It can be said that her influence can only be compared with Li Feng. Therefore, Sheng Company calls on all employees to learn from Zhang Heidi. Not only employees in Beijing should learn from Zhang Heidi, but all employees in Jiangqing should also learn from Zhang Heidi. Because of Wang Xiao's question, Wang Bo explained to everyone the reason why he had to learn Zhang Heidi. Although this narration is very different from the content when Luo Sheng told him, it is also the essence. In the past few days when there was nothing to do in the capital, Luo Sheng showed Wang Bo some newspapers and articles about Zhang Heidi after seeing the central propaganda about Zhang Heidi and let people learn from Zhang Heidi's deeds. When Wang Bo talked with the campaign's employees, he had something to say, and he was even more speech-like. The reason why Luo Sheng allowed people in the company to learn Zhang Heidi comprehensively is that the country began to call on young people across the country to learn Zhang Heidi, and Sheng must respond to the call of the country. The second is to hope that the people in the company can be diligent and steadfastly use their hands to create their own wealth. The more this is, the more the campaign's employees will be able to generate combat effectiveness and cohesion. What a handicapped person can do, they should be able to do things that have hands and feet. Learning Zhang Heidi's spirit will give people a life attitude of cherishing life, an optimistic and open-minded life, a lofty spirit of self-improvement, tenacious struggle, and a strong sense of responsibility for loving others and contributing to society. Learn Zhang Heidi to face setbacks, overcome difficulties, establish a tenacious fighting spirit, be a strong-willed person, actively care for others, participate in social welfare activities, and be a useful person to the society. These things are consistent with the purpose of Luo Sheng's establishment of Sheng Company. Loyal people, no matter when they come, they must do things that are meaningful to society. They must be people who are meaningful to society, and they must work hard for the rise of the Chinese nation. Dedication. Thank you for the recommendation ticket and monthly pass of Planning Blueprint Life. Thank you Giwago83, who has strengthened my nickname. Dongyun Snow Mountain, the smile of a clay figure, a scholar in Zhuangxiang. I am you, yeah, I feel sad. 201702222311486882, brother. Longxing ceases, Zhengji never speaks, 1404161327384883, also 100, 4 Den, 1 leaf, trumpet through the ages, who is using my name, son of disaster and hope, etc. And thank you all for always giving Diego brothers and sisters who have voted to subscribe. Thank you for staying with me all the way. Thank you. Chapter 195 New Investment Directions. Luo Zong's confidence is clearest. At the beginning of the 1980s, whether the capital or the 3 provinces of northeast China, foreigners began to move on their own. What about these outsiders? Most of the people in Henan and Anhui were affected by disasters. There are also some leather shoes, furniture, and button sellers in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The people in Beijing looked at these foreign livelihoods with contempt at the time. They would never expect that most of the billionaires in later generations will be these reforms and opening up. Pioneer. The main purpose of Luo Sheng's bringing the 24 young people to the capital this time was to hoard a fortune when many people were not interested in the value of antiques and the like in 1983. In order to protect cultural relics in the future. To lay a solid foundation for collecting. The main purpose of the recycling is to collect some antiques and old objects. Luo Zong is confident that there are still some opportunities at this time. In the next 2 years, after people come out of the shabby shadows, most people just want to get some old objects. You can't get it. Luo Sheng is not very keen on collecting antiques. However, being able to collect some antiques now is not only a kind of protection for antiques, but also for the purpose of turning these things into more money in the future. In the days to come, the more valuable the antique will be. Sell the antiques that are made now to those rich and arty at a high price by the time, and the money you make will be good even if you invest in building some schools or doing other things. While reclaiming these old objects, Liu Sheng also considered looking for teachers to give some guidance to these people, so that they could become one of the few people who can master more knowledge after the reform and opening up. In Liu Sheng's eyes, there is nothing he can play in the capital at this time. Foreign exchange and gold are all played by those who have access to the capital. He has a small amount of funds in the country at this time and wants to plug in. It's impossible with one kick. Real estate is a workable thing. To do waste recycling, a large site is necessary. The acquisition of a few larger courtyards, or the acquisition of a fatherland is still quite a good thing. It is very cheap to rent a house in Beijing at this time. A two-bedroom house costs only 6 or 7 yuan per month. However, renting a house can be very harmful. Installing a telephone or handling other things is very troublesome. Liu Sheng thinks to invest in waste recycling, you must buy a house or land. Things like stock finance have no shadows, that is, treasury bills still have a little speculative value. However, Liu Sheng is not interested in the speculative value of treasury bills. The capital invested in that kind of investment is large, but the benefits seen are quite slow. It is not comparable to the acquisition of some old home appliances and old objects. In the early 1980s, there were very few people who were able to repair household appliances. Most households in Beijing had broken appliances and replaced them with new ones. Many appliances have minor defects and can continue to be used after some simple repairs. After Liu Sheng and the others repaired these second-hand household appliances, they transported them back to Jiangqing and sold them at a cheaper price. After they were sold, they were a large sum of money. For those household appliances that are really worthless for repair, the price of simply disassembling the valuable items inside is far higher than the price of recycling. In short, Liu Sheng feels that the only way to make money without losing money is a good business, not to mention that there is a high probability of buying old objects and valuable antiques by collecting scraps. Liu Sheng is not greedy. He feels that how much good antiques he can collect is not the purpose, but mainly the profit and value obtained from them. Some old objects or antiques that have no historical value. At a certain time, Liu Sheng will turn them into money, and Liu Sheng will collect antiques with historical significance and value. Liu Zong remembered very clearly in his confidence that after 2,000 years in later generations, the state will allow private museums to be established. By then, he can build a private museum in Jiangqing, which is definitely a super awesome thing. Liu Sheng thought about building a private museum. The actual idea in his heart is that these antiques can maintain their value. If he fails to make a big investment, he can still make a comeback with these antiques. Liu Sheng has been born again and has slightly incited the course of history. He can't guarantee that no one else will be reborn in this era, and he will be careful to sail the boat. In short, don't put eggs in a basket. It is definitely one piece. The right choice. Throw some young people who are willing to endure hardships to the capital, so that they can see the changes in the capital earlier and can feel the changes of this era. With his strong support in the future, these young people will become his faithful. The backbone of the campaign is business. This time in Beijing, Liu Sheng also deliberately went to Yutan Post Market. This time it was only called this, and it had not yet become a post market. At this time, although the Ministry of Post and some capital interest communities carried out some small push, but the stamp market is just getting started. After the All China Philatelic Federation convened the One Big, there were groups of 3 to 5 philatelists exchanging or buying and selling stamps at Yutan Park in Beijing, but there were not many transactions. Liu Zong knows in his confidence that with the deepening of reform and opening up, the philately industry has also ushered in great development. More and more postmen come to Yutan Park to exchange stamps. Many people call this place a postal market. In the 1980s, why the most financial investment product was stamps was largely related to the promotion of the Ministry of Posts as the wealthiest department in China after the reform and opening up. The postal sector can be said to have the strongest capabilities in all aspects, that is, Banks need to rely on the breadth of the postal sector. From the late 1970s to the early 1980s, in the eyes of Chinese people, stamps did not have much investment value except that they were more exquisite. This thing can neither be used as money, nor can it be used for other things. Take this: putting things at home is definitely a waste. However, people in the postal department have money in this era, and every time a stamp is printed, most people in the postal department will get the stamps. Foreigners have stamp collectors, so Chinese people should also have stamp collectors, and they should also have capital to invest in such good things. Some people know that this is a good opportunity to start investing in stamps. At that time, they claimed to be the first batch of stamp collectors and began to recycle and hoard stamps from the early years. According to their propaganda, people's material level has improved, and so should their spiritual level. How can I improve my mental outlook? That is stamp collecting. Stamp collecting is a kind of hobby, but also a kind of learning. By collecting and researching various stamps, stamp collectors can not only learn the world's history, geography, flowers, plants, fish, insects, and characters, but also cultivate a kind of meditation and patience. Philately is the collection, appreciation and research of stamps and other philatelic products. The stamps issued by the country are selected from the best, most beautiful, representative or commemorative things in the country. The content involved in stamps is quite comprehensive: politics, economy, culture, military. In short, the small stamps between square inches are all-encompassing museums, and you can learn everything as long as you collect stamps. Stamp collecting is also an interesting and elegant collection activity. Whether you appreciate other people's collections or show your own collections, they will not be marked with names such as the Four Olds. In other words, collecting antiques is risky, while collecting stamps is a little bit. There is no risk. There are benefits without harm. Luo Sheng has always been scornful of the matter of philately, because Luo Sheng has always felt that if philately can really be as good as the propaganda, then philately enthusiasts will become outstanding talents at that time. However, according to Luo Sheng's analysis, stamps have fooled many young people. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than a financial investment product. At that time, if the Chinese stock market and tickets had appeared a few years earlier, the value of stamps would have been greatly discounted, and even the value would have shrunk by more than 50%. Seeing the tepid postal market on the capital side, Luo Sheng gave up the idea of letting the young people who came to smash stamps in the capital, focusing on home appliances, antiques, calligraphy and painting, and recycling of waste products. Chapter 196 Two plans. More than 20 young literary and artistic youths around the age of 20 were clustered by Wang Bo, asking him from time to time about the experience of getting rich. After a while, Wang Bo was dizzy. They felt that this time Sheng Company called on them to go out of Jiangqing and go to the largest city in the motherland. They learned some experience with Wang Bo in advance, which would be of great help in the future. After more than a year of training, Wang Bo faintly has a mature and solemn atmosphere of everyone, a leadership atmosphere that convinces them, and makes them most convinced. On the Jiangqing side, at this moment, I have to say who is the best and who is the idol of these young people. In their hearts, it is Wang Bo. From 1982 to 1983. Wang Bo seemed to have become an idol in the hearts of most young people in Jiangqing. In Jiangqing, no one knows that Jiangqing has one of the largest semi-private Sheng grocery chain supermarkets. Someone does not know that Sheng Company was founded by Wang Bo. Who does not know that Sheng Company's benefits are the highest in Jiangqing? And Wang Bo is the founder of Sheng Company. Now he has become the director of the Sheng Mountain Vegetable Processing Factory. He actually sold wild vegetables in Jiangqing here to foreign countries. In the hearts of these people, Wang Bo has already reached a certain realm. At this time, they had the opportunity to get along with Wang Bo alone, so they naturally had to consult Wang Bo some questions. Wang Bo and these young people who have a relationship with Sheng Company talked in different ways, but they flew into the words Luo Sheng told him. During the period when Luo Sheng and Wang Bo stayed in the capital, Luo Sheng didn't think about what to do with these young people. However, after thinking about it, Luo Sheng finally decided. The 24 people who came out of the first batch of they choose. The first option is the simplest. Now Sheng Food and Grocery Chain Supermarket has opened 8 branches in the capital, and the staff in the branches are not enough. If they want to help at the grocery supermarket, they can go there and help. After 1983, when the Sheng Grocery Chain was going to expand its stores in High Province, all of them would be selected to be the store manager to take charge of the overall work. Since we have brought them out and let them know more, then they will naturally come in handy. And the second option is uncertain. If you choose the second option, it is possible to do anything in the capital, and even let them choose to beg, harvest the tatters, or other things in the capital. In a word, if you choose the second option, you will definitely suffer some hardships and even some hardships. In Luo Sheng's words, that is, if the heavens will descend to the people of Sri Lanka, he must first suffer his mind, hungry his skin, and empty his body. Wang Bo felt very confused about the 2 choices Luo Sheng said. The second one is too bad, and the first one is really good. If there are no major accidents, and if those young people are not fools, they will definitely choose the first option. When expanding stores in High Province, even if everyone is only responsible for a small Sheng grocery chain, their monthly income is much higher than that of state-owned factory executives. It can be said that the supervisor of this kind of supermarket chain is very easy to do, as long as the people who purchase and sell the goods are understood. The other things are really not difficult. Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket is a chain-operated supermarket. All the goods are loaded and priced through Sheng's headquarters. There is no need to worry about the supply of goods, and the quality is guaranteed. It is nothing but Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket that carries out some activities. Sometimes, I will be busy, and the other aspect is to manage the accounts well. The second plan made by this nephew. There is no spectrum yet, but it is. Listening to Luo Sheng's words, those who choose the second option will surely suffer bad luck, and they won't even know what to do in the future. Just as Wang Bo wondered when Luo Sheng could come here to speak to these people, he received a call from Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng said frankly on the phone that he has some things to deal with at the Beijing office today, and he will not go to Wang Bo to go to a meeting with the 12 young people. He told Wang Bo to directly relay what he told Wang Bo yesterday to the young people, to see how those young people would choose. Those who choose the first option, leave these people to Wang Diking's side, let Wang Diking study it, and arrange these people in the few loyal grocery chain supermarkets that have already started business, and let them learn to operate from the store manager in the supermarket. The experience of Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket. Those who choose the second option need to be brought to the Beijing office by Wang Bo. He has other arrangements. Luo Sheng even told Wang Bo that these people have already figured out the positioning, no matter how long they return to the Beijing office. Personally, these people will stay in the capital for 3 full years, and they will temporarily be positioned as a waste recycling company for the first year. Sit down all of you, I have something to announce to you. After Wang Bo returned from answering the phone, his face showed awe. Wang Bo saw more than 20 people sitting tightly seated. He glanced at the more than 20 people who were waiting eagerly. He solemnly spoke and said slowly, after research by the leaders of the company, it is decided now. There are 2 options for you people to choose. Wang Bo saw everyone listening intently with breath holding, and he continued, in view of your performance in the capital in the recent period, and your relationship with Sheng Company, the first plan Sheng Company gives you is for you. People can choose to stay in the capital for a short time and learn from Sheng Food and Grocery Chain Supermarkets, learning about supermarket management and various processes. During this period, as long as you perform well, next year, Sheng Food and Grocery Chain Supermarkets in Heilongjiang Province with the expansion of the store, you will obtain the right to operate a small grocery chain supermarket. The specific method has not yet been determined, but it is. What is certain is that the grocery supermarket that you take over is basically the same as the one in Beijing. The dividend model is the same. Here, I want to emphasize that on the capital side, things that would harm Sheng Company are absolutely not allowed. Once discovered, Sheng Company will never hire in the future and list the integrity file as untrustworthy. Seeing joy on everyone's faces, Wang Bo slowly began to talk about the second option. Wang Bo said seriously, the second plan. It takes a long time to stay in the capital, and at least a 3-year contract with Sheng Company. During these 3 years, it will take a lot of hardships on the capital side. Many leaders have said in their research that when a heavenly general is a great man, he must first suffer from his will and his muscles. Wang Bo eloquently wrote Liu Zong's conviction in Mencius. Speak to the world in Born in Worry, and die in ease. I repeat it again. So, the second plan is to let people learn to bear hardships and stand hard work, and in the first year, waste products will be recycled here in the capital. Waste recycling? To the surprise of these 20 people, dozens of eyeballs fell to the ground instantly. Chapter 197. The young people who came to the capital with Liu Sheng and Wang Bo this time are almost all young people selected by Sheng Company from the Qingqing Township and affiliated units, and basically have some intricate relationships with Sheng Company. After they listened to the first condition, they felt that the sincerity of Sheng Company was full. After a period of training, they learned the whole set of management models and methods of Sheng Supermarket. They could manage a small-scale company in other places in the Black Province at the latest next year. Grocery chain supermarket. They are all aware of the profitability of the Sheng grocery chain, and they feel that the first plan given to them is really good. However, the second plan is a little bit ridiculous. Let them go to the capital for development. They actually have to sign a contract for several years, and they have to stay in the capital for at least 3 years. Those are all acceptable, but they are doing waste recycling here, which really makes them feel unacceptable. Wang Xiaoxi, the youngest of these people, scolded wildly in his heart. He went to his old mother. Did you make a mistake and let us people come here to collect the rags? Seeing the other people who were dumbfounded but afraid to say anything, he frowned, and his grievance was completely on his face and said with a grievance, Uncle, the second plan you just mentioned, isn't it just to play with us? Wang Xiaoxi was very enamored of the first plan. After all, his father Wang Chenan had a distant relationship with Wang Bo, and because of his hard work, he followed Wang Bo. A chain grocery store in Jiangqing was managed by Wang Chenan. Hearing that Wang Bo was looking for a few young people to develop in the capital, he immediately gave his son Wang Xiaoxi to Wang Bo. Wang Xiao is 48 years old. Although his brain is flexible, he is not the kind of person who can endure hardship. When he was in Jiangqing, Wang Xiaoxi had been thinking about asking his father Wang Chenan to talk to Wang Bo, let him be responsible for a piece of fish selling business, or let him run a loyal grocery chain store. Wang Xiaoxi understands in his heart that as long as he can be responsible for a fish stall, or run a loyal grocery chain store, according to his small peasant thinking, he will not worry about anything in the future after he has a business. This time when Wang Bo came up with the first plan, he already wanted to agree to the first thing immediately, but he always had a feeling that the first plan was often inferior to the latter plan. What he didn't expect was that the second plan was nothing short of a bullshit, and it actually allowed them to collect the rags on the capital side. After all, his age is young, and there is a level of kinship. If he says it is deep or shallow, Wang Bo will not do anything to him. If the second plan really looks like a bird, he must choose the first plan. Wang Bo's face was serious, and he gave Wang Xiaoxi a stern look. His face instantly sank and said to Wang Xiaoxi, Wang Zhengqiang, it is during the meeting. What I am telling you is a very serious matter. Do you think I would be joking about such a thing? Wang Bohai looked around at the dumbfounded group of people, and said again in a very loud voice, this time, him saying it again. The second plan is to sign a contract for more than 3 years here. You must be in the capital. Stayed for 3 years. In these 3 years, The first year should be waste recycling, and the next 2 years are also related to waste recycling. They are all sufferings and sufferings. After the 3-year assessment, Sheng Company will make other arrangements for you. Wang Bo felt that these young people could understand this time. He continued to say with a calm face, "Now I give you 20 minutes to consider. If you choose the first option, you can go directly to Manager Wang Deking and ask Manager Wang for advice. The company has already talked to Manager Wang about the specific matters concerning your arrangements for Sheng Grocery Supermarket. As for those who choose the second option, leave it here and wait for the company's next assignment." After Wang Bo finished speaking, he turned around and went to the door to smoke. In the process of his speech, he had a kind of enlightenment in a trance. This big nephew is awesome, actually thought of such a method of washing the sand with big waves. Although those who choose the first option cannot be said to be 100% unsteady people, nor can they be said to be 100% people who are not willing to endure hardship and struggle, but once they choose the first option, in other words, these people will be excluded from the goal of Luo Sheng's training. His nephew is a person who does big things, and in the future, he will also need some people who can endure hardships and have a firm will. The person who chooses the second plan this time is probably the person the nephew wants to train. As soon as Wang Bo left the house with his feet, it was as if a scoop of cold water was poured into a boiling oil pan, and the pan was blown up all at once. Recently, these 24 young people have been staying together and have gotten acquainted a lot directly or indirectly. Now a multiple choice question suddenly appeared for them to choose, and they immediately started arguing. The first condition is pretty good. I will choose the first condition. You don't know how much money Sheng Grocery Chain can make in 1 month. Wang Xiaoxi said loudly. My father is in Jiangqing. Bian is responsible for managing a Sheng Grocery Supermarket, which can now earn at least 200 yuan per month. In the future, Sheng Supermarket will expand to the whole province and even spread to the whole country. In other words, we must be able to become a supermarket manager in the future. The future development will be quite good. Anyway, I chose the first plan. Let me collect the rags, which will definitely not work. Wang Xiaoxi was originally the youngest and the most immature. In addition, Wang Xiaoxi had no ambitions and had no other ideas at all. Before they came out with Wang Bo and Luo Sheng, their goal in mind was nothing more than to open a faithful restaurant, miscellaneous supermarket chain. Now I have been around here, seeing some changes in the capital. He is full of confidence in opening Sheng Grocery Chain Supermarket. Yeah, what Xiaoxi said is quite reasonable. It is absolutely a waste of youth for people of our age to go out to collect the tatters. Besides, after those 3 years, I still don't know what we can do. No matter what you do, it's no better than being a manager of a grocery chain. I am a person with ideals and ambitions, and I am more poetic and artistic to accompany me. If I do things that are broken, then there will be a stain in my life in the future, and I will not be able to wash it down at any time. This kind of imprint, I will not stay here in the capital to harvest the tatters. I am satisfied to be able to have a supermarket for me to manage. You guys tell us whether there is such a possibility that the leaders of the loyal company are testing us. If we choose the second plan, then it will suddenly change and become a key training object. We just missed the opportunity. The thing you said is impossible. My father said a long time ago that Sheng Company will basically not make any changes as long as it is an order issued. That is to say, the second set of manager Wang Bo just mentioned, the plan, after speaking out, must be executed in accordance with that. That is to sign the contract, and everything will be in accordance with the contract. Sheng Company values contract matters most, and I have never heard of Sheng Company. The situation of breach of contract, that is, the kind you mentioned, may not exist. The kind you mentioned may become the key training target, but if you do something bad here and do some lowly work, can you survive? 3 years is still an unknown thing. Even if it is 3 years, you can't do it. Just like what Erlin said just now, if you really have the experience of harvesting tatters, it will be a stain in your life. It's hard to find someone you want to find. Among the people present, who doesn't know who has done what. It's just that if these people don't say that there is such ragged energy that is known by the object, then it will be directly eclipsed. Lao Tai. Still looking for my 1982 inches for free? Baidu direct search, easy is free to see, no problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 198. Yan Liguo's decision. The capital of the 1980s was prosperous far beyond Yan Liguo's imagination. After living in a big city like Beijing for more than 10 days, I saw so many people of all shapes and sizes, and saw so many new things. Although Yan Liguo is from Jiangqing, Yan Liguo feels that he has a kind of rural people coming to the big city. The feeling of the city, confused, panic, and empty in my heart. After recently assisting Zhao Yuanyuan and the others in promotion and helping Sheng Supermarket do some things, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He feels that he likes a big city like Beijing, and he wants to stay and work hard in Beijing. For a company as big as Sheng Company, he didn't like the first one of the two plans given by him. He came out to grow the world and learn things. He shouldn't give up halfway through. To manage a supermarket, although you will be able to worry about food and clothing in the future, people will go to the kind of management supermarket. That is not the life he wants. If he really chooses the first one, it will be mixed eating and waiting to die. If he really chooses to run a supermarket, even if he does not come out of the house, based on his academic qualifications and the relationship between his family and the faithful company, he will be able to give him a good position when expanding the supermarket in the whole province of Heilongjiang. If he really did that, he would lose the meaning he came out of, and he wanted to use his own hands to work hard to create a world. The second option. Yan Liguo didn't like it, but he was not very repulsive either. What's wrong with the collection of waste? He doesn't do it, and there are others who do it. I really have to stay in the capital for a few more years. With more knowledge, I can do anything in the future. Yan Liguo thought even more in his heart that Sheng Company is much better than other factories and mines in Jiangqing in terms of welfare and other aspects. Just like Wang Bo said, God wants you to reap success, and what you need is the tempering of life. What is needed is an attitude towards life. If you stay and choose to go to the supermarket to help, Sheng Company will give them wages. Not to mention that they will not be denied wages because they have chosen the second option. Yan Liguo didn't listen to what other people said, so he decided to choose the second option. Wang Bo created a miracle like a myth in Jiangqing. Their parents told them that after they came out, everything who listened to Wang Bo and Liu Sheng, what happened to the collection of waste? As long as he is willing to work hard, he can be successful. Yan Liguo was the first to choose the second option, and then Chen Chong, who was as old as him, took his side after considering it for a long time. Chen Chong and Yan Liguo's ideas are similar, but what Chen Chong thought was that if he came to Beijing for a while, he finally learned a little about managing the supermarket at the supermarket. Even if he went back to open the supermarket, it would waste his years of study. Although staying here in the capital city may encounter such difficulties, he walked out from the river city side and saw a wider world. After 3 years, he was no longer the kind of frog at the bottom of the well who didn't know anything. Instead of going back to a small supermarket, it would be better to stay in the capital for 3 years. Even if you suffer some hardship in the past 3 years, it will lay the foundation for the sweetness of the future. Most young people's will is not firm. Some people originally wanted to choose the second option. However, after what Wang Xiaoxi said, coupled with the hard work, or waste products, disdainful about recycling, they firmly chose the first option. In more than 10 minutes, more than 20 young people were slowly divided into 2 groups. There were 17 or 8 people in the first group. They all chose the first option like Wang Xiaoxi, while on the other side only Yan Liguo, Chen Chong and 8 of them. Wang Xiaoxi looked at Yan Liguo and Chen Chong contemptuously, and asked sarcastically, "Why, brothers really choose to collect the rags in the capital? It's a good day, but it's the one who manages a supermarket. If you don't do things, I see. Either you guys are just playing clever too much, or your mind is flooded. Come here, let's work hard together at that time. Jiang Hao, Jiang Guozhan's son, looked at the silent people over there. He also said to Yan Ligo at this moment, establishment. We have known each other since childhood. I think you should think carefully about where to work. It's all work. Isn't it a good thing to manage a supermarket? We entered the management at the beginning. In the future, as long as we work hard, there will definitely be more development. I think you have to think more about it. The management is a middle-level cadre, and the manager of the department store in Jiangqing is also a manager like us. The future is still very promising. And it is better than always mixing with the bottom of society to collect waste. Collecting waste is collecting tatters. Wearing dirty clothes every day is no different from beggars. If you say that it sounds good, it is waste collection. If it is not good, it means picking up tatters. Dignity and face will disappear with that. What about good poetry in the distance? If we manage a supermarket, we will have more time to study before we can realize our dreams. For our literary dreams, come to our side. That has been full of literary and artistic style. Kong Fanlin, who was determined to become a poet of New China, spoke eloquently, and even asked questions like poetry and the distance. The young people in the 1980s had one end and the other, and basically had that kind of literary youth style. They read all kinds of things, wrote comments, pointed out current malpractices, and were unscrupulous in the political situation at the time. In the early 1980s, when both material and spirit were relatively scarce, most people were running around for their own food and clothing. The aspiring young guys began to read desperately. At night, they could read their preferences page by candlelight. Only at this time, their inner cravings could get a little satisfaction. For them, radicalism, depression, enthusiasm, and confusion are almost intertwined. There are often young people like Kong Fanlin who like literature and poetry. Kong Fanlin, a poetic young man named Erlin, has always respected Yan Ligo and Chen Chong. After all, these two are genuine college students, and they were once cadres of the student union. Now he feels that Yan Ligo and Chen Chong the two were victorious. No, they were dazzled by the dirty money. He wanted to save the two lost lambs, and wanted to greet them to realize his literary dream together. A dozen people on Wang Xiosi's side spoke in a rush, and the two young people around Yan Ligo were a little shaken, but when they saw that Yan Ligo and Chen Chong were not moved at all, after thinking about it, I stayed firmly. The reason why the two of them chose the second option is very simple. Because they feel that a large company like Sheng has given two options. The first option is so generous, and the second option is definitely not bad. It really doesn't work. They have been working in the capital for 3 years, and then they will consider other things. It is nothing more than delaying the situation for 3 years, and they can afford to wait for 3 years. Opportunities are prepared for preparation. Yan Ligo and Chen Chong, who chose the second option, are the smartest people among their group. They follow the smart people, and they can't go wrong. 20 minutes passed quickly. Wang Xiosi and Jiang Hao led the 17 or 18 who chose the first set of plans and walked out of the room with their heads upright. Jiang Hao saw Wang Bo standing straight over there, and he walked quickly towards in the first 2 steps. He said to Wang Bo very solemnly, "Manager Wang, those of us who choose the first option, can we report to Manager Wang Diking now?" For Jiang Hao, Wang Bo was very impressed. Like Yan Ligo and Chen Chong, they were the people named by Luo Sheng and the sons of Jiang Guozhan, director of the Jiangqing Agricultural Research Institute. Wang Bo and Jiang Guozhan are very familiar. After all, the two of them have been in contact many times. He has a very good impression of Jiang Guozhan, his gentle son. He glanced at Jiang Hao with a little regret in his eyes, and slowly said, "Since you guys have chosen the first option, you can now report to Manager Wang Diking." The company has communicated with that side. Now, work hard. The supermarket is well run, and you have a bright future. I wish you people good luck.